exciting.
Well, here we are.
Oh yeah, I haven't. Oh, this funnily enough, yeah, this will be on the re-upload. I'm just correcting the title.
Yay.
And that blue button. All right, everything's in order. Oh, yeah. We'll answer a few questions, different sorts. Then we'll check out this trailer. While probably talking for about 2 minutes about what we think this is even going to be about. Anyway, first one says about The Wolf Among Us. From what I've heard, pretty much all the old team got kicked, so I'm skeptical.
Is that a good
Okay.
thing or a bad thing?
Well, I liked the first game a lot, so none of the people who made it are working on it. I don't know.
Okay.
It's been a long time though since the first game came out, so maybe that's not supposed to be a surprise, you know?
We still give it a shot, right?
I'm definitely gonna be playing it, yeah. I really like well, I feel like that's understating it. I really, really like the first one.
Molar, I sent the second Vine Abby super chat immediately in response to the confusion of the first one. Throw me a bone. I'm asking you to explain that to the dumbos why Vi works and Abby doesn't, since many people think people hate Abby just because Abby's strong. I don't know what this is in reference to. It might be one of the other streams.
Yeah, it's obviously the only reason we hate Abby is because she's a woman. It's not because she's strong. We've been
um,
through this.
hey, why does Abby not work while Vi does? It's just like, good God, that's a fucking package of a conversation that would take a very, very
That's
long
its
time to
own
unload.
video.
Yeah. But one of the things we talked about was how, at the end of our Arcane coverage, how it's kind of scary how many connections there are between Arcane and The Last of Us 2.
Really?
Yeah, like, the Vanda and Joel, there's a way to describe their stories that's almost identical, but the
Yeah.
execution is entirely different, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I could sort of see the blueprints there that kind of match up, line up a bit.
And then, of course, you have the person who killed your hero father character is someone you end up sympathizing for quite a bit by the time the story comes to an end because you follow their story, being Silco. How did they do that when The Last of Us 2 tried so hard and couldn't pull it off? They even threw a zebra in there, man. He was getting hurt and it got saved. How does this happen? She pet a dog? She played fetch with one? What more do you need? Ridiculous. Everyone was hating. Blueprint? You mean Zack Snyder? Oh no.
Zack Snyder was the blueprint for Arcane. That's right. It's hard to believe based off of the chasm of quality difference there is between his work and Arcane, but
I keep
yeah, you
seeing
never know. Who knows?
those blueprint tweets, and I don't know if they're real when I see them every time. Where it's like
I have
someone
no
walking
idea.
around.
I
I don't think that, right? And then it's like
what the Snyder invented walking.
putting the camera low when they walk. Like, oh my god, I've never seen that
Mm.
before. You wonder sometimes if Snyder's aware of these kinds of people and he's like really embarrassed.
Oh no.
Uh,
Have you seen his movies? He's not
No, I
embarrassed.
know, but still, because I think he's got a really good reputation in the industry, right? So he's probably normal to talk to.
He's
right.
probably a normal person to yeah, he would probably not seem like a like if you just met him, he'd be normal. He wouldn't put off any I'm a
Well,
director.
he certainly
Ooh,
wouldn't
I'm in
be talking about how
Hollywood.
people are doing a template of his stuff. That's not
No,
something
no.
he would say.
You would want to appreciate how everyone's got a really awesome, unique take on all kinds of
Exactly.
things.
Yeah. But I don't know. All I can read into all those comparisons is, does it upset you that you're gonna be not getting any more of like the Batfleck stuff? Like that this is what's happening and this is the direction they're heading in. I think
You're
there is a
lucky you
lot
got
of
what you
that.
got.
You are lucky. You are. They're very. You got 3 when
Yeah,
when
just
like all 3 of
be
them
lucky he's
didn't
still
make as
making
much money as they
things.
needed to.
Oh yeah.
Like, goddamn, you're very lucky. There seems to be like that.
I'm gonna
Like
fucking kill my
they never
PC.
should have.
My microphone got lowered by like 50% again. I have no idea what's doing it.
Oh no.
So annoying. Stop
Uh,
doing that. Anyway, Karen.
Damn, it's fading away. I think it was something.
Oh my
This they
goodness.
never should have released the. They never should have appeased them because now, like, as they're going forward and trying to, because in the minds of Warner Brothers, all it was, yeah, we're gonna release this and then you'll all be happy, right? But that's not the case. It's like, no, now we need more because
Yeah.
nobody's ever content. And so they wanted to do that little appeasement before just continuing on with their plans post all of that. And there's still a level of sentiment in reaction to like everything that they're making of, yeah, sure, but like when's more Snyder stuff? And it's just like, man, you're probably gonna have to wade through that for years. Though I guess given how well Batman's doing, clearly it's not popular enough to matter. Like Batman's probably going to make $1 billion, which is more than can be said for like all of the DC films except for Aquaman up until this point.
Yes, which will be interesting to see when Aquaman 2 pulls in.
I cannot believe that is the highest grossing DC film. I don't understand. I do not
Aquaman?
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
Aquaman, yeah, it is the highest grossing. And all I can assume is it made a lot of money in China, or also that people didn't know it was a DC film. They thought it was Marvel. That's all I can. Got nothing else. I don't understand.
Yeah, it made $1.15 billion.
Yeah, more than The Dark Knight Rises.
Let me see. I wonder if is there a
And
way
The Dark Knight.
to it looks like, yeah, it made 335 million in the US and Canada and 813 million in other territories.
Yeah.
So
Alright,
that
that
would
explains
be
it.
that would
That
explain
explains it.
it because
That means
Chinese
that
people have no taste in film.
Which makes you
That
wonder
means,
how it'll go this time around.
that isn't. Well, yeah, because if they still have access to that market, and it seems like the Chinese film market is like a lot of the highest grossing films this year are just Chinese films. Like they're just the ones produced in China and distributed mainly in China. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the landscape is the same now, where there's like a lot of interest there in watching American films. Um, yeah, I don't know. I yeah, I guess it will be if Batman does really well. It's like, well, it's Batman. It'll be more important, like if Black Adam does well, because it probably paid The Rock like a lot of money to get
Yeah.
him. Or like how The Flash is going to do well because that's their little reboot, and if people respond to it well, so yeah, this will be an important year for them, I imagine.
When I was watching Moonfall, and you guys will understand this when we go through our Roland Emmerich arc.
Yeah.
Um, but that movie felt like it was written by a 12-year-old in terms of how simple and blunt everything is. And a part of me was
Hmm.
wondering, is the reason that it's written this way, is it so that it's so easy to translate into other languages like Chinese? No, there was no subtlety in anything. Everyone said exactly what they felt. It was just so everything was so obvious and blunt. There was just no artistry or passion in the dialogue anywhere.
Yeah, that sounds like.
I'd say that's just Roland
Yep.
Emmerich. uh Generally.
Also that,
By
yeah.
the way, Rags, I just looked it up
Yeah.
on Wikipedia. The film cost 138 to 146 million dollars and made
Moonfall?
$40 million. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a bomb. It is,
It, oh my,
Oh
yeah,
god,
that's
you
it's
putting
must
a
it lightly.
feel you have to blame somebody at that point as a director, don't you? Like, this wasn't
Well,
me. This wasn't me.
So the interesting thing is, both Moonfall and his prior movie Midway were both independently produced, and both of them, I believe, were like the most expensively produced independent films of all time. Both of them, like
What?
when they came out.
Midway, like,
The
well, I
Battle of
don't even
Midway.
remember
It's about
that.
Midway.
Okay, I figured it
Yeah,
was, but
yeah.
I
You
can't
don't.
even remember it happening.
Yeah,
When
it's
was
because it only
that?
made 2019. It made 126 million against a budget of 100 million. I wonder if he's going to be making
Ooh, he
movies
squeaked it
anymore.
out there.
Yeah, wow, but I
Yeah.
mean, once you take into account
Oh,
marketing and
yeah, he
everything,
probably lost money.
probably did. It doesn't. I think that's something we sometimes forget when we look at these numbers. Like, Batman v Superman made 800 million against a budget of like 200 million. That's not good enough. To make your money back. Just because of all of the other factors that go into it. The
Well,
big
even if
one
you
being
doubled
you
it
don't get 100% of the money that's the box office. Some of that goes to the theater.
so they probably made 250 million
Um,
profit?
well, plus marketing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we double production into marketing and we
Yeah.
say that we take 150 million off of the difference, that leaves them with like 250 million profit, which is pretty
So
good, but probably not what they were looking for
yeah,
a
so
Batman versus Superman movie, which should be
that
like
is the
printing
part
money.
that's the part of the conversation that I keep saying it because it's so important. Opportunity cost is so important when it comes to these big productions and video games too. It's not enough to just make money. It's a question of could we have spent this much money and made a lot more money in return for it? It's the reason why microtransactions are so big. The opportunity cost is like non-existent. It's like a low turn. It's a low investment. Doesn't take a lot of time. Doesn't take a lot of people, and the returns are significantly higher. Versus if I make a new game that's like $100 million that could be spent elsewhere. Yeah, I want to make my money. And that was the case for Batman v Superman. You spend like $400 million on a project, you ideally want it to make more than $1 billion.
Yeah.
Um, it that's just how it works. It's not merely the box office number is higher than the budget number. Yay, we did it. That's not how it works.
Some people are saying, why aren't you playing the trailer? Because we're gonna let some people get in here, alright? We're gonna just start.
And we're having a
It'll be
about
done.
Moonfall.
Because we don't give a
And
shit.
don't do the thing, alright? If you want to see the trailer, go look at the trailer. If you want to see our reaction to it, you'll get it soon. Very soon.
If
right?
man,
Oh my
if like
goodness.
if Moonfall was independently produced, that means it probably had like way fewer restrictions in terms of what Roland Emmerich could or couldn't do,
Mm-hmm.
But it
and he
didn't feel
still
like it.
chose to. Yeah,
It felt like
That's-
it felt like a super corporate Roland Emmerich movie that's just not for anyone except for me,
well,
who just
Except
wanted
for
to be
me.
like, "How dumb is this? Oh, that was really
something
dumb."
something I've
Okay.
heard about Midway is I think I watched a video that was talking about it with reference to historical accuracy. Apparently, it's not that bad in terms of like historical accuracy to the battle. And there are like parts of the film that seem insane, but like the Battle of Midway was really intense. And there were a few like very close moments where things could have swung one way or the other. And so yeah, apparently that was a project he wanted to do for like years. That and specifically, I think went out of his way to like finance it independently so that he could do it as he wanted. So
Hmm.
it's kind of a
Hmm.
cool story behind a film that not a lot of people watched.
Yeah, I didn't even maybe I heard about it, like, once, and then I've forgotten about it. I heard about it once 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was, and
Yeah.
it's so I so little of it latched onto my brain that hearing it now, I'm
Well,
like, "Oh, I've never heard of that before."
that's what happened with me. I was like, oh, it's a Roland Emmerich movie. And then I find out it's like, yeah, he wanted to make it in the 90s.
Oh.
But
Hmm.
they didn't want to. And so then he moved on to The Patriot afterward. That was what he
Well,
wanted to do.
well.
Yeah. The
Which
Patriot's
is
still his best film.
Yeah.
I think so, I'm looking back in my mind, I'm like, I think, yeah, The
It
Patriot's
is.
my favorite
Yeah, it
movie of
is.
his, and I think it's the
It is.
best. Let me look,
I don't know
Roland
what the
Emmerich.
competition even is. What's his next best film?
Maybe the day
Let
after
me
tomorrow.
Hmm.
So we have, let me see, Roland Emmerich. Look, what an impressive filmography. He made The Day After Tomorrow,
He
10,000
made.
BC,
I never watched that one. I
Anonymous.
don't think.
I think
Anonymous.
I saw 10,000 BC. I think I did, but I just don't remember because my mind wants to be like, "That was year 1, that wasn't 10,000 BC." And I'm like, "No, I know I saw 10,000 BC, but nothing latched onto it,
I guess the
brain-wise." He made
I because I
Anonymous?
s he made Stargate, Independence Day, Godzilla, and the
Well,
Patriot
he
Or
of
made both
Death.
Independence
Independence
Day.
Day, both of
Yeah.
them. Remember, there was a
He made the
sequel,
second one too, yeah, that nobody
Independence Day:
watched.
Resurgence, and it
I,
was
all I've heard is
very
everyone hates it.
enjoyable. Oh,
Um,
Yeah.
it's awful. It was I thought it was very enjoyable in this stupid way, like
Uh,
many of his movies are. Like,
2012 is definitely not a
I watched
contender. It's like
Stargate as a kid. We had the VHSs of Stargate, and I watched that movie as a kid, and I really liked it. I love
oh
the
God,
sci-fi adventure.
he made Godzilla, the '98 one.
he
Yeah,
did.
the
He
Matthew
Oh
did
Broderick
he
one.
did
no.
make that one. Yeah, I
Well,
know.
I cannot wait to watch that for EFAP movies. That'll be great.
That'll be fun, yeah.
Some of these I've never heard of. I've never heard of Stonewall or Universal Soldier
Yeah, I haven't heard of anything he
or
made
Oh, I know
before
Universal
Stargate.
Soldier. I
I
don't know
don't know
if I
about that one.
saw it or not.
Um, let me see. The 13th Floor? Trade? Making
No, I think
Contact?
those are he produced those then, because 'cause I'm
Oh,
looking at the
okay.
films
They're
directed by him. It's The Noah's Ark Principle, Joey, Hollywood Monster, Moon 44, Universal Soldier, and then we get to the ones I actually know.
Eight-Legged
Stargate.
Freaks?
Oh, I love that
No,
movie.
he didn't direct that.
That's gonna be that's like Jingle All the Way, but I don't know what we're gonna get. Like I just
Oh
that
my
it
goodness.
sits in
Yeah.
that world for me. If it, oh
Yeah.
yes.
Um,
What a filmmaker.
yeah,
What a filmmaker.
I feel like, man, The Day After Tomorrow, that movie, I think I have a certain I like that movie.
Hmm.
Um,
Which movie,
the
sorry?
I The Day After Tomorrow. I
Yeah.
don't know why. I think it was because I
I
watched it when I was younger,
I
and I watched it a
kinda
few times.
I liked it too, but again, I watched
I
it when I
like
was much younger. I think it was just it's just it's a disaster movie that's sort of almost, like,
was so
relatable
Dude,
in a
when the
way, 'cause
frost is
so much
chasing them, it's like a
yeah,
Yeah,
horror movie
yeah.
almost.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
I
'cause you're
think,
like, "I've been cold before, I can relate
Yes.
to this," you know?
so
Yes.
what I what the argument I would make is that the central drama of Dennis Quaid trying to reconnect with Jake Gyllenhaal as his son, I think that is stronger than the bullshit that they did in 2012.
Yes.
I
I
think
th
2012 is a worse film.
I would bet on Day After Tomorrow being better than 2012. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Uh
so.
because at least like The Day After Tomorrow tried to present this idea of, oh, there are these like storms that are amassing in the northern hemisphere that are going to be causing these types of problems. It's like, okay, so we've got something of a through line for the the disasters, and the disasters are only going to occur in places that I guess it makes sense for them to happen in. Whereas 2012 was just like, yeah, the Earth is exploding. Just go anywhere. Everywhere is exploding, and they can do exactly what they want for like all of their, like they can have all the set pieces that they want everywhere that they want, and it feels like there was no thought behind it at all.
Yeah,
And then the actual central drama, I
it's
still
just
can't get over the
uncontrolled
fact.
disaster. It's not like,
Yeah.
"Here's what's going to happen, here's what the rules are," which you got a
Hmm.
little bit of in
Day
Moonfall,
After
but
Tomorrow.
they didn't commit to it and make it in a way that was
Right.
interesting. Um, the things that could've been really cool about Moonfall, they didn't focus on. Uh,
Right.
I went to collider.com because there was a link, like, ranking Roland Emmerich's movies,
Mhm.
and The Patriot is number 7 on this list,
Well,
which it
that
should be
seems to
number
be a
1, I
common
feel.
sentiment though, that,
Quite
The
hated.
It is
Patriot's not good.
it is unfairly maligned. The Patriot, I think, is much
Um,
better
I
than
guess I can
people think it
understand where
is.
it comes from, given the completely non-existent historical accuracy. But I'm not sure that everybody's had that conversation about how historical accuracy should factor into like how good or bad a film is.
A friend of mine was asking me that
Uh,
the other day. He said he really enjoyed. I can't remember what movie it was, but he was asking, "Do I consider it bad storytelling if it's inaccurate?" And I was just like, I mean, did you like Inglorious Bastard? That's the one I would go to every single
I think
time.
that's the
yeah,
easy
it's a good
one.
one.
It's an easy example.
I w
Um,
I was chatting with some friends today, like, early this morning, and one of my friends said that his favorite movie of all time is the Patriot, which
Wow.
is
Well, that's
which is an
interesting.
odd it is I told him, I said, "That is a very odd choice." But there's a lot to like about it, there really is. Like I said, I think it's unfairly hated, but,
I mean, if they're choosing that reason
uh
to hate it, so be it, right? Like,
Mhm.
but I think there's a lot of other movies that get away with it, that Way of the Patriot doesn't.
Right.
Someone in chat just said
it
Gladiator
just
is wildly inaccurate. It's like, I don't know how inaccurate a lot of films are. I just know that if they were to be poked and prodded.
I get the impression that a lot of films you wouldn't be able to tell because I don't know that everybody is going to have deep insights and knowledge on any and all historical topics.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are some. I guess it's interesting because to some extent there is a question of respect. I just don't know that how that factors into like for instance, when Call of Duty World War II has that absurd like train shit where the train is just falling off and go insane, and just the general through line of that game that like the one soldier, the one American soldier saving the day, like, and he's the most important, bestest, awesomest soldier there is. There's a level of like, man, this feels like I don't know. I feel like you should be paying a little bit more respect to the
yeah,
fact that it was a lot of people working together and a lot of people died in order to achieve these things and to win
well,
that
Call
war.
of
It
Duty
was a
used
lot
to
of people working
jump
together,
from it used to jump
soldier to
from
soldier.
POV to POV.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
I
you're
feel
this
Yeah.
guy
World at War.
over here, and you're
Yeah,
doing this. You're this
World at
guy
War is
over
so much
here doing
better.
that. You are
Well,
you
yeah,
are a smaller part of a larger force,
and
and
here's the thing.
Battlefield used to have this feeling
Yeah,
to it, where you are both in multiplayer and single player until they started going with you're a super soldier person, man, who saves the day all the time. But
well,
there was an aspect of this is you have a job to do. This is your job, this is your role, and you're gonna partake in this battle, and you're gonna do this thing that is necessary for a larger effort to succeed, instead of, "Oh, you have to disarm the nuclear bomb underneath New York City at the last second to,"
yeah.
like, stuff like that, and
So I find it
I
interesting to think about that World at War does have in the Russian campaign, you play as somebody who has a reputation, um, and Reznov keeps talking about how great you are, and that you are like an above average soldier, and you are the Russian soldier who plants the flag atop the Reichstag. But even though it's still presenting this, it still is you're just one part of a bigger machine. And they do an interesting thing as well that Chernoff is writing in a diary, and depending on the decisions you make in terms of showing mercy or whatever, his perception of you and whether or not you're a hero or like how complicated war is changes. And then, of course, in the Okinawa and like Peleliu stuff for the Americans, that one's really cool. And that something that they emphasize is there is, I think towards the last mission you were just like desperately low on supplies. You've been here for months. You are tired. You just want to go home. Like the broader objectives don't matter to you anymore. You've just been here for so long, and you've
yeah.
had to do so much and suffered so much. You're just ready to go home. Like World at War is way. I love the tone of World at War. Feels so
Yeah,
raw and
it was
honest.
yeah, it wasn't like, "Yeah, go get him."
Hmm.
And there was a even I mean, and because thinking back to because I never played the first Call of Duty. I got into it with 2, and there wasn't
Yeah.
this, I don't know, they had this sort of tone about even Call of Duty 2, its single player was yeah, I don't it didn't have this, God, it's just tough to put into words. It
Well,
was a
I know that
stark
Call of Duty.
contrast to things like Bad Company 2, which still, in a more lighthearted manner, was able to capture the idea of you're just kind of a guy, and these are your friends, and this is you're doing this now, and
I feel like it's Call of Duty 4 is definitely more so trying to be like an action film, but at the same time, it still feels like you are not the most important person in this world. In the
kind of,
American
yeah,
campaign, you're just a regular soldier, and the fact that
yeah.
you get killed in a nuclear explosion is really it's
Oh
not
yeah,
something that
you that's
that
a
was a big
mission. You
deal.
die. Here's the mission
Yeah,
where a nuke goes off and your helicopter gets shot down, and
you
then you
and
crawl around and
thousands of
die.
American soldiers. Yeah, I mean, you could say that in a sense, it is unconventional
Well,
that the main
remember
characters of an American video military game are SAS soldiers.
well, I remember in COD 4, you die in the credits.
Well, in Call of Duty, no, in Call of Duty 4, Soap survives.
No,
But
no, no, no.
it,
Call of Duty 4, you die in the
oh,
credits. Remember?
You talking about the
wait, are you,
president or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, right.
So they're they're
Um,
opening it up where you're playing a dude who gets killed.
oh
And
yeah,
then
right.
yeah, and so then when you have, the American who gets killed, because they're putting on the when you play Call of Duty 4, I think that was sort of the first time when you really got the impression that this is a game that's willing to kill you.
Modern Warfare 2 did the
Um,
same thing as well. I mean, it's often cited, right? It's like one of the big important scenes, memorable scenes in Call of Duty is when Ghost and Roach get killed by Shepard.
yeah, and
You don't
Shepard
expect
betrays you,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, the music is awesome. It's man, Modern Warfare 2. Oh, I do love that game. I really love that
I
game.
remember the single player much more fondly than the multiplayer.
Well,
The
man, I have fondness for the multiplayer, but like it's so unbalanced. But I love it.
it's yeah, it's shit, but
It
it's a
probably is,
oh,
but I love it.
absolutely it's a mess.
Like the model 1887 akimbo. What were they thinking? Shotguns as a secondary?
Like
Like,
Commando Pro and being
yeah.
able to just resupply your grenade launcher and
Oh yeah,
just
one
all
man
the
army.
Oh god,
Yeah.
just
yeah.
just the that's like a multiplayer game that was solved in a way where you could go online and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, stand here, shoot at this cloud with grenade launchers, and you'll just get your kill streak, and that kill streak leads to your next kill streak." And so it
Yeah.
just created this
No,
feedback
I
loop of
remember
getting massacred.
it used to be a viable strategy at the beginning of a game if you were on it was the place, it was the Makarov estate. And if you spawn at the top of the hill, you just shoot, grenade launcher down to the bottom. You might get a kill. It's worth a shot. And like often you did. Because it was that I think it was Modern Warfare 3 that introduced that 10 seconds before you could use grenade launchers, or like 10 seconds before you could use grenades at the beginning of a match.
Yeah,
The
they did
UMP-45
something like
suppressor,
that.
yeah. The
They
ACR had like no recoil.
The ACR had no recoil, yes. It did
Yeah.
not have recoil. Just to
Star
be
H.
clear for those of you, because this is I guess it's kinda going back into the day now,
This game is
but
13 years old. Yeah.
this is a game where there was a gun that did not have recoil, and it was not like, "Oh, so it's really weak, right?" No. "So it reloads slow?" No. "So it shoots slow?"
No,
No, no, no. No, it was
no.
an assault rifle that was quite good, and it had no recoil. You could just it
Yeah.
had no recoil.
It
Every
was,
gun was busted and stupid, and there was the fucking heartbeat sensors,
yeah.
and just that game was
Oh, and
shit.
death streaks. Also,
Death
death streaks as
streaks
well. Yeah, the fact that
and,
if you died a few times, you would have extra health on respawn, or you would get martyrdom.
Dude, do you remember there
Martyrdom
was a
is
strat of kill yourself like 3 times or whatever to get that death streak and then play like properly?
yeah, 'cause dude, martyrdom was, I don't know what they were
martyrdom was
ever
still a
thinking.
thing.
Martyrdom
There
is such
was
a
Commando
bad
Pro,
mechanic.
though, was the infamous perk
You go
that it would
flying
basically
towards enemies.
septuple your melee distance, so
Oh,
people would sprint around and just laser you with their knife because it
it
would
turns your knife
extend
into an
the lens
energy
range.
sword.
Yeah,
Like an energy
it
sword
would
in Halo.
yeah, basically, yeah, it was this game was shit,
Oh, and didn't
and
oh,
it
and
was
didn't
I mean,
Commando
the
as well
fact that
have,
your
like,
kill
plus 4
streaks
damage?
got you more kill streaks was just it was a snowball of get fucked.
Well, I remember,
They
God,
changed
but I
that for
love
later
that
Call of
game.
Duties because they realized, "Oh, we can't do this again."
I love that game, though, like, I really do. I have so many fond memories of, like, playing Modern Warfare 2.
It was the
Um,
angriest people have ever been online.
yeah, but I mean, damn, that was a wonderful time, you know?
Kind
Like,
of. You could say anything, and anything would be said to you,
there was so
and
much
that was
trash
just
talking.
life. Yeah, like, that was just the
Everybody
multiplayer
trash.
experience in that game. It
Yeah,
was foul-mouthed, and
and
nothing was
also
off limits.
that game was full of content. Like, I'm pretty sure that Modern Warfare 2 had the most content at launch of any Call of Duty game ever. It had like
Mm.
18 maps. It had so many maps, and it had Spec Ops as well. Um, yeah, I love that game.
Ramirez.
Ramirez, get to the Burger Town and defend that. That was oh my god, I can't. Keith David,
It was, yeah.
Yep.
Sergeant Foley of the
Yeah, I remember.
Rangers. Rangers lead the way. Yeah,
I remember a lot of good missions in that game. The stealthy
yeah.
snow mission that they used for the trailer
Wolverines was
stuff,
the
and
that was the first American invasion one. That was really cool. They set you in a big open environment where you had to go between multiple objectives to fight
You're in like a
off.
neighborhood, right?
Well, yeah. So you start in the neighborhood, and then you go to like a big. It's because it's got like the Burger Town. It's got shops and things all
Yeah.
around in a big parking area, and you have to run across the. This one, like that game had instances of like unconventional level design at times for as linear as it often was.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the favela mission, dude. The favela mission kicks your ass on veteran. The second one's not so bad, but the first one is like really hard to beat on veteran. It's oh, and then they had the Gulag mission as well. That was really cool. And then you fight in the White House, and you got to get up to the roof to set off your flares to stop the nuclear strike. And then you look across the destroyed landscape of DC, and there are flares elsewhere too, all on these other rooftops. American soldiers still there fighting to save the Capitol. There's so many great moments in Modern Warfare 2, but that is
I
definitely a game that is beholden to spectacle. Like the plot is
I will tell you
absurd.
my favorite moment of Modern
Yeah,
Warfare 2 was I think this is the best part of the campaign for me. It sticks with me even all these years later, and I don't think I haven't played anything like it. This is
I
after
think I know
the
what you're
EMP goes off
gonna say.
and it's nighttime. All of a sudden, all the lights go out. Your holographic sights don't work
Yes,
anymore. Helicopters fall from the sky. No radios. No any of
so
that.
quiet,
And so
so
you're
quiet.
creeping around. Yeah, you're creeping around the city and you're doing your fighting here and there, and it's so unconventional, but the spectacle at the because it starts off so loud because everything crashes. All the everything starts crashing around you, and then all the lights go out, and then it's just super quiet, and then you get the fights, and your holo sights don't work, and you're shooting at silhouettes, and your soldiers are calling out American words to see if the people over there will respond so that you don't
Yeah,
have friendly fire. And I think it's such a
and they
great
use
level.
Yeah.
flares as
I
well.
love it.
Flares to against the characters to see things. It's like, yeah, it's it that to me feels like the clear example of how contrast between intensity and I love Black Ops, but Black Ops was like non-stop
Yeah,
bombastic at
Black
the same
Ops. I
time.
I enjoyed the campaign for that.
I think the
And I
campaign in terms of its narrative is much stronger than Modern Warfare 2 has a lot of great moments, but like
Yeah, but it's
the way
just
that
like
it connects is absurd.
war. This is like just modern warfare, dare I say?
Big
But Black
mystery in
Ops
Black
really
Ops.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
you go to so many
numbers.
different places and you don't know where you're gonna be going next. And there's every level's just a palate cleanser,
Well,
which I think is really important for a campaign.
I think Black Ops, so Modern Warfare 2, they definitely because Call of Duty 4 like works better as a story than Modern Warfare. Like Modern Warfare 2 is just they sat down and they're like, we want to do war in America. We want that. We want set pieces of like war in America. We want to do favela missions. We want to go have a gulag mission. They had missions in mind that they obviously wanted to do, and they didn't care how they got there. They just wanted them. Whereas like Black Ops, the fact that so many missions, like that you would have missions in Laos because it makes sense that you would have a mission in Laos. It's like that's clear to me that they knew that they had a story they wanted to tell. And like Vorkuta is probably the clear example of we want that set piece of escaping a Soviet gulag. But otherwise, they made much more of an effort to have all of the missions connect in a way that made sense. And we still got, I guess, except for Kowloon, that feels like that was definitely like, yeah, we want that set piece and we want the planes flying over Kowloon City. But there's a lot less of that in Black Ops. I do really like Black Ops. That was yeah, the numbers makes it like where are the you
I don't know
know
if you ever wanted
that
evidence that
was
we
Sam
can
Worthington.
just start talking extensively about literally anything from
Oh,
anywhere. Like,
yeah,
how did
we
this
were gonna
start? It
do
was Roland
something.
Emmerich, right? Is that where it
Yeah, it
began?
was
Yes,
Roland Emmerich, and now we
feels
started talking
appropriate.
about Call of Duty.
Feels a little bit appropriate.
Yeah.
What
the-
what are we here to do?
So-
What's happening?
I think
What's-
we're at
what's
35
going-
minutes now, so that's probably enough for people to have jumped in.
Okay.
You guys are in the watch together. What we'll
We
do,
are, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do this, so I guess it's what we'll do. And yeah, it'll look a little bit fucky, guys, because this is the view for minis that isn't meant for watch together. Okay, but it's fine. You could see everything. You'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll probably watch the whole thing, and then we will rewind and go through and talk about all the little things. All right?
Yeah.
Is that all good?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sweet.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Titan.
Is it?
Bum, bum.
Yeah, Tatooine again. Here we are.
Wow,
Tatooine.
great. I'm so happy to be in Tatooine.
Look at that camel.
Looks more
The fight is
cinematic
done.
than Boba.
Yeah, it does.
We lost.
It's echoing. I like it. You know, you gotta do the echo.
Oh, we're doing the music.
Stay hidden.
That was Luke, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
boy.
Hello.
Wow, we're doing this.
We're bringing that in,
One of
right?
the fates here.
Remember, Vader's gonna be in it. Obi-Wan, him gonna fight.
Oh my gosh, it's
Oh,
the
it
prison
says
from Harry Potter.
The water ship. What was that?
What the fuck are you?
Inquisitor, right?
Jedi cannot help what they are. Their compassion leaves a trail. The Jedi Code is like an itch. He cannot help it.
So I guess they're gonna play heavy into the hunting down Jedi aspect.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Oh, they look a little bit silly.
Yeah, they do look silly. Oh, I'm glad we had that shot. Yeah, okay.
You know, like,
Okay.
the
It's
feeling
trailer.
I had there listening to that music was, that's not fair. You didn't make this.
You're cheating.
Yeah. Yeah, why can't you make your own things? And the things that you make are shit. And I'm not even saying this is pulled from one of the worst prequel movie, right? But even that movie and all of its shit is just gonna be better. It's just
Well,
better than the
How
stuff
is
they
this
make.
not indicative of how much they've screwed up? Like at this point, prequel nostalgia, like exploiting prequel nostalgia is a real thing now. Because
Oh,
and yet, when
Remember,
The
they
Force
did this for a
Awakens came
trailer
out,
in Rise of Skywalker. They had this.
they did.
So they've already
Yeah,
they're double
they had-
dipping. Stop.
Well, it's just so funny. Like at the beginning, everybody was so glad that they weren't doing any prequel stuff. Now the sequel stuff was so bad that they
think
have to
we're-
pillage the prequels as well.
I think we're well past that now as a realization. It's been a couple years.
Yeah, true.
Um,
I guess. It's
I wonder.
just
I'm
the
sure
first
everyone is
thought.
booming all over. That the something Inquisitor from the
Um,
Elk Stranded. I just don't know. I just like okay. You showed me a red lightsaber, and you showed me a lady in black armor, and
Well, you haven't shown me really anything
well,
except
there's a
for, yeah,
surprising
like, oh,
lack of focus for Kenobi in this Kenobi trailer.
well, it is
Yeah,
a
he's-
teaser, right? Maybe that's.
I guess we're supposed to
just
believe like
separate.
all of it revolves around him in the sense that they're all looking for him. But
Well, I think they're just looking for Jedi, right?
well,
They're not
yeah, I was
looking
about to
for
say
him.
it much more implies though that it's more so just they exist to do what they're doing. I don't know. We'll have to see. But like, I just thought that was funny. Where it's like it builds up for that final shot. It's just him looking
him
down. He looks
looking
up.
at-
You're like, okay. I guess we didn't have anything else to work with.
This is very much a tread carefully situation because I really like Obi-Wan. I really, really like Obi-Wan.
Guess
So
we'll
they get nervous.
go piece by piece this time. But yes, so the funny thing about Duel of Fates as well is to me is that I don't know if you guys have we ever talked about this on EFAP because I can't remember, but the idea behind the song is that, especially the title, is that if Qui-Gon dies, it changes Anakin's fate completely. And that's what is the fight is over almost is Anakin's fate, because if he has Obi-Wan teaching him, he ends up the way that he does, but if he had Qui-Gon, things probably would have gone differently. At least that's the implication.
Right.
And so, like, that means that song is kind of... You can't just steal it and put it on whatever you want. I don't know if you remember, but they've done this throughout with all the Star Wars songs now. They just throw it on random shit.
Take it out of context. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
the Force theme now just gets reused constantly, to where it's just a vague Star Wars song rather than a specific, than having a specific meaning.
They bought it, no stealing. Okay, so not quite what is meant by that word, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's incredibly cheap just to be like, you like this song though, don't you? It's like, I guess so.
for those of you who maybe aren't who aren't familiar with EFAP, maybe you're just tuning in, right? We're callous old men.
Yes.
And our 20s, and you can't just play a song and have us splooge all over the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to work just a little bit harder than that. You can't just show me Boba Fett and have us go, oh my goodness, soy face, and then you can't just have us say, oh, Pride Rock. We have risen above that, as you should as well.
Dude,
these companies are trying to trick you with nostalgia, and you should not let them do it. You need to make them earn your money. Essentially your money.
This is meant, the purpose of this is to get you hyped so that you get your Disney Plus subscription and watch the show. That's like the point of this. That is the goal.
Yeah, so and it's gonna be and it's probably gonna be crap like the rest of the shows are. Mando is crap, Boba Fett is crap, the sequels are crap. It's all crap. Just like, imagine they have 2 entire shows with 3 seasons worth of content in Mando and Boba Fett, and there are no characters. In 3 seasons of TV, there's no characters. There might be part of one that's accidental, but it's just like this is abysmally bad. And you can't play Duel of the Fates and just have us
this
mop
is
it up.
disappointing. All of the top comments are talking about that they played like Duel of the Fates. How great is that? Yeah, like
dude, there's wasn't there on the original release for the soundtrack of The Force, The Rise of Skywalker, Duel of Fates was on there, or at least the remix of it, but they pulled it out. I wonder if it's because they're tying it to this series instead.
Maybe.
Or if that has nothing to do with anything, and it could very well not be, considering the time difference. But I mean, Kenobi was an idea back then, for sure, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think so.
Are there supposed to be, like, Sith people with lightsabers now? Is that a thing?
I thought so.
Yeah, that's Clone Wars stuff, right? And Rebels.
I guess.
So the Sith Inquisitors are like, they just hunt down Jedi, right?
So the rule of 2 is no longer a thing.
I don't fucking know.
No, I don't see how it could be. Don't see how it could be.
Maybe they're not Sith. Maybe they don't count.
Or maybe they're Force users. Or at least some of them are.
Well, I mean, they're called, like... maybe they don't count as main. Maybe they count as lame. I don't fucking know.
Like, you're a Jedi if you're a Force user, but you're good. And you're a Sith if you're a Force user, but bad. I didn't know that there's anything more to it.
Well... Finally, guarantee you that comment's there. Finally, we get to see the Inquisitors in live action. I hope Cad Bane's in this.
Yeah, he's just chilling out in a bar, getting some green.
This already looks so much more expensive than Boba Fett.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like there's like stuff in the air, kind of, and they even. The little space horse doesn't.
I think it's the lighting as well. It's the more depth. Like Boba Fett was flat as fuck.
It's very very flat. Yeah, this feels like it has an atmosphere to it.
Yes, definitely.
Which will be nice. But fucking hell, Tatooine again. Yeah, and see, I think, oh man, episode 1 will probably be okay because it'll just show a day in the life of Kenobi, which will be stuff we'll like, probably.
Super chill.
But then they'll be like, it'll be like fucking WandaVision, will be like episode 2, huge fight, then we do more fight, then he goes to Coruscant, there's a giant explosion, fight. It's like, remember episode 1 when it was him sorting out some
just
stuff?
making some other work.
Yeah.
Chilling out with a little desert camel thing. Desert camel, like a space camel. Look at him.
We lost.
Probably his best friend.
Yeah. And he's just keeping an eye on Luke,
Maybe
I guess.
you'll be like Boba Fett's Bantha.
Yeah, Luke will be in it, so will Leia.
Man.
That needs to happen, of course. God, who imagine being told this, like back when Disney acquired it, that they'll be killing Luke and then he'll appear in everything afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
what?
That was a mistake.
They're clearly trying to reverse course after that fucking idiot killed him off and humiliated him in the movie.
I do wonder if they sometimes look back and they're like, "Fuck me, do you know how much
I
better
can't
off we would
believe
be?"
we let Ryan did that. I can't believe
Yeah,
we
like-
let Ryan do that.
I like the idea that there's like this guy in a cloak who's like, I'm the alternate timeline man. Would you like to see what happened in the timeline where you didn't kill Luke? And
Ooh,
then he
yes.
shoots-
Look at this. Disney
I know it's gonna make me
stocks.
sad, but I need to see it.
Yeah, look at these Disney stocks. Look at how high they go. Look at all, and then it just shows all the producers swimming in money. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, my pool isn't that big.
It's like,
but
it's 2025, and he's like, "Do you know how many episodes are out?" They're like, "How many?" There's like 17. Like there's 17
all-
movies now.
they all made over $1 billion at the domestic box office alone.
Don't you
That's
feel
swell.
bad?
Too bad you made the wrong decision.
Wah, wah,
See
bye
you.
bye.
Bye.
My next thing is to go and see them and tell them how much worse it could have been by showing your universe. Okay.
Stay hidden.
There he is.
Ugh.
It's I don't know. There's just this. I'm watching. I feel like every trailer is just the next eulogy.
Yeah.
A little bit,
You know,
yeah.
like it's just here's how Star Wars died again. Oh, I can't. Yeah. I don't know.
Look
I'm
at
sure people are very
Lucasfilm's
excited.
Ryan
I'm sure that
Dust.
everyone
Yeah.
And,
Feels like
is
a
very happy
To hunting Jedi.
Inquisitor base
it's
or
very
prison.
impactful, isn't it? A giant obelisk in the fucking ocean. It's like, all right, yeah, okay,
Like the Raft.
yeah.
His patience.
Yeah,
Yeah, look at him.
I feel like I was gonna say something, but it just floated away.
I don't know. He looked a bit silly.
Floated away.
He looks like a kid-friendly version of a Cenobite. The guys from Hellraiser, basically.
He does look a little silly. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't find this intimidating. I don't know what else to say. I think it's the face. Something
And the
about
chest. His face seems really small against a very prominent chest plate. I don't know. There's something about it.
evil Lobot. Yeah, I guess so. With the ears, things. He's the same species as the guys we see on Utapau. How the fuck? How?
Really?
Like, okay.
The ones who are really good at whispering.
Yes, really good at whispering. Yes.
That is who they are. Yeah.
Oh, it's just
Streaming
gonna be
exclusively
awful.
on Disney. Exciting.
On Disney Plus. Yeah.
Jedi cannot help
Eat it up,
what
people. Eat it up. Eat
Again,
it
this
up.
is probably day one, right? Where he's just
Consume.
doing his thing.
Yeah. That's gonna be my favorite
Well,
episode.
yeah,
Like,
it's probably going to
just-
be even good. It might even be like he'll look. Someone will be looking at him. And then he'll look down. That'll probably be a thing that happens because he's it's just keep it in secret, keep to yourself.
You know.
He's
Yeah,
gonna be
like
pulling
wouldn't
water out of a well, and he's gonna say, "So uncivilized."
Oh,
I don't know about that, but you
Yes,
know,
he will.
we'll see.
Definitely.
they got a bottle right there, Rags. I'm sure they've got all kinds of incredible irrigation systems that are just top notch.
More like irritation systems.
Nice.
Oh,
Look at the man with the chungus nose in the back. Oh, I thought that was. Oh, I can't unsee whatever that thing is now. This is like the one alien out of everybody. Or maybe he's not an alien. He's just unfortunate.
they are.
Look at this place.
That looks underwater.
So, you know what's funny? Yeah, that's probably the underwater base, but see on the back, they got a little hula hoop thing. That's the thing that eventually becomes the lightsaber helicopter, right? That they can fly with.
That's right. That's
That's
the
very cool, guys. What are you talking about?
You
That's
better
super
do
amazing
it,
and cool.
otherwise you have no balls, show. Alright?
about.
I want to see them
I like
fly
pro-
away with their lightsaber.
Remember, it was dumb until it was anime. Then it was amazing.
No, that was
It's
different,
not
right? That was an
anime,
umbrella. An umbrella
Oh yeah, that was
lightsaber
the
is cool.
umbrella. Of course, the umbrella lightsaber.
Their compassion.
Also, this is like the sliver of hope that maybe there could be some edge. Just like, there won't be.
What,
Nope,
That
it'll be
there's gonna
very
be-
safe.
This is probably the most
they'll
you
do
see.
steps or something.
I bet the black chick, she's gonna be good by the end of the season. She's gonna
The
be a good guy by the end of the season.
By the Inquisitor.
First Order one?
Yep.
Oh, wait, sorry, Empire one, right? Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure, right, wouldn't it be, because I'm wondering if this is meant to be a scene where it's like the Inquisitors go around and do like tests or public displays that try to lure out Jedi. Maybe that's what this
Something.
is, right? Like, she's
Well, yeah,
gonna
they
kill
could say this
someone.
person was a Jedi sympathizer, or it could be anything.
Yeah, you have options. You could make a really cool show with the premise of Obi-Wan trying to hide out, and then maybe something goes wrong and he has to try and fix it before they figure it out.
But yeah, the Owen Law's popping back up too, which is interesting in terms of, I guess, why not?
Might as well, right?
I mean, I guess it would.
It
He
makes
should
sense.
be here.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I guess,
I mean,
sorry, I don't really mean to say Owen Laws, I mean specifically the actor, and it's just like, yeah, I guess that just lines up. The age is working, everything's working. Wow, Jay wants to join and talk about this. Should we allow such disgusting creatures to just enter the call?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with it too. I mean, we have metal on all the time.
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly.
Yeah, I guess if we have
You wanna be
metals on all the
consistent.
time, I guess then we don't have
Yeah.
any excuse.
I
I don't know. You should feel excited for this sort of thing, but we're in the world where you're just. What
Well-
level of depressed am I?
I mean, someone's already asked me, it's like, so do you think it'll be good? It's like, we'll get there.
No.
We'll get there. At the end of the trailer, we'll talk about that. Hi, Jay.
Hello.
You want to join the link?
You better be glad that I'm here, or you wouldn't have noticed the Chungus nose.
Why would that make me glad? It was distracting and horrifying. Chungus nose.
How are you not glad to have seen the Chungus nose?
There is part of me that's glad. That's part of me. My expression to you right now is through that on-screen avatar. It's great.
Uh,
Yeah.
Wait, your current avatar, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at the
I
despair
see.
in his eyes.
That's fair.
All right, if you're in, Jay, we'll roll it back a little bit. We're just going to play-by-play now, having a look-see. Unless, is there anything you wanna say up to this point in the trailer?
I'm all right at the moment. You know, I've been enjoying my first look at this very cool show.
No.
Why would you build a base underwater?
I don't know.
I don't
Um,
know.
Maybe
there's a
they
reason for
are-
it.
Yeah,
Maybe they
well,
watched art
could you
and they're
imagine
like,
if there
Dear.
there could
And
be a
then they-
reason? What if there was a reason
could
beside
be,
it looks
maybe.
cool? Like what
Like
if that
the
was actually a
cooling
thing that we
something?
got?
It's
Well, like
it's
the
a back
bears-
to ocean.
It's
I
good.
guess
What if
an
it's like a
underwater
ship
base
that
would
they've
be hard to
parked
understand.
underwater? That's probably gonna be like
Oh yeah, Palpatine had a whole fleet under like dirt. So
Yeah.
yeah, this makes more sense than that.
guess
This
that
is a
lines
step
up,
up
yeah.
logically. No, timeline wise, it means they got dumber.
Their
Or maybe
compassion.
it's on like a planet like Camino or something where there's like a lot of aquatic people that they meet, so they've got an underwater base to talk to those people or something.
I mean, it
You
could
know,
just be that
I mean-
harder to find if it's underwater. Maybe you
You
can't
would
scan for
assume
it.
that in the Star Wars universe, that how vast it is, that there are a lot of aquatic species that you just don't see that much of because they're all living underwater, but are just as intelligent as the land dwellers.
Perhaps.
Mon calamari, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the original plan for them was that their ships were going to be full of water.
That's an
That
interesting
would be
very
idea.
hard to make.
A reverse
That would've been
submarine.
So hard to make, though. Goddamn. Like, imagine
Ships
trying
full
to
of
shoot
water
that.
Yeah,
in
I'm-
Tatooine.
I'm pretty sure that, like, I say I'm pretty sure. My guess is that the reason that didn't happen is because they would have to shoot it. Like,
Well, yeah, that would be a fucking
Underwater,
nightmare to shoot, yeah.
Back in 1983, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Even I was about to say even now it's like it will be CGI, but that's still a nightmare for the CGI artist to do.
But oh
It's-
boy,
it-
would it be kind of cool.
It's interesting you say that. Avatar 2, they have underwater stuff in that, but they shot underwater with the people in the suits rather than doing what like Aquaman did, where they're just on a blue screen and then they CGI everything.
Which isn't a
So, like,
surprise because James Cameron is one of the kings of
Well-
practical filmmaking.
From what I understand about that, because of the way that water works, it means that the markers are a lot harder to track when you're filming underwater. So they had to spend like 2 years developing new technologies to
Oh,
just
fucking
film
hell.
underwater mocap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like Avatar 2 is probably going to look amazing because like they spend so much time doing post.
Wait, that's for Avatar 2?
Yes.
Oh.
Avatar 2 is going to have like extensive underwater scenes. I think Kate Winslet's in that movie and she had to like learn how to. She like
Swim.
held her breath
Hold her
for like
breath.
4 minutes.
You
or
got the
something.
world record now. She beat
Jesus
out Tom
Christ.
Cruise.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and
Tom
she's-
Cruise is going to have to make a movie just to get the record back.
And that wasn't
Yeah.
intentional. I'm pretty sure they told her, and she was like, "What?" And it's like, "Yeah, you
Yeah.
did something that's kind of unprecedented. So
Incredible.
nice."
Good job.
That's a
James
long
Cameron's
ass time to hold
dedication.
your breath.
Yeah, it's legit. As much as we're all like, wait, really? Avatar 2? Really? Is that something you're passionate about? Like Avatar 2?
No,
It might
not
be
passionate
cool.
about it all.
No,
I mean,
I'm
it'll
not
be-
Only
either.
record that Avatar 2 is
Remember-
going to break.
When did the first
I don't think it will.
Avatar release?
2009.
Wait, break what?
2009. Oh shit!
Yeah,
I got a phone
it's-
call. One moment.
But remember, it's Avatar 2, 3 filmed back to back, and then 4 and 5 are already like on the table.
I mean,
Yeah,
if they're filmed back to back, they're probably going to be cohesive with one another. That's
Eh,
nice.
Yeah,
We
probably.
can hope. We can hope.
And I guess it's also just that James Cameron seems to want to make these 5 films
Yeah.
He's getting old,
I mean-
man. He needs to hurry up.
about a
before
movie
he-
that will never come out. It's
Here's
been
the thing.
reiterated. It's coming out at the end of this year.
Here's the positive thing. No
Do
one's
it.
going to give a shit if they ruin Avatar. That's
Nobody
nice.
really, yeah, and they might be able to make it cooler by exploring a more multi-layered and because the situation in that film is more complex than I feel is presented. There's something to be said about, well, shit, if you've got an entire species from a different planet that really needs the shit under your tree in order to continue as a species, like there's something to talk about there as an idea.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like the first film didn't explore that as much. Dances with Smurfs.
Jay, what do you think of their use of Duel of Fates in the trailer? You love it.
Yeah, I remember that music. It's good. Wait,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's also
I
mentioned
remember
as well.
Obi-Wan.
There's a lot of not aliens in Tatooine right now, huh? And it's like, yeah. Well,
Was like entirely human population of
maybe this
Tatooine.
is a humans meeting where all the humans
Ah.
came to discuss
Maybe this is
human
like
matters.
maybe this is like the clan, but for humans.
Oh no.
They hate all other races.
Leaves a trail.
There he is,
Someone
Joel
said-
Edgerton. Who's
There he is.
immune in this show. He cannot be killed. But then so
That's right.
can't Kenobi, and so can't Anakin, so can't...
He could die, and it
Aunt
turns out
Beru.
there's a clone of him.
That's
They
true.
cloned him. Then the clone lives.
Imagine
He was a bad
Imagine
dad.
that this series actually reveals that it's actually subverting the OT and
Vi.
it's going to be a new timeline.
Well, that would be an interesting idea. And it looks like we're going to Coruscant then, is what this is, I assume.
Does,
No
it look,
clue.
does it look built up enough to be Coruscant? I mean, I guess it could be like
well,
We could be very
We don't
high
see
up
how
right
high
now.
they are. Yeah.
yeah.
And it could
I
be
don't
like,
know. I
it
mean,
could be a...
Coruscant's a
Could
whole
be one of the
planet.
lower
So
levels. Couldn't be one of the lower levels, right? Like 13.
Well, then there'd be stuff above them, surely.
not
that we could
necessarily. It's
see.
a whole planet that's a city. There
This
are
is
parts
the
that
thing.
are just-
Imagine the difference in locales you could actually do with city. There's like all kinds of different things you could do.
Sorry, I thought the lower levels in Coruscant were literally below the normal city, like underground, as in like
They
that's
are.
what
Look at how
Those are
dark
the
this
low
place
S
is, though.
levels, not the lower levels.
I'm confused now.
Eh.
What?
Yeah.
Once you get to the
Oh, yeah.
lower levels of like Coruscant, it definitely gets darker, but they might still be tall enough that you could build up like this, and then the roof is above in the clouds there or the mist.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I mean,
Hey,
Coruscant's big
not
enough for them to have
Tatooine.
a lot of locations.
Someone
Yeah,
said,
it is
someone
not
said, who
Tatooine.
cares where it is? Motherfucker, I've been on Tatooine for 10 years. I want to move on. I want to find somewhere else to look at, okay?
Could you imagine if they're like, yeah, we're going to Bambo. It's the biggest city on Tatooine, and we were like,
Okay. This is all sand, just colored different.
The top comment with 12,000 upvotes. The fact that they played Duel of the Fates, Anakin's Dark Deeds, and Battle of the Heroes is insane. Instant chills right there.
There you go.
Fuck off.
Why would I keep
I don't
getting
even care
more?
if you're a nice person. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
It literally is
that's-
like it's like Pavlov's dog with these people. You play the music or you show them an ATST and they'll just fucking salivate instinctively. They just don't know any better. They've been trained to do this. It's pathetic.
This could theoretically be anywhere. Actually, it really could be Bumbo, whatever you said, Jay.
We have no clue where this could be.
this could be on Tatooine. Like it's not
At
that
night,
big.
I
Yeah,
doubt it's on
But that
Tatooine,
would-
but maybe.
I mean,
Doubt it's on
that's the thing. Like, there's no reason that a place built up this much couldn't exist on Tatooine that looks like this. It's just that they aren't. They don't seem to ever break the mold with established places that we've been seen on certain planets, right? You know, we're not going to see somewhere like icy, and they're going to go, yeah, we're on the forest moon of Endor. This part's just cold, you know, or in the poles. They just don't do that.
We don't do that in the Star Wars universe. Multiple biomes on one planet.
The first biome we
Yeah.
see, that's the entire planet.
Which shithole do you want to be in now?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this were
So-
like their opening scene, the hunting down and killing some Jedi or someone who's a person who's, and then they go to
maybe.
get their next mission on the water planet, and they're telling them it's Tatooine, and then they go there.
But it doesn't look built up enough to be Coruscant, or at
It could
least
just be a different
not
part
to
of
be the
Coruscant, that's all.
Exactly, but
Why-
it doesn't. But they don't. But they
planet?
don't. But that's what I'm saying. Is in they don't. I believe that this could be on the same planet as the Coruscant we've seen, but because they tend not to introduce like new biomes that look different from what we've already seen of a planet before, I'm skeptical that this would be Coruscant because it looks different from the Coruscant bits we've seen.
Fair enough.
But it might be, you know.
The Jedi Code is
Yeah, that'd be them arriving at
like
Tatooine
an
then.
itch. He cannot help it.
See, now I'm like, wait, because was that Obi-Wan on what we assume was Coruscant or whatever? So
possibly.
also a droid. Whoa.
Looks like I wrote
No,
it.
you
I
didn't skip
guess-
back far enough.
My God, I'm so terrible at it.
Fool.
Yeah, maybe he travels around, I guess, doing stuff.
I have to imagine they're going to take him off Tatooine.
I mean, yeah, that could be on Tatooine, but it
Tatooine
doesn't look
nightlife.
like it doesn't look like every shot of Tatooine we've ever seen. So maybe it, you know,
Hmm.
Jesus, Rags,
Yeah.
can you not be a smug insult machine for 5 seconds? Contribute something of substance, please.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Kill yourself,
Oh,
I
no.
guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. I don't know where you've been for the last 3 years.
Rags is joking, and yeah.
And
Don't
yeah,
worry.
of course, I was referring to Minecraft, of course. What's
Help it.
he got in his hand?
Where
It's not, I don't know what that
Is
was.
it a gun or a? It looks like it looks like one of those radar things that the police use. Dude, like how fast is that car going? Like a radar gun?
that blue on that armor
Some, yeah. Looks like it's
on the
bluish.
hand of.
on further up
On the
back.
robot?
Oh, is that?
I think
is that
it's
a
the robot,
droid?
right?
Oh, that's the droid. Oh, okay, yeah.
But the droid
Yeah.
is blue, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if the stormtroopers are going to look still like exiting from the clone era type look. Why
That would
not?
be neat.
It would.
That would be neat. But we've seen, so I don't think they're going to do it.
Where is he?
That's going to be
Or-
funny to look at.
He looks very silly.
It does. It
He
just
looks like
odd.
I don't know
looks like
that
someone from Hellraiser.
Really.
Mad. What?
Yeah.
Rags, were you Did you like
What?
cease to be conscious for like for a little bit, like 20 minutes ago, or
Maybe I did have to take a call. Was it then?
no?
No.
It wasn't. You weren't
No?
here, and you just didn't listen.
Oh, I didn't hear. I guess I was just
I
focused.
made a
on
whole
the
thing
something
about
else.
it, but that's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Um,
Well, at least now you confirm that it's a correct opinion.
Are you sure that you don't have like just temporary amnesia every now and then, or like?
I can't
just
remember.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying, it might be worth like. Is that something with dogs that their memory is a little bit odd?
No, I think it just kind of comes. Sometimes things just slip through the cracks. You know,
Right.
sometimes things just don't quite get absorbed. I got so much going on. Just busy up in the headspace. What's gonna happen next? I don't know.
I feel like aiming the lightsaber at them is more than enough. Spinning it is kind of funny. Like, what do you?
He's just doing it because he
It's
can.
intimidating. It's intimidating, right?
I just think
It'll
that
look
weapon
very
style.
good for the trailer.
If people were like, "You got to adapt it over," because that's what it was in Rebels or whatever else, I just feel like maybe we don't. Maybe we just
Forget it happened.
maybe we rethink the idea because this is a little too much for me. I think.
Between darkness.
See, like,
Oh my God,
look at his
little
hat. Look at his hat.
he
He's
looks
like a
silly
mushroom.
too. Like
Okay,
He's
this
wearing
could
a
be Coruscant.
walk.
This could be Coruscant.
He's walking a bit
be.
weird too. Yeah, his legs are really far apart.
This
You know,
looks-
they're like spread a bit.
He's got a
This
corn
shot
cob
looks
shoved up his
bad.
asshole.
Something
This one
just looks
actually-
off about this shot.
What do you mean, Jay?
I don't know.
I mean, I feel like I can see exactly where the physical ground they're standing on ends, and the blue screen starts just behind them.
Well,
Hmm.
so I wonder if this was one of the ones shot in the light stage as well. They've been using that a lot.
Right? Yeah, the new tech. Well, I say new tech. Mandalorian season 2 introduced it, right?
I
Is
think
that their
season one
little
had it.
surround screen thing?
It's we've gone back to the thing where it was just the piece of paper on the thing that moves around, you know, when they were
Yeah.
like riding on a horse, the background. We've come full circle now that we do that again. But it's really cool technology. It's super cool because it gets all of the lighting correct. So they don't have to worry about that when they're doing it in post. That
Chat
light stage
speculating-
stuff is awesome.
Could be Corellia or Alderaan. It's like, at this point, I guess it could literally be any fucking planet. It's
Any
like,
place, somewhere we've never seen before.
good, yeah.
That would be nice.
Would it? We've gotten loads of that, technically.
Anything better than a desert. I just want to be out of the desert. I never want to see
Yeah,
a
that's-
desert again.
That's the key. It doesn't have to be a planet we've never seen before. I'm done with Tatooine. Come on now.
Do you know how
Yeah.
excited we were to see Camino? We were like, oh, hey, like the Boba Fett. We're like, oh, hey,
Nice.
flashback to Camino. That looks cool. That looks neat.
Only
And it was
flashes.
just-
Just
like-
flashes.
It was like 10 seconds of Camino, and the rest was just shitty fucking desert.
Yep.
That fucking back to tank.
Oh my. See, they got a normal lightsaber.
I'm sorry. Look at that dude who's like
Like-
whose head is
like-
right next to the lightsaber. He's just
Whoa,
chilling
calm
out.
down. Whoa. I'm just over here at this table with nothing on it.
I don't like Jedi. I'm fine. Don't.
Well, what's up with the complete lack of like glassware and salt and pepper and like what the fuck? He's just empty. It just looks strange that all of these tables are empty.
You bring your own salt.
Yeah.
and pepper
Yeah,
on
you
top.
so bring your
Yeah.
own stuff. It's a reading place with no books.
Bring your own. It's a restaurant with a BYOF policy. You bring your own food. They
Doesn't
just
even-
provide the tables and chairs and a patio. It's
I
not
mean,
even a
I think we
patio.
just call
Is
that
it?
like a park. Maybe this is what qualifies as a park.
It's a
on
Tatooine park.
This is where you park your ass and eat.
Nice.
I want to see that. I want to see the shot in full just to get this guy's reaction to a lightsaber being ignited in his face.
All right, we'll roll it back a little. He doesn't react at all. Nice. Nice.
This is
You might
generally
feel-
want to tell your actors like this is what's going to happen in the world,
To be
so
fair,
your character
sure
should
you
react
react
to
to it.
this.
If there were no
Yeah.
red shit coming out of that, I still feel like you might want to feel like you're backing up a bit, right? Because they're getting a little
Yeah, I'd
close.
be like, what's happened here? This weird lady is in this dude is
like-
what is he has a stick? What's that all about? Is that a flare? I don't know.
And defeat. Yeah. See, I feel like this is
Oh, a
all
lot
going to
of
be the
shots
same
don't touch me.
opening for the Inquisitors, which is they're
Yeah.
just chasing down someone or some group.
Yeah. And then
Hope
he's gonna be like,
survives.
Oh, here's what it's gonna be. The Inquisitor is chasing down a guy, and then she's gonna catch him, and she's gonna be like, where is he?" Like, I'd be like, "Who?" "You know, Kenobi." He's like, "I'll never tell you." And then he, like, dies, but he's, like, defiant, like, "Ha, you'll never find him. As long as he lives, the Jedi will live." And then she kills him, and she's upset, and then it'll
Maybe,
boof, the
yeah.
scene will end, and then it will cut to Obi-Wan on the planet briefly, and then we'll get the title sequence, and that will be our first episode.
I wonder if we will already complain that she like executes him instead of taking him in for torture or whatever.
Oh, they don't no. This is Disney Star Wars, I don't give a shit. Should just be that upset.
Now
And
for
then by the end of the season, she will be a good guy. Like the protagonist of the Battlefront 2 thing.
Oh,
It was like,
yeah,
"Nope,
right.
you're a good guy. You're the good ones now. You're not part of the Empire."
Maybe not, though. Maybe she will just be a bad guy forever.
I'm going to I'm gonna I'm more confident about my first episode opening sequence there. Um, but then I'm less confident on her being good at the end, but I'm still fairly confident they're gonna make her good at the end.
What about the other black one?
What other black one?
There's a black Inquisitor, and then there's a
Yeah.
black leader. It's the I forget her name. Indina, I think it is something. She was in Game of Thrones relatively recently, but she's a Empire captain. Do you reckon she'll be evil or good by the end?
No.
I reckon they'll both be evil because of their jobs. I don't see the idea of making someone an Inquisitor unless we're going to give them a lot of time.
Well, here's the thing.
Or, you
In
know, you
this
could just
show,
not do
remember
that.
what they did with Boba Fett, and just they implied that he changed into a different person.
True, though, that was at least... There was no other character work in the entire season other than that. They thought they did a lot of it.
Yeah, I think it slots in perfectly with Disney so far, where you will have, yeah, you know, like, people will just run away with things, and they will invent stuff that doesn't happen, like, "Oh, Mando's not gonna be a bounty hunter anymore. This is pretty much the fact." And then there's just nothing in the show that supports that whatsoever, but they just make it up and say it confidently, and people buy into it. It's the same thing. You could just you just fill in all the gaps in your brain, and you don't
Well,
have to work for
look,
any of it.
I'll say you were right if in the first episode she falls in a Sarlacc. If that happens, he's definitely becoming a good guy.
It's
Sarlacc has psychic
essentially
effects
like
on you, on the people it digests.
It
For
does.
some reason.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know, this is all recorded, and it's on YouTube
Wait.
forever. So, my
Apparently-
predictions, we will see if one day my predictions come true.
Apparently, this is what Hellraiser is supposed to look like. I think I would be upset if I cared that this is what they did to him.
It looks so bad. They got someone whose face is just no. Why did you hire this clown?
So the eyes
Oh
are
my
all
They're all
wrong.
an
God.
entirely different face shape.
It's
They've
I
not, yeah,
know
they've not
it
done
is
his
an,
eyes at all.
The eyes are
it's an
completely
entirely
fucked.
different person.
The makeup is wrong. Like his
The makeup
forehead
is
stuff is the
actually
wrong
Yeah,
shape,
you're right.
and they've not like got the eye things the right color.
Yeah, his eyes aren't yellow.
Why? Yeah, I'm sorry. So much of this is wrong. Like, it
This
feels
looks
like
shit.
a kid copying the other one from memory or something. It's like, why have you
Yeah,
fucked up
it's
so much
it's
of
like
it?
drawn from memory.
Yeah, it actually does feel. It actually does feel like it's from memory. How else did they fuck it up this much? Like,
Yeah, it's like he's got these. I spend all of my focusing power on remembering what the tattoos on his forehead look like. What do the rest look like again?
Well,
I don't know.
but-
He had something under his eyes.
Even if it's like, I
Uh,
remember what they looked like. Do you remember what angles they were at? It's like, I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I
It's-
think so.
The little arrows were pointing sideways. Like, were
Maybe
they?
it's not
like,
the
yeah,
same
I'm pretty
person.
sure.
Maybe it's just like maybe they're just from the same clan, or maybe they're brothers.
Man.
Maybe
I've got the
they got like
my
a
source for this is a Star Wars direct thing that says he's the same character.
maybe it's like a
Well,
Sith
I
Laurel
can
and Hardy.
see how this is the same character. I could see it, but like you fucked it up.
Like I would be happy for them to say that these guys are from the same place, even though the second guy still looks kind of flumpy. But
Someone said head shape I'm fine with, such as a limitation with animation for live act. No, just get someone with a head that isn't like a circle.
yeah,
Get someone whose head is shaped like not that. Because this is just no. You can find someone, you're Disney. You could find someone with any head shape that you want.
I was gonna say, they surely wouldn't be lacking for all the different casting options they have, right?
maybe this guy is just
anyone.
so incredibly good that they
He could be
couldn't
one of the
choose
greatest.
anyone else, and we're
greatest
gonna
actors
find that out
ever.
when we see the show.
Well, yeah, we haven't
Perhaps.
finished the last shot of the trailer, the most incredible moment. Here we go.
Right.
Oh yeah.
He just looks.
Where he looks and his face isn't in the frame because
It's
It is a bit
right.
awkward, isn't it?
yeah, it is like
Yeah.
what's going on the bottom left that's so important? We really had to.
Wait, so there's a show called Obi-Wan Kenobi, not Kenobi.
It's called Obi-Wan
Yes, so.
Kenobi. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Oh,
the
not-
eye
it's
is
not
a
the
little
other Kenobi.
lightsaber.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is.
That's
That-
amazing.
That was
That's Darth
necessary.
Vader's lightsaber, isn't it? With the big button on the side. Or
Sorry?
is it-
No, that's
is it-
Obi-Wan's
Is
lightsaber.
it this Obi-Wan's? Okay.
Why didn't they make the eye in Obi a lightsaber too? God.
They should have made it. They should have made the first eye Vader's lightsaber and the second eye Obi-Wan's
I'm
lightsaber.
surprised
Dude, they
didn't.
should have
That
made
feels
every
like
line a lightsaber in all of it. Even N, make that lightsaber.
And they should have made the O the Inquisitor's lightsaber.
Oh, perfect. We should
And
make
then
this.
the O is actually a black hole, which is all these fucking series are.
Right, so anyway, I mean, production is clearly better than Obi-Wan. It'll probably be on par with Mando's best stuff.
It's better than
But
what?
writing, Boba Fett, writing will be like a big question mark. I don't think.
Yeah.
It'll be bad.
Well, it's written by different people than those other shows are, but I mean, there's no reason
Oh,
to
wow.
assume that it would be
Yeah,
any
we could
better.
just add them to the pile.
But
I don't know.
the
The people,
showrunner,
yeah.
the showrunner was a director on a couple of Mando episodes.
Oh, we're
like,
fucked.
This is what I mean. Like, there's no reason to
Just a
think
director though, like you know, they probably didn't have power over the story.
they did.
Why is this something that we accept? If you're a director, you are overall creatively
I think we should-
responsible. For
yeah,
what you
unless-
make.
Yeah, but okay, if they're not running the show though, they're creatively responsible for like how the
The
episode.
episode they made.
Well, to give
Yeah,
you
but-
an idea, Jay, like the directions for Robert Rodriguez on episode 6 of season 2 was he got to do whatever he wants with the fight sequences as long as, you know, character X lives, character X dies. Like,
Oh, okay,
he just got to do anything. So
okay.
that's
Oh,
why.
and the writer worked on the screenplay for Army of the Dead, right? Yeah.
Oh,
What?
fucking-
Oh no!
This is
How
a
does it
limited
happen?
series, true.
How does
It's
it
a limited
happen?
series, so there will be no second season.
Oh my god! How does anyone who worked on Army of the Dead just not excommunicated from Hollywood?
From life.
Life you
Well,
would.
calm down.
Are they going to show something else after the after this?
I don't think.
No, they just say the release.
Oh,
date.
it does a little special lightsaber thing. There you go. Whee!
Yeah.
How
Look at
neat
it.
is that?
They do like doing that now, I've noticed.
We're gonna check it out. Don't you panic, EFAP fans. But like, if you want us to like get hype, it's like that ain't fucking happening.
No.
What is there to be hyped about? I don't even know.
Hmm.
Someone posted this.
Is it even
in
worth
the-
saying
I
it
don't,
could be good? It's not
I don't
even.
even know if this is true or not.
Oh
but
god! What is,
Good.
I don't even know.
What is
I don't even
happening?
know.
what?
He looks like like a World War II propaganda character
God!
of the Japanese.
What is?
That they did-
What have they done with it? Like, what's? It just looks like a really bad rain protection. Like, what are you doing? It's
It's
like
an
it's my
umbrella
umbrella hat. Yeah.
It is an umbrella hat to match his
It is
umbrella
raining in the scene as
lightsaber.
well.
Oh.
Also, I think they show enough stormtroopers to confirm they're not going to do like a segue between the Clone Wars era and the Empire.
Well, fair enough.
Which I guess makes sense because Obi-Wan is older enough that I feel like we're probably well into the Empire.
Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah,
they're
it's
gonna.
10 years after
Yeah,
Revenge
10
of the
years.
Sith.
There is, dare I say, a bit of a cycle, and it is that we watch like a trailer or whatever, and it's like, okay, I can see pieces here that might be able to make a good haul. All right, and I don't see why they wouldn't do X, Y, Z, and then it like turns out to be catastrophic.
Every time we give them an inch, we regret it. Every time.
Well,
Yeah, because it's not necessarily doomed, you know, like you could do something.
consider then what we know about this show, that Obi-Wan is going to fight Vader like 3 times.
Yeah. And they're gonna put Vader in the next trailer, the proper like full trailer.
I'm surprised he
in the
wasn't in
end.
this as a tease. Why wouldn't you? You know, get that.
Because
I
this
guarantee
is
you
what
fans
they
are
use
like, the
all of the
music
things
is
Yeah.
that's what it means.
They use the music for this one. They'll use Vader for the next one. They'll jangle the keys and they'll Pavlov dog this.
I
And
like
all
how
the people on
it's
the internet
become
will
such a clear
salivate.
formula though. Like the formula is, and Marvel does it too, right? At the end of the trailer, show them in their crazy super duper costume. Like show them right at the end, and then people will be like, "Oh, I can't wait to see them in their costume for like an additional 5 minutes. That'll be great." Like,
Ultimately, it's a good way to construct a trailer to get people to watch the product. Like this,
Yeah.
this is a well-constructed trailer.
Just
Oh,
remember that,
they've
though.
mastered.
Remember, it's
They're the
marketing.
shepherds of the sheep. They've mastered the
Well, I was just saying, just remember when you watch this stuff, when you're like, "Oh, they're playing the music," someone's sitting there smiling. He's smiling and rubbing his hands together, like, "Yes, good."
That's why we bought that
He's
fucking
very
song.
happy. He's very, very happy that's because it's marketing. Remember, it's marketing. They want you to. Yeah, it's they're trying to sell you something.
We
People are
bought that
expecting,
song.
like-
Which
We
is
sell it
fine.
back to
Which
you.
is totally fine because they've got a product that they're trying to sell. It's just remember what the dynamics are here. This is an exchange of sorts. You're
Be-
exchanging your money for art, essentially.
Because of the
It is
dialogue
essentially art.
in A New Hope,
Yeah.
people are expecting like there will be clunky attempts at making it fit better, quote unquote, which will be like, you know, he says like, when I left you I was but a learner, now I'm the master. It's like, it's gonna be when they fight, like when Kenobi leaves him, he might be like, you still have so much to learn, student boy. He'd be like, see, still lines up. You're like, yeah, okay. I saw a Reddit comments discussing how it was this it was upvoted to hell, and I was just like, God, please don't be real. It was like, it would be really cool if there were dialogue that have like, Darth Vader is like, Anakin is dead, I am now Darth Vader, and that's what you should call me. And then Obi-Wan goes, sure, okay, Darth. And the reason why they're making that line is because Obi-Wan calls him Darth in A New Hope, because obviously it's a bit more clunky when they were making everything back then, and they didn't have everything lined up, so I don't know that it makes sense that he would call him Darth or Anakin or whatever, but like, they'll want...
He wasn't Luke's dad at that point.
They'll want to account for it, you know, and be like, my name is Darth. It's like, fine, I will call you Darth from now on then. Something.
They accounted for Lando calling Han.
They did.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it. Not even that clunkily or badly.
That was fine. Just like Han, and then I think they just point out, like, that's not how my name is said.
No.
Simple as that.
It's more than that. As a bluff going into the card game, that like Han wants to essentially bluff that he's bad at a card game to get underestimated so that he can win a bet. And as part of the bluff, he gets the card game's name wrong on purpose. It's called Sibak, and he pronounces it Sibak. And then Lando hears him say, his name is Han. It's like, all right, Han. Which, I don't know, bit clunky, but kind of, I don't know. I'm
I
okay
think
with it.
that's fine.
So
that's fine.
This is a little amusing.
Not quite as good as the explanation for his surname, though.
No, that's brilliant. That's top notch. We needed that explanation.
Yes.
Just something amusing I've just seen. Remember how, like, before Batman they played a trailer? It's like, look at all of the DC films coming out in 2022. Like,
I didn't get that trailer.
Oh, well, they've all been delayed. Now only one of them is coming out this year. The rest.
Oh
are
shit! Really? What's the one?
Yeah, Black Adam got delayed to October, and Aquaman got delayed to March,
Whoa.
and The Flash got delayed to June, which means that means Shazam probably got delayed too, right?
October of next year.
Shazam's coming out this year. It got moved up. Huh. Okay. Huh. Oh, well, actually, I guess that makes sense. I think that film started shooting before all the other ones. I don't know how they figure these things out. I just find that funny. All these DC movies coming out this year, half of them aren't coming out this year anymore.
Well, all right then. But yeah, Kenobi. That's about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else
What
can
else
be
is there to
said?
say?
The enthusiasm is off the charts.
What else there is
I
to
guess
say?
I guess I'm just not a mindless sheep.
Oh, says the sheep.
Oh, you got me. I'm actually a sheep in sheep's clothing.
Seems
Sheep in
redundant,
sheep's
but alright.
clothing. It's just
I feel like that's what
skin.
a very stupid but clever sheep would do to disguise himself from the wolves. He's like, I'll put on a costume. I'll put an outfit, so he just thinks I'm some other sheep, and I'm not really me.
So anyway, am I gonna do Sumpo chats now? Is that chill? I think we've moved on
let's
from
do
that.
that.
Yes, very well.
Wait, can I interject something real quick?
Disgusting. Okay.
You will allow
Very
it?
relevant to discussion of Obi-Wan. Is it just before this streams? Just before I hopped on the stream, I was watching the Revenge of the Sith deleted scenes for my new video because they are relevant to it. Because some of them made it into the game. But did you know that this is how Obi-Wan originally defeated General Grievous?
Is that a video?
He cuts off both of his. Well, he cuts off all 4 of his arms, and then I'm sending 2 images. He cuts off all 4 of his arms, and then we get this happen. This is from the original animatic of the fight scene. Here it comes. You can see this as a video. It might be better as a video, actually. I could put it in the watch together. You know what? I'll do that. I've cancelled the pictures.
All right.
Okay.
Let's find
Jump
this.
back in
What a Jenny.
so I can see the original animatic.
Oh, wait, hold on, I'm not in there. Alright.
Alright, we want to be... And you should be good for this. This is all on YouTube for, completely available, so...
So you're not lying?
We want to be at, 15 minutes. There we go. Here we are.
Okay.
Oh, music might be an
he's
issue, though, so you
punching
probably
him.
want to mute it.
I
Oh,
will
okay.
mute it.
Okay.
I can put up a copyright protection, I think. Or maybe I can't. Fuck
He
it.
looks pretty spooky here.
Does. Pretty low poly.
You're strong to be able to pull it. Oh,
Oh my
he rips and
god!
throws them away.
Oh, he's just pulling stuff out of him.
Oh, is he gonna force yank that
Oh
out?
no, why are those so weak that they can be pulled open?
Oh god, Obi.
Man, this
What are you
feels
gonna
super
do?
awkward.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is bad. I'm glad they cut this out. This is awful.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Jesus,
Jesus Christ!
Obi-Wan.
So,
Oh no!
And then he
well, they made the right decision not
What
to have
the
this be in it.
fuck?
This is cruel. This is
Wow.
I thought I should share this.
Oh, and he
I'm
kicks
so
him
glad
off.
that he kicks him off. This is so bad. I'm glad that they didn't do this.
What he
Obi-Wan
rips
did
his
this.
Oh my god.
He
Grievous was
rips out
shooting
his
himself.
brain.
His stomach
when
brain.
George was pitching
Was
this verbally, everyone in the room should have gone, George, are you okay?
It reminds me of when, Anakin has completely disarmed Count Dooku and then has him, there ready to
Yeah.
execute him, going, it's not the Jedi way. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan cuts off all of Grievous's arms and then doesn't hesitate before ripping out his brain and then shooting it.
He rips out the brain, throws it onto the platform, and then shoots it. Specifically, not even the rest of the body. He shoots the brain.
It goes all flat.
Yeah.
Like it's a
Like,
little
wow.
balloon.
Wow. That is...
That's so mean.
Jeez. That is fucking hell.
Do you imagine how shocked Grievous would have been watching him do that? He'd be like, wow.
Like, what the fuck, Obi-Wan? Jesus Christ. I should have lit you up once you jumped down.
Are we sure that this was the film that showed Anakin's descent to the dark side?
Obi-Wan's
see,
a
that would be way
stone-cold
better
killer.
if Anakin actually used things that happened against Obi-Wan. Like, you motherfucker, I saw how you killed Grievous or whatever else, you know? Oh well. Grievous
My
slaughtered a
point
bunch
of
of
view, the
Jedi.
Jedi.
Okay. So that just means you could do it.
So did Dooku!
Let's feed him to the rats. Fuck it. Like,
Right?
what is it with these people?
Dooku trained Grievous to do that.
Don't know. The desire to cause suffering in someone who's done wrong is just like, you gotta introspect a little, right?
Calm down. Jesus Christ. Are you not worried at all about becoming evil? That could never happen to me. I would never be like them. Like, oh, okay. All right.
Delivers that
Alright.
line while shooting his enemy's brain.
Neat.
You think-
ripped
you
out your
think in
brain
that
just
version-
to shoot it?
Because that version didn't have the dialogue in. Do you think that version he still says so uncivilized?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Hmm.
Maybe it was more of an afterthought to be like, oh, have we seen a Jedi use a blaster like this before? Maybe
Well-
he should like make a comment on it.
It's actually a callback to the OT, isn't it? Because in the OT, Obi-Wan describes a lightsaber as being more civilized and less clumsy than a blaster.
More
that
elegant
the
weapon
line?
for a. He said it's an elegant weapon for a more civilized age. From a more
That's the
civilized
one.
age is what he said. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's actually one of the
Uh,
things that I meant to mention. For some reason we all blanked when we were doing the Plinkett EFAP. That was obviously, the line was referencing that.
Did we not mention it? I feel like
No, we
'cause
didn't. We
Oh,
said we were trying to think about what Obi-Wan's point was, but everyone was saying, I think it's just a reference. It's not like actually him trying to make a point about his fight with Grievous or anything.
Oh, well, I guess we were taking a more in-universe approach to it.
Yeah. Right then, I guess I'm just going to start reading Super Chats, and we will do as many as we can before we must stop. Unfortunately, an hour and a half is obviously been talking about
my
Kenobi,
goodness.
so we may only not make any progress at all today, but that would mean that we still caught up with some.
I will say, Chad is correct when they say that the only thing that scene was missing was Obi-Wan dabbing
Yes.
over to Grievous's body after he rips his brain out and shoots it.
Want someone to make that edit?
Force dab.
Why did Sonic the Hedgehog skip breakfast?
Ooh, why did Sonic the Hedgehog skip breakfast? Now, breakfast has the word fast in it. So I'm
Ooh.
curious if that is going to be part of the punchline. Why did Sonic the Hedgehog skip breakfast? Ooh, because he needed to get a quick bite, or because because he was fasting.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes.
Timely, because it is Lent.
Hope you can put this towards new equipment you mentioned in your video. Well, thank you very much, and it shall be indeed. Enjoy your content and love seeing you on Real BBC and Drinker's channel. Very engaging. I enjoyed your reaction. The death of Baby Yoda by Az's hands. Smiley face. Did you guys see that?
No.
On Real BBC,
didn't.
Az has like a little Baby Yoda doll, and he fucking tore its head off in the live stream. It was honey as hell. Funny as hell is what I meant. But,
It was honey as fell.
Yes.
That sounds
Oh.
disturbing.
I enjoyed it immensely. It was because
Good.
our other
Fuck that
co-host Nina was talking about how much she thinks Baby Yoda's awesome, and then he was like, "All right, enough." And
Stop. What's awesome about him? I want to know what's awesome about him.
cute
Tell
baby,
me.
cute baby, cute baby.
No,
cute
it's
baby,
not
cute
cute
baby,
though.
cute
It's
baby.
like all
He's
wrinkly
letting
and
your brain
nasty,
go.
and babies aren't
Wrinkly
even
and
cute.
nasty.
Babies
They're
are
all
like
ugh.
rags.
No, that's not true. Not all babies are like wrinkly like Baby Yoda is. Baby Yoda's like particularly wrinkly. And he's like a fucking green ball sack with ears.
Wow. I just think Baby Yoda's shit in general, you know?
I do think he's
I don't
shit
care
in
about his
general.
wrinkly ballsack head. That's never been an issue for me. Okay, it's fine. But yeah, thank you, Mola. If you were paid $1 bazillion to make an honest, unbridled praise of the sequel trilogy, how do you think you could make it? 30 minutes, 5 minutes, 38 seconds. It would probably focus heavily on production values, the look of everything, the sound of everything, the performances. I would spend as much time as I can talking about all that. The writing is a bit more difficult to praise, you know. Though, there are, you know, I wouldn't say tiny sections of the TFA series that go over compliments to TFA, but I think I implied it back in part 1 or 2. The longer you go on in TFA, the much less there is to compliment, and we have reached... We're far into the 3rd act, so there's just so little to compliment now for writing. Rags, do you actually like the scritches for the fluffy good boy super chats, or are you just being polite because they gave money?
I can do both. I can appreciate though. Yeah, I can be appreciative that people gave us money and are saying hello to me and that they're acknowledging my existence. And I can also enjoy the general gesture as it's implied.
Also, hi Rags, scritches for the fluffy good boy.
Oh, thank you very much. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Just wanted to let you know I greatly enjoy your work. I am working on a video essay on a different channel, not self-promoting, and your videos helped inspire me to do it. Hail from the colonies. Oh man, good stuff to hear. Hope you're, whatever you're getting up to, I hope it's going well, yeah. Hey guys, you know ice, frozen water, stuff you put in drinks? Did you know that there have not been 1, not 2, but 18 sequels to ice? I'm not making this up, look on Wikipedia. I thought it peaked at 11 and it really went down by 15. Downhill by 15. Uh-huh.
Let me look up what you're talking about.
I know there are like 20 million Ice Age sequels.
I don't think
I don't
they're talking
But
about Ice Age.
Ice Age
Ice
not one and
TV
the same.
miniseries 2011?
I have never heard
don't
of
know.
this.
I have no idea.
Is that...
I've never heard of this.
Or are they like making like some kind of chemistry joke or
I'm assuming it's a joke
Some-
that
ice
it's referencing something I don't understand about phases of ice.
maybe?
Phases of ice?
Are there 18 phases of ice? Is that what it is? A freeze is coming.
What killed
There
the
are 18
dinosaurs?
There
The
are 18
ice.
Mr. Freeze movies starring ice.
Schwarzenegger? Oh yeah.
That would be amazing if they shot 18 seasons and it was just never released to the public. It was just like a producer's
tragedy,
dream.
Rex.
Well, it means that it exists and it's out there one day. We will have it.
Could you imagine if someone like pulled off a heist to get that footage and then released it to the public?
Yeah, Mission Impossible
They'd be hailed as a
style
hero.
heist.
Yeah.
They would be a hero. They would be an actual hero. They should get the Medal of Honor. They should get 3 medals of honor.
Lord Longbone of New Brooklington Abbey. Have you given any more thought to a Kong fap of Peter Jackson's Long Kong? When there's less going on, it'd be a movie fap for the ages. P.S. Hello, Wagsy. Scritches for the good boy.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely considering
right in
it.
the kisser.
Definitely something that we're looking into. You know, I feel like it's gonna happen at some point. Long Kong.
So that's
yeah.
Running Man. I don't think so.
I've been waiting for this. Third strike music starts blaring. Third strike music?
For
I don't know. It just says that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm glad. Hopefully you enjoyed whatever it was you were looking for. This is where the tism begins. Yeah, kinda. This is where it begins. Is you know, it's the trailer for the show. You know. Morley, you gay? I'm 90% sure of it. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Yeah, that's fair enough. This one says, I'm here for Doomer's hot takes. I'm afraid he wasn't on this one or the last mini, or yeah. Not sure what he's up to these days. I was hoping to touch base with the lad, see what he's up to. Mola kissed Rags on the lips. I'm like 90% sure about that. Also, hi Rags.
Hello. That's not
Yes.
true. That's not.
I don't
where-
remember
that's
that
not-
happening.
That's not where he kissed
Mm.
me. We did. I mean, we haven't kissed.
Yes, that's the one. Today's
Would we
animal of the
kiss if we
day
ever met up?
is the telescope fish. One moment.
The telescope fish.
Oh Jesus!
I've already pictured in my head what
Oh,
it looks
fuck.
like.
It's a horror
Are you
creature.
gonna post it?
That's not even.
That's a real animal, not like an 80s horror thing.
Let's
That's
take a look. Jesus Christ! Fuck off!
that is a horror creature. I'm sorry. This
What a fucking foul creature.
It's it that does
What the
as
fuck?
Jay just said, like that looks like it was made by us to be creepy. Doesn't look like it.
Like, imagine just like being down there and this thing is swimming around and this thing is just swimming around in the water that you're currently in. Fuck that.
Telescope.
It's just a
Ugh,
different planet down
jeez.
there. What's so creepy about it is it seems there's only like a couple pictures of it. Like, we
sorry.
don't know what the rest of it even is.
This deep sea species can swallow prey larger than itself. What?
How?
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 Not possible. Is it?
I guess
Maybe
if it
it's
crushes
very
it down,
stretchy.
It has to expand
maybe
like
if-
a balloon.
yeah, and maybe it's only larger in the sense that it looks larger, but maybe the things it eats can be crushed down into compacted
Or maybe-
sizes.
Maybe it's like a plastic bag and it just expands a lot.
Or maybe
Yeah.
this
This isn't
horror
something that
creature
plastic
is from another
bags
really
dimension
do, but,
and
you know.
finds Newtonian physics. This Lovecraftian monstrosity at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, between 500 and 3,000 meters deep is like. So I'm hoping I
Yeah,
don't meet
it
this
can
thing
stay
ever.
down there.
Yeah.
It can stay down there.
That's your place. We're up here. You have fun down there. Here's your bi-monthly animal of the year for this week. Horse. I like horse. Horses are cool.
Or I like they just throw that in horse.
Just a horse.
You Google it. It's like, oh, these. I think I've seen these.
Yeah.
Seen one or two of these.
Okay.
They are
I saw a
elegant
meme
animals.
the other day on I saw a meme on Twitter. I think it was from like the 1920s, where it was like a horse looking smugly over like a car sinking into the water. Like horses are forever, not like you, car.
Oh. But then things changed.
Yeah.
The beginning of
Horse.
before the dark times,
Yeah.
before the
Horse, a
Empire.
Star Wars
Before the-
story where horses are hunted by Inquisitor cars.
Before the telescope
That's
fish.
the prequel to Cars. The prequel to Cars is horses.
Longman, you gay. High rags and metal. Oh.
Hi.
And yeah, okay, fair enough. Savika, Jinx has gone too far this time. Silco, Jinx is fine. Savika, she lit you on fire. Silco, it was chilly that day. Yeah, I could see that happening. You would make all the excuses. Grogu expectations. Cute baby. Companion. Oh, cute baby companion. Reality. Child murderer. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
What is that?
That's the telescope fish.
It is the telescope fish.
Fucking
I thought, it
bullshit.
looked like a movie poster, so.
Fish.
Is that real?
Yes, it's a real thing, and I don't know why this hasn't been made into a movie monster.
Oh god. Staring into my soul.
Yeah.
Imagine being down there and this thing just like brushes against your arm, and you can't see it. It's pitch
And then
black.
He looks at you and he's like, "Hello." He's just
No, he
very
looks at you and he
friendly.
goes, "Hello."
No,
He
no,
eats
he's
you because you're much larger than him, and that's
he's
something you
very-
can do.
he's very friendly.
That's why he's
That's
saying
how he
hello. It's
lures
just in that
you.
horrific voice.
No,
Well,
he has to be friendly because he has to work so hard.
Yeah.
to-
Well, that's
to
the voice
produce
he's
the
got. He
movement.
doesn't get to choose it. That's why he just says hello.
I could picture that.
He's trying to be nice, but that's his voice.
If it were a Family Guy joke, I would expect him to turn up the old scream, and then he has like a very smooth and charming
Yeah.
voice, and he's just like, "Hello, how are you? I see you're
Yeah.
upset."
Please do not be disturbed by my outward appearance. Down here in the darkness, appearances are not considered the most important aspect.
I like.
that a character.
No, I
has.
guess that's true because it's pitch black. Like it's down there, nobody.
Well,
can
he
see
has
anything.
eyes. They're
And
very
most in-
clearly very prominent. So I imagine they work to some degree.
So it can collect what? So that
I'm
well, they
pretty
might
sure
they
that a
might
lot of
be
animals at the
vestigial.
bottom of the ocean are just
No,
blind.
because I mean they're so big. So
Well,
I'm
it
pretty
probably.
sure
Well, yeah, so that it can collect what precious little light might be
Yeah,
down there, but
I
then
imagine.
eventually
I thought that
it
I
just
thought that a lot of the animals right down at the bottom, like the eyes, don't really serve any purpose because there's no
they're
light
just
at all.
left
They
over,
just
maybe.
rely on
Yeah,
sensors. Yeah, they rely on yeah.
because you would
Actually, a lot
keep
of
eyes. Like there's no
blind
like having
fish.
the eyes wouldn't prevent you from breeding and passing on your genes, but they would just become more and more and more useless.
I like this
Well, yeah,
picture that also comes up for telescope fish.
yeah, it's a cute little fish
Do you
there.
think?
Look at him.
You think this is what it looks like in like passive mode?
Maybe
Maybe.
before intense mode begins. Bioluminescent. I'm aware that some animals down there are bioluminescent, but I think it's aren't like some of the fish that you find like really deep where no light penetrates. Their eyes just you can't see. Like there is no light there to see. That even if you have eyes, they can't collect anything because the
It's
light
possible
simply
that
doesn't
they
get
weren't
that low.
always that deep, but
Yeah,
as
exactly.
they were able to get deeper and deeper and deeper as generations passed, they just kept going deeper where it was maybe safer or there was less competition.
And there would need
And
to be
the
an
eyes just
evolutionary pressure to remove the eyes, otherwise they just stay
yeah,
in, like,
having eyes
really
wouldn't
big-
stop you from being able to pass your genes on, so they just never lost the the
We had
genes
that
for it.
I had that conversation with Muller yesterday
We
about
did, yeah.
hiccups. Yeah, because I remember
Hiccups?
yeah, there was a gag that I did for Cosmoronic where I made a joke about how your great grandparents, like going back like 1,000 generations of frogs, more than 1,000 generations, but like one of your ancestors was a frog. All of us, we had frogs for great greats to the power of like 2,000 grandparents. But the reason why I found that out is because hiccups. I don't know if it's accepted, but there is the idea that hiccups are a trait that we inherited from our amphibian ancestors because it helped them with their breathing. But like, I don't know that hiccups serve any utility anymore. It's just a thing that's left over.
Apparently,
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe
Well,
things do just get left over. If they don't
yeah.
stop
apparently
you from passing
the
on your genes, you'll hold on to them.
it says on Wikipedia, which is a mostly it's a
Yeah,
fine source for just
I had
like
a big ol' rant
casual
on the
information
weekend.
gathering.
Yeah, about how it's great. Go for it.
According to Wikipedia, the eyes are likely to spy their prey's weak bioluminescence from a distance,
Oh, okay. There
Okay.
you go.
as well as by looking skyward, resolve the outlined silhouettes of prey against the gloom above.
That's why a lot of fish are lighter on the bottom, so that if someone's looking
That's
up,
true.
they have that
Interesting.
lighter color on the bottom, so they're a little bit harder to spot.
Lol, amphibians are not mammals. Yeah, I know that, but like,
Wait, whoa, calm down.
Can I just wow.
Zoologist
what
in
a
here.
what a fucking comment to make. Wow. We all come from the water, you fucking idiot. Like that's how it worked. Jesus Christ.
Wait, are they doubting that? Oh,
well, because he followed up with that's not how DNA/RNA works. Now,
what?
I'm pretty sure that you're wrong because I think isn't it just agreed that the kind of how like it looks a little bit like you got webbing in between your fingers,
You're wrong.
like a little bit.
Amphibians
I'm
are
pretty sure
mammals.
frogs are they mammals?
No,
Oh.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
I was joking.
Why are you
frogs are
doing this
birds.
to me? Don't trick me like this. Amphibians are amphibians. That's it.
Allegedly.
I just like I don't even
Who
know if
told
it's
you
a
that
matter
things
of
are what they are?
doubting evolution or something. I don't know what that was. I just like the idea is just like how do you get a mammal from an amphibian? That's stupid.
I don't know. How do you get anything from anything given enough time? Like, mammals weren't around at the beginning of time. In fact,
Unfortunately.
neither were frogs.
Bullshit, were you
Frogs
there?
came after.
I was gonna say, what about Adam and Eve?
Ah,
Yeah.
true.
Those lads and the T-Rex chilling out.
I did enjoy the clarification, Fringy, that frogs also weren't around at the beginning of time,
Well-
just in case anyone wasn't clear.
Well,
Well,
the
it-
frogs were like the original species.
Yes.
Before time, there was the frog.
The mother
I don't know.
species.
I don't know what the name of them would have been, but I doubt Free was referring to like current day frogs were all the way back then and we came from them. I don't think that's what like the tree that
No,
he's
that is-
drawing.
No,
They didn't
but
change a
never-
lick, but their ancestors eventually turned into fucking humans.
It could happen.
Nonetheless, though, I do like. So I've just pulled up the wiki for amphibian. I just like the idea. Let me pull the picture. That like, oh, no. Let me just look up frog. That'll be easier. Like, just that this this some time ago is one of your ancestors. It's fucking
You doing an
frog.
amoeba or?
Look at him. Like he was
Yeah, dude,
your
that's
ancestor.
that's a picture of my granddad, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, yeah. 'cause
We
your
all know.
great
We all know a frog-looking guy. I mean, come on. We all know someone who looks like a frog.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, right? Like your great 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 grandparents to the power of like a million was that. Like,
Well, some people are like, I just do not agree that that's what Hiccup's cave was. Like, Free presented it as a possibility. He doesn't know.
why does everybody accept? I literally said.
You said
It's
I don't
not
even know if it's
accepted
accepted.
as
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
I just said it was a funny idea. Calm down, guys. Jeez, we're just having fun talking about frog grandparents.
The amoeba thing is fascinating, but I guess
Yeah.
you know it's all got to start somewhere. All gonna start somewhere.
Before time, there was the frog, as declared by Optimus Prime, and then there's a frog floating in space.
But wasn't it
And the movie's-
the It universe, right? From Stephen King. It's like the world is on the back of a turtle or something.
It's Discworld.
Isn't that like? Is that that's Xenoblade? Isn't the idea
Terry
that that
Pratchett
world
is
is
Nice
like?
Terry
Pratchett.
Oh
thought-
well, so wait,
yeah, but
isn't it is the evil one and the world turtle is the good one? Someone tell me what I'm mixing up here.
Well, turtle.
Yeah,
Was
this
that a joke? in Rick and
Terry
Morty?
Pratchett, Discworld.
no,
Truth
I'm
Doors
not
is you're
talking about
thinking
that. It's for it. There's some turtle that does something. But I can't remember what it is. And I
Yeah,
just know
so
that
the world.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so it's called the world turtle, also called the cosmic turtle or the world
yeah,
bearer.
it's the
Oh!
cosmic turtle. There you go.
Is
The
a,
cosmic turtle.
They told you it was
is a-
Discworld.
is a myth theme of a giant turtle or tortoise supporting or containing the world. It occurs in Hindu mythology, Chinese mythology, and the mythologies of indigenous people of the Americas.
Man,
Turtles are just
Interesting.
reliable, I guess.
They are
That's just
reliable,
what they're
they're
known
steady.
for.
They're very
You
steady.
know, if it's
They just
that
Say what you
common,
want about
there must be
turtles.
something to it.
They won't let you down.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
I just remember finding out that it is supposed to be like the evil side to that. And I was just like, how the fuck? Why is this
The world is actually on the back of a giant clown.
Well,
I like the
I don't
idea
know.
that you could just go talk to the world turtle. Like you just go walk up to his head and you're like, "Hey, world turtle." He's like, "Hey, how you doing?"
You okay? And you're
You
like,
got
yeah,
some
I'm
Sounds
okay.
sad. Why is the world turtle sad about?
No, he's not sad. He's listening to you because when you say like, I don't know, I don't know, my girlfriend broke up with me. He's like, it's a shame. Yeah, it sucks. I can't relate. I'm the cosmic turtle, but I can understand the fight. You know, it's like, well, what should I do, world turtle? And he's like, well, now might be the time to spend a little time on your own. Think about what it is you want from life. And
Play Elden Ring.
don't go too down on yourself. Yeah, play some video games. Just chill out. Hang out
Yeah,
with
go
your
to some
friends.
parties. Really come out of your shell.
Oh, and then he goes, haha, yeah, I'll be here for eternity.
James said the turtle is alive when they're kids, but it's dead by the time they're adults. So I was like, I don't think that helps anything. I
What does that mean?
I have no
Dead-
idea how that.
That comment is not helpful in any way. In fact, that comment sows the seeds of confusion.
Is
It's
the
the
world
opposite of
turtle
helpful.
is dead. You're like, wait, is there repercussion for that?
Sounds like a grunge band.
So this was just all going off in the background while the It movies were happening. Then
I guess fucking. What if I don't know.
Anyway,
I
is this
do
just
not
like a subplot in the books? Like, is this just not included in the films?
James, someone explained it to me before, and I think they only reference it vaguely in the movies adaptation as well, because like it's such a fucking weird thing to try and explain to somebody. Listen,
Yeah,
okay,
like
there's a table.
isn't the it creature is like a giant spider or something
Yeah, I don't know if that's
from
its
space?
primary form or some shit. I don't know. Anyway,
The turtle puked out existence is not the world at birth. That I like it more that he is the Earth, that the turtle is Earth, and you can go talk to him about your problems.
I'll give you a neat animal to look up, but you haven't read the previous ones yet. Oh, well, I think we now have, unless you're referring to other ones. So all you get is a Maine Coon, which is...
Oh, it's a cat.
It is. Larger than a house cat, but,
Yeah, big old cat. Big old
yeah.
fluffy cat.
That's
Right, can you
neat.
post a picture of it? Let me see.
Should do.
Oh, look at him. Look at those ears.
Big old cat.
That's a good
Lynxy.
boy.
That is. That's a big old cat.
Ready to protect the house, I think.
I wonder if you could get like a mountain lion as your pet, you know?
Oh my
You
god,
see
look
that
at...
copy paste? You see that copy paster about the guy who wanted to fuck mountain lions?
No, I
Oh
haven't seen
no,
it.
No, I
that
didn't.
sounds thrilling.
I don't care to further.
Look at that
Wow,
comparison, like,
look at
3 months adorable, 5 years, like, man, you look badass.
Look at
Like
that
a
man.
lion. It looks like a
Awesome.
lynx lion.
Wait, what is this called? Sorry, what is it called?
Maine Coon.
Maine Coon. Man, that's a cool cat. That's a
It
cool
is a
looking
cool cat.
Look at that mane. That mane is awesome. What a great cat. Like, this is...
That is a
man,
really cool cat.
I'd like to get one of those cats.
If I
It's
had a
cool-
cat as a friend or as a slave, then I would want a Maine Coon.
I would
Pretty
very much
cool.
like to get a cat. I like cats. I like how aloof they are and how much they don't give a shit. Like,
That
about
image was
what's
in there,
going
so it was funny.
Look at
I
him.
thought that was like a orangutan holding a cat for a second.
Wow. People
Look at that
can be unattractive, it's fine.
Whoa, you saying orangutans are ugly?
Whoa! Maybe. I haven't thought about it. Hi Mola, hi Fringy,
That
hi
makes
Metal, hi Jay, hi Das, hi Theo. Oh.
Oh boy, hey.
Hello,
Hello.
but several of those people are not here, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
A grim reality. Already listened to your entire Arcane parts 1 and 2 twice. Excited to hear part 3. Oh my. I hope you enjoyed it. Help me out, fellas. Why does Silco give Marcus info about Vander and the kids if he was planning to kill them anyway? So their deal would have been to, like, open up his... He doesn't... Because the last thing he wants is for Marcus to die, right? But he wants to get him in his pocket. And I think that's him beginning that. So it really doesn't matter what information he gives Marcus if he's planning to do his plans. He just wants him to be in his pocket. And that's the beginning of it. So he obviously it just gets them all in the same area, and then he wipes out the other enforcers as well. But I think it was more so Silco just stringing him along. Like, Marcus having information doesn't really change anything. But yeah, sorry. I thought I was doing the catch-up ones, but these are the more of the Arcane ones that hadn't been done yet. So
Seems like it, yeah.
yeah. Duma should return as a guest, but must realize when he's objectively wrong. Wow, you could say that for any of us theoretically. His Caitlyn and Vi prison take was pure tism. Think, Duma. Think, Hyrax.
Well,
Don't say that for me. I'm never wrong.
I don't know. You were wrong just now, just there.
No.
Why don't they the anti-gravity magic from episode 3 in order to pacify a possible city under riot? So what are you suggesting? That they float everybody who's protesting on the bridge?
throw them in the harbor.
I'm not
I
sure
don't
what.
see how that helps.
Just to make sure. 'Cause I'll
Now
post
they're
you-
now they're riding in the air.
We can solve this riot with anti-gravity technology.
I don't, yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, use anti-grav, like, anybody who's doing anything, just You stop right there. Like, yeah, I don't know. Unless they're talking specifically about, like, Jinx attacking.
Stop right there, or you're gonna have a fun time.
At that point, I would just cite that they're using rifles at that point. Like, I don't think they need, anti-grav rifles, but then the other thing comes in that it hasn't been weaponized yet. It's only been for travel. They're trying to prevent it being weaponized. But I don't think that's gonna last very long in Season 2. I liked hearing Duma's takes, even if I disagreed with all of them. It's unfortunate that not everyone can be so courteous to those with differing opinions. I hope to see him again on future EFAPs. I'm sure he'll come back. No worries.
I think so.
Don't know if anyone
Unless
will
he
mention
dies
it.
of a mysterious illness.
Oh, no, yeah. Hope
Well,
not.
that's true of, you know, most guests, really.
I guess
they won't
so.
come back if they die of a serious illness.
Don't know if anyone will mention it, but I hate that Vi says nothing to Jinx on the bridge after she said she was going back for her. I get the Vi leaving after what happens, but to say nothing? It's such an egregious character moment in an otherwise excellent show. Gonna have to disagree. It's all in her facial reactions. It's that's the first time I think she's properly coming to terms with the fact that it ain't as simple as her being powder. She's stolen, or she tried to steal, the gemstone. She's just blown everybody up, and she executed somebody. And she and Echo are about to fight. Meanwhile, Vi's got to go. She's got to get Caitlyn and the gemstone back to Piltover. Someone she cares about is potentially dying. And you've got what will end the war, hopefully, right in your grasp. And if you don't hang around, you can convince Piltover maybe to help take down Silco. She's got a lot to deal with at that point. And I feel like you get a lot of that in her expressions while looking at Jinx. I'm not sure what you would want her to say. Like, I don't know. Powder don't. Something like that. Facial reactions. Is this a silent movie?
Yes.
Yeah. Guess so. It's so weird that they added facial reactions in for movies with audio.
Yeah, just say what you mean directly to the audience.
Yeah.
Then I won't misunderstand anything in your story.
It's Smormoo. You voted and we listened. This can't be undone. Smormoo is here to stay. Also, hi Rags.
I love
Hello.
Yeah, Smormoo's joining EFAP, I think, through popular vote. It'd be great.
Who is he replacing?
He doesn't have to replace anybody.
No, he does. It's 3 hosts maximum.
All
So
right, you.
who is he replacing?
As
I'm not a
manager
host.
yeah, manager. He's gonna be the new manager.
Okay.
Episode 4, Smiling Friends had me laughing so hard, it kind of ruined the rest of the show going forward. Hell of a payoff. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Which one was episode
4 was the Halloween one. That one is pretty great.
That is a hell of a payoff, yeah.
Wait! One more thing. Whatever you do, don't go beyond the rickety bridge. Why is that? Because you get lost! And then just fucking awkwardly slides past it and goes back inside. God, I still... DJ Spit, I can't. Like, I still can't get over that. It's so good.
Me and a friend of mine...
I don't know what the... Oh, sorry. I was about to start.
I figured it was coming. I didn't know if you pull it out. But you can do it if you want to. Get it out of your system.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need to say that I don't know what to freaking take no more, man. I don't know what to take no more, man. Get out of me, head.
There it is.
Alright, there you go. Continue.
Me and a friend of mine were talking about Arcane, and I said I thought Caitlyn was pretty hot, and then he went, she's also super gay, as if I had some far-fetched shot with this fictional character. Hey, man. That is kind of funny. It's like, it wouldn't work, okay?
Also, is she even confirmed gay? Like, she's confirmed attracted to women, but bisexuals exist.
Bisexual.
Bisexual erasure. Recently had my first breakup. Pretty sad right now, but here's some money for EFAP. Love you guys. I listen to you guys all the time while I'm working. Oh.
Oh.
Hope you're doing alright.
Yeah.
No.
You'll be A-okay.
You'll be fine. Where am I here? The spice thing is odd because it's literally spice, not just space cocaine. Large civilizations order legal shipments all the time. Wait, and for the Star Wars
Well, that doesn't
spice?
Really?
I thought everyone told us it was drug. What do you mean?
I thought it was
Yeah.
drug.
I thought it was, yeah.
Surely it's just drug.
Wait, what is it? What does it do?
Well, so they just said it's not.
Makes your food taste different.
They said it's literally spice, not just space cocaine. Large civilizations order legal shipments all the time. So are they saying it has to be processed in a particular way to become a drug?
Well, I guess I can understand that even spice would, because I mean that's big aspect of trade throughout a lot of human history was spices from China and.
Sure, but we were told this thing it's like meth.
I thought it was corrosive. Yeah, I thought it was bad, and that's
something. Yeah,
like if
it was just like salt, you know, like
yeah, if you could sprinkle meth
bro,
onto your
you had a
meals
war over
for a
salt.
nice bit of extra taste, like then meth would be a complicated thing.
Is it?
At
Yeah, is
that
it something
point,
that you can just like that you can manufacture into a drug, or just something that makes your food taste nicer? And like there are uses for hemp, I guess. Like maybe.
Maybe one day we'll get the answer as to what exactly the nature of spice is in Star Wars universe, because I definitely don't know.
it would be cool if the show would tell us like extremely important plot things like this.
Killing everyone,
No,
Rags.
the only
Killing
important
everyone.
plot thing, Rags, is that it's bad.
Yeah.
And
Killing
that
everyone.
Boba Fett is getting rid of it
Because he's a
because
good man.
good.
In your best Chad Bane voice, can each of you say this line? Wait. So Cad Bane's voice then?
Okay.
I can't do
I'll
voices.
post it.
Who wants to go first?
I don't remember his voice again because he's like.
Let's go from left to right. Fringy, you're first.
Okay. Well, if that ain't the Schleemer calling the Schlim Schlam Schloopy.
Well, if it ain't the Schleemer calling the Schlim Schlam Schloopy.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Well, if it ain't the Schleemer calling the Slim Slam Schloopy.
Well, if it ain't the Schleema calling the Schlim Schlam Schloopy.
I'm sure we will see all of that in a meme someday.
Context eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
4 Cad Banes, just like.
They're gonna make an acapella of us with just that line and just pitch it however they need it.
Imagine maybe they want metals as well.
Well, too bad, you know?
Someone do an impression of Metal doing an impression of Cat Bane.
Alright, Jay, go ahead.
No, I gave the instruction, therefore I cannot follow it myself.
I don't remember that rule. Who made that rule? Get that man 50 cc's of goo, stat. I don't know who they're
Sure, as long
referring
as it's
to.
not mine.
I don't know who needs this goo, but yeah.
This man needs that goo to live, and you're really just hoarding your goo
It's not-
wealth.
When I'm not up to that. It would be dangerous at that point, I would say.
So that's
It's
something you're
definitely gonna
conferring
die.
about your goo, is that it doesn't
that
quench people's need for goo in life or death situations.
If he's gonna die, you might as
it's-
well.
So just because you've got something that's in the early phases, I'm still working on it. It would be irresponsible.
Also, it's your
Let that
goo or
man die?
nothing, right? Because that's the only goo available at the
well,
moment.
When was that said? I said as long as it's not mine. So is it someone else's that's already?
Well, okay, but
has
your
been
goo is currently the
available
only
out there?
goo available to this man. He's
Was
he's
that
he's had a heart attack in one of your goo factories, and there's no other goo.
I feel like
within
you're
it.
changing the parameters of this story. They just said that this person.
No, I'm just
needs
giving you
goo.
details that you didn't have currently, but are true.
The fact is, will you be
nah,
happy
no.
for them to use your goofering if there is no alternative?
If there is no alternative, sure, but I will not be held responsible for whatever comes of that.
Well, I mean, you
Unless he lives, in which case, yeah, I'll take full responsibility for that.
I mean, I assume you wouldn't even allow them to try if you knew it wouldn't work, right? So you just you
If
give,
I knew it wouldn't, if I knew that it wouldn't work,
yeah.
that there was like 100% chance of failure, yes.
So we can confirm then it does have healing properties of some kind.
What does he need it for specifically?
to
No,
be
you know what? No, we're done. We're done. Next question.
Very well. More like you're straight. All right. Very well. Dope. An EFAP to get me through the second half of a 10-hour shift. Well, I hope it was a good shift. Morley, I found a guy on Twitter calling you a hypocrite for saying that Infinity War Iron Man T2, Episode 7, Civil War, and MCU Spidey are cinema. Hi, Theo. What is that? What is even... What's cinema? Just
You
films I
haven't
like?
declared anything not
It's all
cinema.
cinema. It's all cinema.
I just...
They're
Yeah.
films.
I mean, I've been pretty critical of Infinity War. We've given out criticisms of Iron Man here and there. T2, I'm trying to think of what ones we usually cite, but I think there's a couple in there. Episode 7. We're not talking about Star Wars, right?
Are we? No way.
No way they think I think Episode 7's good.
No, you had to make that big long series explaining how great it was. The goodness was bounding from every frame.
And then Civil War, I've gone over criticisms of that before. MCU Spidey, we've been critical. We were very critical of No Way Home and, well, all of it. We have been. Remember, we think the MCU is pretty damn catastrophic, and even the best examples...
I remember I saw a comment on the Batman EFAP where someone said that we were biased in favor of Marvel, which felt really awkward. It's like...
I think it's safe to say that
Marvel.
person hasn't watched this before at that point.
Well, like...
I had a fanboy
Batman's like one of my
detective.
favorite... Batman's one of my favorite comic book characters. More so than Spider-Man.
What was the comment? It was MCU fanboy detective. What was the thing that was said to
The
you when you were
criticism
like?
was that the bias was showing in favor of Marvel in terms of criticisms towards the Batman, which
I love
felt
that.
really...
I love that so much.
I don't think they're.
I think
They've
the
got to be
Batman is
ignorant of what our
stronger.
opinions are.
I got that when I did
Stronger than, like,
the Snyder
all
Cut
of the
video. I
Phase
got a lot
4
of that.
stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing.
Wow,
there.
dude,
MCU
I'm just getting
fanboy detected was the
flashbacks.
comment, right?
I'm getting flashbacks to the early days whenever, if I ever said anything negative about Xbox, I was a PlayStation fanboy. If I ever said anything negative about PlayStation, I was an Xbox fanboy.
People are very stupid.
Yeah, it always has to be that you got to dismiss the criticism of like, see, you're biased. It's like, how about we just like address the arguments?
Man,
like, why do we need to
motive digging or whatever?
Yeah.
Gotta find why you're actually doing it. Doesn't matter if I look at the arguments. No, he's not calling these movies bad by saying they're not cinema, and called me an idiot for assuming that and refused to elaborate. Oh, so he said that I said I called them cinema, and that's wrong, and then you said so they're bad, and then he said no, and you're an idiot for thinking that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I don't know what else I'm meant to take. Like, why would you be so concerned with labeling cinema and not cinema?
I don't think they're ever willing to say... This is how they sneaked around the whole thing, right? Because we usually go, okay, good and bad, fine, we'll own it. That's what we're calling them. And these are our parameters. Meanwhile, they'll be like, there is no such thing as a good or bad film. However, there is such a thing as a cinema-level film and a non-one. You're like, what does that mean? And they're like, oh, one is about...
concrete parameters that are vague as shit. Like, isn't that so funny? They could all be anything, but also some of them are cinema and some aren't, even though they're all filmed. Like, I don't get it.
It's, I think it's just a way for them to be able to say the exact same shit, but with different words, and they make it really hard to be able to figure out what they're even saying. Do you remember the video we covered where he was like, this is cinema, and they just played like a handful of scenes from different famously good movies? It was like, okay. Yeah. He's like, and this isn't, and then he'll show like an action scene. It's like, right. Okay.
What video was that?
Yeah, we covered it on 150.
Scorsese one, yeah, where they were trying to defend Scorsese's take on how Marvel stuff isn't cinema.
Yeah.
Like, just call it sludge, but it's cinema. It's just not. It's sludge right now, anyway. Like, or just be more honest. You don't like it, and that's it.
I'll never be more honest.
Yeah, I don't know. If it was like you remember when we looked into the difference between fiction and literature in terms of how it was defined?
Oh god, yeah.
but that's one that's more commonly accepted. Like the cinema one that you get more pushback on, but I think literature and fiction is something that is just like commonly in academia, like a distinction that is drawn. I don't understand. Why can't we just? They're all books. They're all films.
I apologize for the kicked Duma comment. It wasn't serious. Prehistoric of the day. Wow.
What?
You know, the last mini we did, when I was just making sure it was, like, unlisted, I think. The last stream we did for it. One of the initial comments was someone saying, like, you are paying them to read this out. Why don't you redraft the messages? Like, it's just some guy who's angry that we're reading stuff out that's all garbled. It's like,
Yeah, it's just like, I don't even know, what are you saying?
yeah, I guess some of these get rushed. So, prehistoric of the day, though. Dunkelosteus? Is that a dinosaur?
Dunkalo.
I don't know.
Is that someone's name?
Dunkelosteus. I'll post... that's the name, apparently. Let's have a look at Groggle images.
Maybe this is just this person's real name.
Dude, this thing looks armored as fuck. Man, that looks badass.
Let me look that up.
He almost looks like a Pokemon.
Dunk. He does look a little bit like a Pokemon. He's like a water and rock type. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Isn't water and rock? They're like on opposite sides, right? They're not. Water is super. Wait, no, water is.
Water is effective against rock.
It is.
That doesn't ring true to me. I've never got a
well, because
rock
water
and have it
erodes
dissolve.
rocks. Water
Over like
erodes rocks.
thousands of years.
How much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, I guess.
I know that playing Pokemon games feels like you're fucking doing something boring for 1,000 years.
Oh
but
no, Rags, careful.
Rags, what are you doing? You crazy?
Someone needs to. Someone needs to tell him eventually. Someone's gotta bring it to him eventually.
There is rock water types? Okay. Yeah, I guess there could be. It would just be that you are also vulnerable to water.
You're vulnerable to yourself.
Well, yeah, but you don't...
Well, that's pretty deep, Jay.
Oh, that could be interesting, because if you hurt yourself in confusion, that might deal, like, significant damage. Okay.
That's true, yeah. That could be, a trait that a Pokemon could have. Any damage it causes to itself is, like, doubled.
Pokemon can have any pairing now? Yeah, I guess it just felt like that wasn't the case before, that the pairings were... I guess it becomes harder because
Pokemon can't be straight anymore. What the fuck is this SJW bullshit?
I guess when you're up to like 1,000, they're up to like 1,000 Pokemon now, aren't they? With the new ones,
probably.
They weren't already.
I usually have 200 per region, and they're not always 100% new. So Pokédex,
God, must be getting unstable, right?
Probably, yeah. Pokemon has a nice, helpful little Pokédex. Oh, it's not helpful at all. It's actually a little bit hard to navigate. Is there a better one? Just give me a Pokédex. Where was the one that I saw before that had all the Pokemon names? Hold on. Just bear with me. Pokemon. 983. Oh boy.
Ooh, which one's gonna be the 1,000th? I bet that's gonna be like special.
That's gonna be a big deal, right? Yeah. Surely.
Maybe they'll make it Dunkelsteus.
Maybe it will finally be Mr. Pokemon.
Maybe it'll just be a 1,000, like the number 1,000. And it'll just have like arms and legs.
2 eyes in each of the O's.
Like, remember, they did that with the letters, the unknowns, the Pokemon. They're just like letters with eyeballs.
Oh, yeah,
what if it's missing? No.
They were Cancer. No, wait, Johto. They were the Johto region, right? The second one?
Whichever the second one is, I think so.
I think because it was Kanto, then Johto, and then Hoenn, and then was it Sinnoh was the fourth one, and then I don't know after that. Oh god, I remember Wobbuffet. I liked him a lot. Wobbuffet, and he did a little salute. He was happy. Then again, Psyduck though. Oh boy, Psyduck.
Wait, what is it? Wobbuffet or Wobbuffet?
I think it's Wobbuffet, right?
I think
Or,
it's
I guess it would be.
Wobbuffet. I think it's
You're
Wobbuffet.
probably right. It's like Boba Fett if it's one. Or
I think I think
Wobbuffet,
we just
yeah.
have Boba Fett on the brain right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, Wobba Fett. Yeah, that's it. Did you guys play a game called Pokemon Channel on GameCube?
I know of it, but I
No.
never played it. No.
No idea what that is.
Yeah, I feel like
Is that like Hey
that
You
game,
Pikachu?
I didn't play that one, so I'm not sure. But I remember Pokemon Channel so vaguely. I played it a decent amount when I had it. There was something neat about it as an idea that appealed to me. But like I couldn't tell you anything about it, despite the fact that I played it a lot. I remember that there were like different channels where you could watch like the news presented by Psyduck and in this Pokemon world, and then there was like an anime show that you could watch in its entirety through it about like Pichu or something. The Pichu brothers, that was what it was. Yeah, and then go on a little adventure. I remember Wobbuffet was in that, and that's it. I barely remember anything else about that game.
All right then.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and apparently this thing was in Arcane. Creature. The Dunkelsaurus or whatever. Maybe it was inspired, or I don't know if it was a direct, but yeah, that'd be neat.
Was it the big fish that swims beside like
I
Silco's place?
assume that's the one, yeah.
So someone said check the Discord. Hold on. Let me.
Man, that was fast.
That was fast. Jeez. It is for those of you who don't see, I guess unless Mauler puts it up on screen. It is Wobbuffet, but with Boba's helmet. Ah, there it is.
That was very fast. Someone must have fucking speed run that meme.
Yeah,
Holy shit!
Unless it's
that
been made
speedrun
before.
meme of- maybe, yeah.
Because yeah, it's pretty good.
That's amusing. He's got more character than Boba Fett, anyway.
YouTuber of the day, Dead Sound. I've no clue who that is. You guys recognize that name?
Yeah, no clue who
Name's
that
familiar
is.
to me, but I don't know where from.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll check.
Just want to say you can see Caitlyn's top hat in episode 2 in her first scene with her family and when she's in bed with Violator, since you guys seem to miss it before. So excited to continue and hope Duma comes back. Yeah, I think I tried to mention it at some point because someone mentioned it to me.
Oh!
You do see it.
Dead Sound is fucking great. Go watch Dead Sound. Yeah,
There you go. Alright.
I'm familiar with the animations. I just didn't remember that was the channel name.
Australian animal of the day, wedge-tailed eagle.
Wedge-tailed eagle. They are really cool animals. I know a whole bunch about them.
Here I go
Would you
looking
like
again.
some facts about wedge-tailed eagles?
I'm not against the idea.
The wedge-tailed eagle has the largest wingspan of any bird. I think it's 3 meters. Also,
That's
look
pathetic
at
compared to the dinosaurs.
Not bigger than an angel.
Look at its chungus legs. Look at how big his legs are. Wedge-tailed eagles have enormous legs.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Wedge-tailed eagles are awesome.
The long man.
Okay.
That doesn't look real. That looks like
Look at
someone's
his
just
legs.
put legs
Put it
on
up. No, put it up. Throw it up. Let him see. Let him see the
People
wedge-tailed
deserve to see
eagles.
the smaller freeze, right?
Chungus legs.
Not
Look at
typically
him.
what birds are known for,
Animal.
but
The animal has the stupidest fucking silhouette.
No, it doesn't. It has an awesome silhouette from a certain angle. That
Not
one's
from
just-
this angle, Free.
Look at how majestic he looks in this picture. Look at him go.
Oh, he looks great there.
Wedge-tailed eagles are awesome. They're super cool animals. And I believe that their range is all across Australia. Let me double check. Yeah, the wedge-tailed eagle's range is the whole country. Yeah, everywhere.
Neat.
Yeah, maximum reported wingspan of 2.84 meters, which is 9 feet 4 inches. Yeah.
There you go. Animal of the day is the Atlas moth.
Atlas moth. And how big's that wingspan? Like 10 meters?
Bloody hell. Whoa, the Atlas Moth. Looks like it's...
Oh, wow.
It almost looks like snakes on the wings. The snake
It
heads.
does. That's a really cool pattern.
I'm getting this one sec.
Oh, the anaconda the Andean condor has a range of 3.2 meters. Okay, well, it's still pretty big though.
It's a good creature, the Atlas Moth.
Yeah, wedge-tailed eagle is pretty cool, though more so.
Who'd win in a fight, wedge-tailed eagle or 10 billion Atlas Moths?
Probably 10. Well, 10.
Probably
do they have
10
a method
billion
of
Atlas?
attacking? I guess it would be that the wedge-tailed eagle does not have the endurance to fight 10 billion moths.
Alright, does it matter if I say that everyone's underwater?
Everyone's underwater, then I guess the eagle would win?
Yeah, probably the eagle.
Yeah, I imagine that the moths are not going to do well underwater.
If there are, like, is 10 billion enough moths to like actually make a difference to the sea itself?
Possibly 10
Maybe.
billion.
10 billion's a lot.
Then
yeah.
again, it's worth remembering that I think if you got all of the humans on Earth and put them together, that it would only fill up an area like the size of Dallas or something.
The Grand
Like if
Canyon,
you
I
had
think,
them
is the
shoulder
way
to
I was
shoulder.
You could pile us all up inside the Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
That sounds like
all of us.
a Dr. Evil type villain plan. It's like, I'm gonna fill the Grand Canyon.
With people.
Not even
Like,
people, just
oh,
I'm gonna
oh,
fill it
just
with
fill it.
concrete or whatever, because
Well,
that's a disaster, right? Like, no, you can't
That'd
fill
be-
the Grand Canyon.
That'd be funny though, because imagine you like, all right, kids, the Grand Canyon, it's just concrete slab. Like we drove all the way here from
Because
Winnipeg.
his,
There's plenty of places. There's plenty of space to
The
park.
Simpsons. And
Yeah.
you kids, you keep your hands to yourselves. I'm gonna turn this car around, and there'll be no Cape Canaveral for anybody. And of course, Nelson slaps him in the head. That's it. Back to Winnipeg.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Someday-
guess 3% of people have any clue of what you just said.
Come on, there's got to be more than 3% who know about that joke.
No, you don't know about that joke.
That don't know, yeah, true. I don't know what it is. Back to Winnipeg. There's just something really funny about that. Winnipeg specifically in Canada. That they drove all the way to. They drove to Cape Canaveral. They drove there from Winnipeg. Like that's so far away. It's so far away to drive to Cape Canaveral.
It's not an EFAP
One day
stream
you'll be
if
able to make
we-
the fringy cut of The Simpsons, where every line of dialogue
everything has
is
been
just-
read out by him.
Yeah,
Fringy recounts and then laughs at his recounting of all this.
Yeah, because
The
it's
Simpsons
funny.
moments.
I'm just having a flashback to all of the great Simpsons.
Yeah, you're right. How come you don't regularly repeat the funny lines of all the shows you've seen, Rags? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Keep them in my heart,
Oh,
and that's good
Thanks.
enough for me.
no one can appreciate them there. You're
Well,
being very
the joke-
selfish, hoarding all the good jokes, Rags.
The joke works on so many levels. Well, that's like the strength of all of classic Simpsons is just damn, like the amount of layers to all these jokes. Just like how funny is it that Nelson just leans out the window and slaps the dude in the back of the head? Like that is a thing that he's heard that they're gonna turn around and gonna get back to Winnipeg, and he just slaps him in the head to see what happens.
So funnily enough, the deep sea creature of the day is the telescope fish. We've seen it already.
Oh,
Can
nice.
you believe it?
You've already
Rex,
been
nerd.
terrified once today.
Yes. And they say, hello, Theo Kikduma with love. Theo would say hi. Theo will be returning to EFAP Endgame for the Elden Ring Fapperoonie. So I'm sure you'll say thanks and hi then. I'm 100% sure of it. Mole, are you in love with the concept? Yeah. Anyone got any idea what that means?
Ooh, the
Nope.
concept of a joke, maybe.
I mean, it's just the concept. I do like concepts.
Oh, is that a band? Maybe the concept.
You might just be talking about the concept of a concept.
Oh, like concepts. Fringy, do you like
As a thing.
concepts?
Yes, I do.
All of Fringy's knowledge of America comes from The Simpsons. A good amount of it, yeah. And Grand Theft Auto.
Kick Jay from EFAP like that bearded yodel got booted from the council. Damn. We're gonna have to do a big old vote after someone comes in here and bribes me, Fringy, and Rags with exporting goods at increased rates. Any of you played Shovel Knight? I'm sure Fringy would be friends with Plague Knight, who owns a cloak called the Goo Garment.
Yeah, so
Really?
Shovel Knight is awesome. It's like that game is. If you haven't played
Sounds
Shovel
awesome.
Knight, you absolutely should. It's a really cool. It's inspired by 8-bit platformers. Damn, that game is like 8 years old at this point. Yeah,
Yeah.
Shovel Knight's awesome. And yeah, I do remember the Plague Knight. That was a cool boss fight. I remember the music for that boss fight. That was the music for that one. Yeah, that's right. That game is really cool. Go play it if you haven't.
Wings quote of the day. No, I don't have a favorite serial killer.
Someone asked what his favorite serial killer was. I gotta know what Wings' favorite serial killer is. I hope it's the same as mine.
I love the idea that he's like frustrated and they want to know his favorite serial killer.
Oh God, I'm dying here.
Bonus quote. Ban uncut chode, please.
It's just become they just make their own names that way so that when he says to ban him, he says the words.
Man, uncut jokes.
It sounds like it sounds awfully cinematic.
Yes.
Chode uncut.
Release the chode cut.
Release the chode cut.
Oh God.
He's been playing
What
Elden
face
Ring. Apparently.
Has he?
Yeah. It would be. That's almost. You know what? If I did like a huge breakdown of Elden Ring, I'm not. But if I did, I would totally have his playthrough as part of my like references.
If there was, yeah.
And I just play it straight. I never acknowledge that it's Wings of fucking Redemption. There's memes to come from it. I'm just like, no, this player clearly has issues in this part. You know, this is because of mechanically. This is Wings. Is there.
Exhibit A.
Totally straight.
Jay was eating Bum Bum. Is that true, Jay?
Yeah.
Alright. Vi's tattoo reminds me of Jared Leto's Joker tattooing ha 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 on his face. I think we almost had that until In-Universe is just justified as a way of showing her prison number. And it also happens to be a name.
Is that third-party media though?
Why would you say that?
Because I don't know. I don't remember that actually being referenced in the show. That is why she has the tattoo.
That is her prison number in the show.
See.
That's actually like it wasn't. That's not from the game. In the game, it probably is that it's her name.
And the game, I heard that it's not like her actual name, but people call her that because of the prison tattoo.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, I can't remember anymore.
Which I think is better, honestly. But
I mean, I'm fine with it. I just didn't want it to be a fucking name. I didn't want it to be that she was like, people call me Vi. I want to put Vi on my face.
Maybe she's very forgetful.
Yes. So original her prison number was DXV1, and that where name Vi came from. It was later retconned to short for Violet. Well, I mean, they have it in the show as well, her prison number. I did miss it, in fairness. It was Goga that pointed out, I think. Imagine Dragons is okay at best, but not worth 1/2 what they were paid by Arcane. There are YouTube musicians better than them. Muley, make Theo angry. Hi, Jay.
well, no famous musician is going to be worth what they get paid just because of their music, right? Like,
What
At
about
the,
Queen?
at the
An
point,
interesting statement.
um,
What do you mean?
well, as in, there are tons of very talented, incredibly talented unknown musicians, and I feel that at the point where you are booking a musician or a group as famous as Imagine Dragons, that a lot of what you're buying there is their name pull more so than anything else. That they are essentially just as good as loads of no-name musicians that you could easily get, but you're getting them
So you
because
could
they're
hire
famous.
so you could hire musicians who have basically no audience whatsoever. Like you just happen to find them at some, just some place,
Car boot sale.
and then you just like them so much in terms of music that you hired them.
Yeah.
So it would be for the music alone, right?
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying no like incredibly famous musician is going to be purely hired based on simply because they are that much better than anyone else.
They probably hired Imagine Dragons for that when they first started up their collaborations. At this point, though, I imagine they had them do the Arcane intro just because they were like, it's Imagine Dragons, of course we'll have them do it. They're our lads. I don't know that Arcane was promoted with like, look, Imagine Dragons is in it. But I could be wrong. Like, I don't think they were buying the star power at that point. I think they were just buying their songs.
Possibly, actually.
I think what's a little odd though is that if you hire them, you don't have to imagine them.
The developer of League likes them a lot for some reason. You never know. It's just, yep. I find it hard to believe that dudes with hammers and gauntlets can fight enemies that can dodge around bullets and win. I don't disagree with that. I find they probably shouldn't have made those chem tank suit people so overpowered in that scene, because it does challenge your perception of Vi and Jace a little bit. I think I can believe Vi for the most part, but Jace, I was like, I don't think so. I think you're dead.
They used up all their speed juice on the mooks.
Mm-hmm. If you guys are looking for bad Mando and Boba takes, I'd recommend the Gold Man. His videos are just bizarre. Praise the Long Man and the Toxic Brood.
Oh, there's
think-
plenty of those. There's
Honestly,
plenty
I
of
think
there's
Yeah.
plenty of those.
we're happily done with Boba. I don't want to go
Yeah.
near it anymore. It's gross.
All the
It's
channels,
stupid.
big and small, are fucking coming all over that fucking TV show. Why the Naboo Starfighter's perfect for the Mandalorian?
Why?
I'm just going to look at some of the titles.
Oh.
Hmm.
Nothing interesting yet.
No, they've got a massive. One of their most recent videos is just like a massive picture of Luke, Leia, and Han from the sequel trilogy with the words "not ruined."
Not
That's
The
ruined.
title. What's the title of the
The title
video?
is "Did the sequels ruin Han, Luke, and Leia?" No.
Oh man.
Well, it two of them definitely.
I mean,
I don't know how you could have ruined Han more. Like they almost like
You even brought
JJ.
back his ghost, his fake figment of Kylo Ren's imagination, and ruined him even more.
Yeah, it was a surgical, planned out, tactical ruination of Han Solo, and then it was the same thing with Luke, basically.
A Book of Boba Fett episodes tier list. With let's
Like
have
how
a look.
many? Like because it makes you cry so much.
So the episodes that just don't have Boba Fett in them are S and A.
S and A.
Oh,
Jesus
nice.
Man.
Christ.
Then
S,
the gun trade
even that's
episode
right.
is in B.
Oh,
B.
not win them all. Yeah.
I can't tell which these are just by the picture. Hang on. I think I can't fucking tell. No, I can't tell. The other ones are in C and D.
I'm glad that they enjoyed it so much. Which one was the S rank episode?
That one
Is it the one where they
was
ruined
the
Luke, or the
that was the
one-
first Mandalorian one.
To
Oh, okay. That's right before. Okay, that's the boring.
be
one.
fair, it was
I
pretty
think it is
awesome.
the best one.
The Naboo Starfighter was in that.
I think it's the best.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause-
comfortable saying it's the best.
Yeah, I think it's the best.
This is such a YouTube video title. I'm sorry. Why I love the Book of Boba Fett. Even though I don't.
Why
What?
I love the Book of Boba Fett, even though I don't.
So just oxymorons, just like contradictions.
I agree that's like the video essay. Just industry is just eating itself and it's just spewed out that.
Yeah.
It's like what?
Just
like-
a paradoxical statement.
You know, you could have like this is like I feel like this is spawned by stuff that's like, this game has terrible gameplay, but I still love it. And then the video is about how like all of the story is amazing and it's just a really charming game and there's like loads of environmental storytelling that's really good and that's the video. It's like here's why in spite of the terrible gameplay of this game, it's something that has a lot of value. I wonder why that was my go-to example.
Yeah, like this thing, despite this thing,
Yeah,
is the origins of it. And
that's
then
the
it just
origins
turned
of that
into
title
a
format.
thing and also its opposite simultaneously.
Nathias,
How to continue Finn's story on Disney Plus?
Fuck off.
That ain't happening.
I might.
No, yeah, it might.
They just recast him. A Finn prequel
Wait, does
story.
he not want it? Did he say he doesn't want to do it anymore?
He said you won't Disney Plus me.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
did he
That's
say
probably
that?
happening then, yeah.
Yep.
Well, there might be a Ray. show.
Well, I think he's
I'll
gonna
fucking
have to
wait for the Ray show.
address it to some degree, like how he feels now about Disney's thing about shrinking him on posters. You know,
Oh, yeah,
I
right,
feel like people
right.
who know John Boyega at this point are gonna be like, "Dude, you're working for them again after that? Like, are you gonna like, do you work something out?" And I think he would probably try and promote, Finn, the TV show, as being like, "Nah, this is, I'm getting." It was a really good character work done this time. This is gonna be great.
He did progressively get shrunk on those posters. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about
He was-
the Force Awakens one where he's
it's both,
shrunk down to being. Oh well,
Oh,
I just mean that
yeah.
was the main one used for this example, where he's prominent on the
Yes.
Western one, and then on was it the Chinese one that he was reduced on?
Yeah.
So
Star Wars.
Well,
Chinese
the Chinese
poster.
one makes a lot of weird changes as well.
Oh yeah, on the Chinese one, he's much smaller. He's shrunk down and put like
yep.
down there next to BB-8 and Han Solo and Leia.
Disney's a very progressive company,
all
you
up.
see.
They're
They
bigger.
want you to know that diversity inclusion is very important
I
to
get-
Disney.
I could totally see them in a boardroom trying to make this make sense, and John Boyega's complaining. They go, "Look, we are progressive. They aren't. That's the difference." You'd be like,
Yeah,
"Wait,
and
what?"
we want them to buy this, so that's why you have to be in a much more diminished role.
Don't you
Even
And
though
that's why we
your
understand?
can't
role in the
use you for
film is
marketing.
far from diminished. You're actually pretty important in that film.
Yeah, like ideally, if they watch the movie and they're surprised to see you, that's kind of ideal because we already have their millions of dongs by then.
At Nathias, you're a true clown boy, loving the streams they never fail to entertain. I think that was he was a lad in chat for the Arcane streams. I saw people mentioning that he was he thinks Arcane was terrible, I think, and he was trying to provide some arguments.
Oh, that's
He
not
amused
a good
many.
opinion. That's not a good opinion.
If you want to obsess over a good anime, choose One Piece. I'm not impressed by Arcane.
Oh well, luckily I don't want to obsess over an anime, so I guess I'm in luck.
So
Isn't
that's. I'm sorry, you've just ruined your
You've just
chances of
become
us
the
taking
most-
your advice there.
Most uncredible
I-
person in the universe. If you wanna lose yourself in an anime, watch this. Also, Arcane wasn't very good.
Like, oh, that's okay.
There are so
Fine.
many things. There's an uncountable amount of things that I would rather do before I lost myself in an anime.
I'd be like, "Rags, come back," and you're like,
mean-
"Oh."
There's probably an uncountable number of things that I want to do before
I
a
need
lot
more
of things that I
close-ups
really
of
want to
people
do,
going,
right?
No, by the time it's just more things popping up, more and more endless. It is inexhaustible.
Endless.
Oh yeah, I mean, like there's an
trash.
inexhaustible number of things
Nope,
that you can do.
not me.
What? There's a finite number of things that you can do.
An infinite.
But like, okay, so there's an infinite number of things you can do. So even like something that something like I don't know, something you're pretty good on that. You want to do that. There's probably still an infinite number of things that you'd rather do.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So
I
we
grew up
agree.
surrounded by ones and zeros. I don't know why they
I don't
said
believe
that.
you.
The ones and zeros part. I feel like we've lost or whatever context that may have had, but okay. I find it funny that people are complaining about EFAP praising something for 10 plus hours. Were people? Oh, do you mean like...
Do people complain about that?
I don't think you'd find any Twitter complaints, but you might find complaints within the community, because I know there was some people being like, are they fucking covering Arcane again?
It was me. I was the one complaining. I was like, bring back the hate. Bring back the hate. Where is the hate? Bring back the hate.
And we did.
And we did. That's right.
What did we do after Arcane? Was it Batman?
We watched the... Yeah, we did the Batman, and then we
Alright.
did the Boba Fett... Or, fuck. We did the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer.
Yeah, there you go. You got your big hate boner today. And, who knows what you'll get on Saturday, right? Oh, who knows?
Who knows? Who does know? Well, some people do, but probably not many.
Peacemaker EFAP and opinions when? That would require at least one of us to see it, and none of us have the interest or passion to, and it wasn't recommended very much by anybody. So it's just gonna slink away into obscurity until Season 2 arrives, and if someone says Season 2 is fucking amazing, you have to see it, I might be like, alright, I might want to watch Season 1 first then. And so that might be when it happens, but yeah, no real drive to see good old Peacemaker at this point, unfortunately. Could the Vi tattoo be because the prisoners are referred to by prison number in order to dehumanize them? It's the way that they hold to one identity. Alternatively, Benzo makes 6. Oh yeah, but the examples of family dying, like, aren't they all either blood or adopted? Benzo was a friend. I think a lot of friends have died. I don't know if Benzo counts as number 6.
Benzo 6.
Obviously, if it were Echo, that would make more sense to me.
Yeah, if you had a prison full of mathematicians, and you only referred to them by their number, I imagine they'd really like that. That wouldn't dehumanize them. That's what they want in a sense. They want to, because all mathematicians they want to become numbers.
I haven't heard that, but I trust you.
Yeah, it just doesn't come up often.
She personally saw Benzo die? Yeah? Bullshit. So I'm sure we all agree that she's not going to tag or tally every person that means anything to her on her face, right? So...
run out of real estate.
Yeah, so we go with Vanda would count, for sure. Milo and Clagger, and then her 2 parents. I think throwing Benzo as well. I don't know. It might have been what they were going for, but it just didn't. To me, it doesn't seem like. It feels like Benzo is like tier 2, while they're all tier 1. Hello. Did you know that Fringy is a sleeper agent for the mouse?
Oh!
Not denying it, so... Also, I've been reliably informed that Fringy's goo is being weaponized to destroy Australia deniers.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I just, yeah, he's not going to deny any of this, so I guess this is just truth being spewed out into the world right now.
It's about time that someone did something about the Australia deniers. They have denied Australia for too long.
Wow, so you're with the goo guy who's going to kill everybody with goo?
Yes.
Wow. Anyway, good to catch you live, and have fun. Well,
oh!
Yeah, I hope you have fun too. Wait, Australia's real? No, they're gonna kill the people saying it's not, because they're trying to stop the truth from getting out. We can see right through you. Mola, did you know that Wales is your England? Maybe. Maybe. Theo, did you know that City is your England? What? But why? Why are these? Did you notice that England is Caitlin's city?
Ooh, nice.
Mola, Fringy, Jay, Theo, Rags are all together, and they're all from the city of England. Perfect. England is your city. Komodo hype.
I remember
Isn't that
when
like
this meme was new and I was in high school.
When was... I don't even know what...
I don't even know
This is
it.
like a... Yeah, is this like a what is this?
England is your city? From Oh fuck! What's the name of the song? I'm blanking on the name of the song. The
Legends of a Mine.
Logan Paul shit or Jake Paul or whichever fucking one of those cunts it was.
One of the Paulies.
One of the Paul cunts did a song and had a verse in it where one of the where like the guest rapper says that England is his city, and that's not a city, you silly man.
What? How do you explain
Maybe-
the title City of England then, Jay, idiot?
I wonder, where's that from?
From the City of England.
I'll see you in court, buddy.
I'll see you out of court, friend.
I'll see you through your window at night with you sleeping and not knowing that I am watching you.
Cool.
I close my curtains.
Also cool.
I open them. I crawl in. I open them up. Crawl back out. Close the window, and then I look at you. And then when I'm finished, I do that again, closing the curtains so that you do not know that I have done all those things.
Very cool.
You actually can't see my bed from my window.
Hmm?
My
I've got a mirror.
bed is not visible from my window.
That's not true.
It is.
Yeah, I see it. I know where it is. You're just trying. You're fibbing,
Where is it then, Rags?
huh? Oh, it's right there.
Which is right there next to the window.
Yeah.
That's not true though.
You're like Andy's room from Toy Story.
No. No, it's not like that at all. I think you might be lying.
Hmm.
It's very similar to that layout.
No, it's not.
I think you
it's
might
actually
have done
very
your room.
different.
No, it's really the same. I think you might have done your room up to mirror Andy's room from the Pixar film Toy Story.
Oh, really? That's a nice thing to do, Jay. You're
It's a
super
subtle-
fan, is it?
Yeah, it's a subtle homage.
Only of the fourth one.
Toy Story 4.
Yeah.
I thought we agreed not to talk about that one, but okay.
That's another thing we're on an island on, and that makes me sad.
We are? I mean, there's got to be at least one other person. I think you're right, though. Yeah, generally people like Toy Story 4. That was cool too.
Island is my city.
I'm on the island of Britain.
I'm catching up with the stream. The council voting Heimerdinger out quickly is set up earlier with how quickly Jace is voted into the council. I don't know that that's what I would call that. I mean, that's another example of something happening quickly. What you need to do is just argue that it's a young system that hasn't been tempered by having events like this take place and safeguards be putting in. And then you have the sort of ignorance / naivete of those that created it, assuming that a democratic process would result in only fair and good outcomes that benefit the majority. But it does happen fast. Because that's a cool little moment of showing how democracy can be fucked completely. But you know, what system can't be fucked completely, right? Right, everybody? Every system is terrible, let's tear it all down. Nukes.
Syndicalism.
Yeah, that guy. I stabbed my hand with a pencil by accident in 5th grade. My teacher's concern was with how the fuck I did that instead of if I was okay or not. I mean, if it was a really sharp pencil and you move it fast, I guess.
They want to figure out how to do it for themselves.
Like, whoa. It's like a good middle weapon, I guess. Huh. I just watched Arcane, but it was too emotional for my taste, so I'm now watching EFAP to appreciate the great storytelling in a more detached manner. Oh, yeah? Okay. Fair enough.
Feelings are gay, and it's time that you learned that.
I've noticed that they're gay, yeah.
So, who's gay?
Feelings.
Feelings.
Oh, which ones?
All.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mainly those ones,
okay.
Mainly homosexual attraction, but also some other ones.
Your feelings are gay.
I think it's more indicative of how much weaker Silco is. He's a dark mirror of Xander. I think they mean Vander. He's got weaker and more willing to negotiate because of his daughter, just like Vander. He used to get pricked on his own without pain.
You just get pricked on.
So I think what they're
Gay
saying
slur.
is, when Silco... I remember us discussing whether or not he actually used it when we first saw him. I said he was distracted, so he didn't finish it, and I think someone else said, no, he definitely used it. So I think they're saying the fact that it didn't hurt him when he did it there shows that later on when it does hit him that he's getting weaker, along with his new daughter being someone who's eroding his sense of principle when it comes to Zorn's sovereignty. But I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm not sure if he used it in that opening or not. I think, was it Das that said you could hear the sound of it being used, so I'd have to give it a listen. Sigma Victor detects Beta Jace is simping for Mel. He does. He does indeed. Thoughts on the Dominion trailer? It looks stupid. I will never believe that humans wouldn't be able to control an outbreak, quote-unquote, of dinosaurs from very select areas, and then the idea that they present a threat to us when we can just absolutely annihilate them. It's
This is a gun.
It's frustrating. The
Remember
trailer
what one
just
pistol
like...
shot does to Blue.
The trailer treats it as though like the worlds have collided in some kind of weird sci-fi thing where they just appear everywhere, and it's like, how the fuck did this happen? They all came from one place in the Fallen Kingdom. What exactly
They would have, yeah.
How has this
how do
happened?
They're just fucking big animals, mate.
The idea that
Remember-
they've all done hyperbreeding and they're all just everywhere now. It's like, what?
Most of them have a specific climate that they need to live, so they just all die.
Yeah, they're all gonna run into populated areas and have no
Yeah,
fucking clue what
maybe.
the fuck's happening.
Exactly,
and die from
and
shock.
people are not just... Yeah, like, people aren't just gonna sit around and be like, "Oh, well, I guess I'll just let them overrun our lives now." They're like, "No, I'm gonna shoot them if they fuck around with our shit."
They have that moment at the end of the Fallen Kingdom where it's like Velociraptors looking at a big suburb, and it's like, yeah, they're gonna get killed. Like, they'll
Do you
run
know how
into...
many fucking species we've eradicated by mistake?
We humans have gotten real good at it, just saying.
Remember what happens when Blue gets shot by a pistol?
Yep. Down he goes. Remember, they spend the entire movie trying to save his life.
Her.
Oh, whatever. Fallen Kingdom is
Wow.
a disaster. And
Yeah, it is,
Dominion
though.
is probably not gonna be good. That's my guess.
How dare you,
I'm
you
sorry.
little fucker.
Whoa. In political news, you can soon play a COD-like game, Frontline, on Roblox on your PC. Try to find the difference besides the block Lego-like characters. You can play a COD-like game on Roblox on your PC.
Wow.
Alright.
I can also just play COD on my PC.
Yeah.
I don't want to, but I could.
I don't want to either.
Marcus was kind of a bitch, and that's why I can relate to him so well.
Fair.
Alright. I noticed the same thing Rags did about gun sights, but I noticed that's consistent with other guns in the show, so I'm guessing it's just the weirdest of Arcane world for some reason. Did you see them on other
Yeah.
guns as well?
Oh, I can't remember. It was just so prominent in that scene that it just was impossible for me to not notice.
It has to be this way from MGR starts playing. Alright. I don't know what that is, I'm sorry. Watch Odin OMB and his box office breakdown vids. Yeah, I mean, if you want information on the box office for movies, Odin does them on OMB. I had a crush until you started talking to the gun. Echo to Jinx in-game voice line. I don't know about that one. If they want to try and implement that in the show, I hope it's less clunky. England is my city. Caitlyn's accent. Oh. Like.
Let's see. That's because you never notice shit, Rags. You just coast off Mahler's coattails. Interesting. That's an interesting theory.
Man, some mean stuff in chat today.
People are very upset. Let them be. Let them stew.
It'll be England is my city. But that's just, I can't do a girl voice, alright? I'll have to work on it.
England is my city.
There you go. Nailed it.
Yeah.
You're either strong or you are cringe. Theo 2022.
You're either strong or you are cringe.
Sounds
You
like a-
either-
Weakness.
You
is
either die
cringe.
while you are strong or live long enough to become cringe.
Become cringe.
Oh, works. Curious on your thoughts of Noxus using melee weapons in a world building sense.
Maybe it's just ceremonial. Like their guards and stuff are just, I don't know.
We need more info on
Yeah, I
the
need more info.
technological state in... I don't know how new those rifles are in Piltover. I don't know if Piltover are the ones with gunpowder being a big implemented thing. I don't know. I have no idea what the state of Noxus is, or if that they have fucking magical elements to these implements. But I could see it being silly.
That's something that would need to be explained if it became relevant to the story.
As Rags always says, why don't you use guns? It may come up. It may come up.
Why don't you use guns?
Where this, I could read this one out again. But is that Friggy, I've been noticing lately these past few EFAPs that you seem to be taking things seriously when jokes are made. Are you taking it as a serious matter? Relax, Friggy. You're among friends, right? You okay, Friggy? I'm a bit concerned. Don't take this as condescension. I'm just concerned. I think Friggy read that one out when that came in.
Yeah, Fringy, chill. Oh my goodness.
And then they said, I was unaware of any memes was being genuine. I guess I can't care. Sorry about that, Fringy Law. I mean, you can. It's just that it comes across as awkward. That's all. Just being like, it's the same as when, I don't know, you like play it up a response to something, or someone just next to you puts their hand on your shoulder and they're like, you need to calm down. You're like, okay, I'll be fine.
Okay. I'll calm down now.
I just wanted to post a message to tell Darth Gene Cream Vader to get bent. I assume that's about the thing. Alright.
Gene Cream Vader.
I don't like Gene Cream.
Gene Cream.
Jinx, we stan our crazy homophobic queen. Jinx is homophobic now?
I didn't even know she was
Oh
homophobic.
my god. Powder turned into Jinx. Sky turned into powder.
I know what that's referencing. I know what that's referencing. I was referencing the scene where she's like, it's just a goodbye hug, calm down. And the joke was that she just hated the idea that they were lesbians.
Was that
Yeah,
really
Jinx.
What's
No,
that?
Jinx is the homophobic queen.
Oh. Okay. I follow. Joel was fridged. True. And it was terrible. Should have been given you know, his own impactful, meaningful death, not just to motivate Ellie to do things.
Yeah.
Fridging's terrible, he shouldn't do it.
You would think that fridging a character would just make them last longer.
I mean, if they're dead already, then it might make them cold for a while, but... Hey, remember when Batwoman, they put their mum's head in the freezer or something? Remember that?
Do you remember that?
Oh, that was a trip.
That sounds like fridging.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Kind of. The mom was fridged so that we could have the important character growth for...
Well, the incredible character that is Alice, right?
And Ruby.
Can't believe they snuck Ash in from the game. I'm trying to think. So Ash is like an archer who shoots icy stuff. I don't know what they're referencing in the show. I'm afraid I just don't know. Army veteran here. Assuming Jinx's nades are comparable to modern frags, they could survive if they were flat on the ground and Echo knocked it away. Instant kill radius of one of those is about 5 meters, but laying flat, you avoid most of it. Interesting. As some people point out, you can hear a sort of slamming sound. So I think the show is trying to tell you that Echo hit it away. Oh, probably Sky getting turned into Ash? I see, because she is Ash. I understand now. I follow. There's an Overcity, an Undercity, and there's a Middle City?
Middle is my city.
I think the idea is just you progressively go down and it just gradually would get more darker and like less controlled, but obviously the bridge connects the main portions of the two cities. I think I don't know if it's like the Overcity would just be Piltover, the Undercity is Zorn, above Zorn is like a what we see the bridge connecting to. I think that's it. And that would be considered Zorn as well. I'm not sure entirely. Also, bonjour to Rags, and the pink hair guy, and the Australian bird.
Oh,
Yeah.
hello.
Yeah.
The pink hair guy?
That would be Theo.
Oh. Is there pink? I thought it was like purple or...
I
Oh,
mean,
that's hard, Rex. It's okay.
he's gonna
No,
get me.
it's about memory. Like I thought it was going off of memory.
Hassan
Well,
fans.
I wasn't sure if it was you that I was poking fun at or the super chatter there, so I was just playing a risky game.
Whoa.
I like to live dangerously.
I noticed that from what you just said there. Yeah, definitely. Hassan.
Are you like Chester? You know Chester Cheetah?
Yes.
Yeah. Dangerously cheesy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You see, I live so dangerously that I said yes, even though I didn't know, even acknowledging the fact that there could have been follow-up questions there that I just wouldn't have been able to answer.
Oh shit. Much like, him and I, we have a lot in common. We live dangerously cheesy, and the only article of clothing that he wears is a pair of sunglasses. Unless he has a bow tie? Let me check. Does Chester Cheetah does he have a bow? He does not have a bow tie. No, he has got shoes on. He's got shoes. Shoes and sunglasses, all he's got.
That's quite a look.
It is quite a look, but he is an anthropomorphic cheetah that really has a thing for Cheetos. Maybe he is in who is the better cheese food mascot? Is it Chester Cheetah or is it the macaroni dinosaur? What's his name? Cheezosaurus Rex? You know what I'm talking about?
You're just making these up now, Rags.
Yeah.
No, let me show you.
So
You know,
someone was
auto-
like some marketing team was paid to come up with Cheezosaurus Rex.
I will get you a picture. Cheezosaurus Rex. Here, copy image. And let me paste it here. Cheezosaurus Rex.
He's so shit.
Wow. Somebody worked hard on that.
This
It's
is
like-
someone did this. This showed up in the Google image search. Someone's a big
Oh
it's
my.
called Big Bellied Cheezosaurus Rex by Nick the Dragon 2002 from Deviant Art. So that's his fetish.
Good for him.
See, someone else on DeviantArt, they drew this, and this is a much more appropriate. Like, oh yeah, that's a Cheezosaurus Rex.
I love though that just like the like the pregnant and inflation stuff that just comes up when you Google people's names.
Yeah, it's just someone with just a large belly fetish just gave John Cena a big ass, poorly photoshopped midsection, and that's just a thing that exists now.
At top of the Google search results.
Oh my god, let me show you the vintage Cheezosaurus Rex. You thought, oh my gosh. This is horrific.
Honestly, I'm more disturbed by the inflated one.
The face or just conceptually?
Conceptually.
There's a comic book here. The comic book is Cheezosaurus Rex in the Sharp Tangy Revenge of Cheesefinger.
What line of products does Cheezosaurus Rex
So-
promote?
Is the
It's
Cheesefinger
from
a villain or?
I don't know. Maybe it's maybe that's the character that Goldfinger was based off of.
Cheesefinger is
That's
his
probably
proctologist.
No.
that's Brownfinger.
Not when it's Cheezosaurus, it's not.
Oh, do you think that he
Looks
is
cheese,
cheese on the
yes.
inside? I mean,
He
he's like
licks his finger when he's done.
he's like a delicious chicken cordon bleu, and he's got meat and cheese on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like that their blimp has a cheese cannon. Not blimp. What am I missing?
Airship.
What is the word for this thing?
It's as
Hot air
it
balloon,
looks like
right?
an airship.
Airship.
Airship. Okay.
You remember the Kraft mac and cheeses that were superhero shapes?
No.
You guys ever have those? I don't know what
No.
it was. Somehow they tasted better. I can't explain it.
That's because you're a
I don't
child.
make the
You're a
rules.
child and children are stupid.
No, they tasted better. If you were like, "Hey, I've got some mac and cheese," I'm like, "Don't even bother." But then they said in the shape of superheroes, I'd say, "Well, I guess we know what we're
Because
having."
They were
to
made
eat.
with little flakes of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman.
Well, can I just point out the absolute misogyny here? They're like, oh yeah, this is the Batman one, this is the Superman one. Where's the example Wonder Woman one? Huh?
Maybe it's on the bottom left where it's enlarged to show texture, but it's covered up by the little net weight thingy.
I think that's a Batman one behind that.
Yeah, it does look like another bat. Looks like they doubled up on the bat.
I guess they were just like, yeah, you know, Batman, Superman, another Batman.
Maybe they really fucked up the design of the Wonder Woman one, so they're not showing it.
She looks like just complete
It's just in there
ass.
somewhere. They even have another Superman S one behind the Batman one. Yeah, I don't know where the Wonder Woman is. I don't know.
Well, like I said,
Maybe
it's misogyny. I'm
Maybe
pretty sure.
maybe they never commissioned art of that one because it was too expensive.
they just put her on the cover. The rights to make cheese versions of her logo were
No,
just too expensive.
like they're clearly painted versions of the Superman one and the Batman one, right? So maybe they just never commissioned an artist to paint the Wonder Woman one.
And it would look too weird to have that one as a photograph next to the drawn ones.
Exactly.
It wouldn't match. It wouldn't match, yeah.
So anyway, Hassan fans live on Copeland Road, Sydney, Australia. Copeland.
Seaveland, more like.
Why can't anyone else make magic hammers? Jace Tallis was able to make magic hammers in a lab with a box of gems. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
That's a good meme. Yay, my bank is
It is a
back
good meme.
online. I can finally super chat. Rip Doomer, the one who was 90% sure that Jinx and Silco made out in the rain. He's
Nice.
never gonna live that down. People will super chat that forever. I like how the show is 8 episodes teasing Jace using his big magical hammer only for him to commit a war crime 5 minutes into his first fight. Perfect. That is
true. That is what happens.
It is what happens.
Hey, accidents happen.
Notice
That's
how
a line from Snakes on a Plane. That's what you just gave me a Snakes on a Plane flashback. Is that
Someone said it was
Good.
an accident in Snakes on a Plane?
in Snakes on a Plane, right? The mob boss who wants to fill the plane with snakes to assassinate someone. He is told that the plan is like never going to work and that people will cotton on to him. And the 2 lines of dialogue that he has to justify it are, do you think I didn't exhaust every other option? Accidents happen.
Damn.
It's a very fun film. I like Snakes on a Plane a lot.
I've never seen Snakes on a Plane, but
very well
perhaps
written.
we need to
Watch it.
have like a disaster movie arc where we watch just
Oh, we can
random
throw it in with the
disaster
Emmerich
movies.
one.
Every EFAP movies arc a disaster movies arc.
Wow, we watched Lord of the Rings on
Oh,
EFAP
wow.
movies.
That's true, except that one.
I think that Sauron trying to conquer all of Middle Earth is a disaster.
I'm gonna tell him he said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it too.
Sauron's not going to invite you to his birthday party.
Aaron's not gonna
He's
invite
gonna
you to his
have
birthday party. You're the one who called his
Yeah, he-
plans a disaster.
his birthday disaster for Middle Earth.
No, you should have specified that initially.
No, he knows what I meant. Besides,
No.
his I imagine
He's
I
very
think we all
obtuse.
if I say the words Sauron birthday cake, I think we all kind of have a similar image that, in our heads right away. Like
Yes.
one massive candle in the middle with you know.
Well, so his
Oh.
birthday cake at his party is just like a is dedicated specifically to him, like it's of him. Like he doesn't. It's themed around him specifically.
Oh yeah, that's all birthday parties.
Well, no, like because yeah, your birthday party is a party for you, but ultimately, like you generally, if you're gonna have like some kind of theme for your party, which you probably more so do as a child, but I'm sure that Sauron can do it too. If you're gonna have a theme, it's generally something other than you. Like I've never had a birthday party with just like a picture of my face on the cake.
Oh, you haven't?
No,
I thought that was normal.
no.
Where everyone yeah, what? This Oh, my family were weirdos then.
Yeah.
All right. Notice how Vi's gauntlets shatter bone in the X-ray shots, while Jace's hammer outright pulverizes the entire skeleton. Yeah, I could imagine it doing that. That thing is a big boy. It's a chungus. Some people ask what the kid was doing there. Motherfucker, he not only worked there, but it's the kid that tripped the alarm. Well, so, I think they usually... Okay, actually, let me read the next one. The kid being hers is the problem. Why would a mob boss have her child employed in another mob boss's factory? Why would she even have her kid work? Alright, we did go over this. I think it's perfectly reasonable that she would have her kid keep an eye on everything as a representative of her, like, family or whatever. It doesn't have to do any, like, hard work. Just be around, see the business as it's flowing, that sort of thing. I could picture a crazy mob boss lady being like, yeah, my kid can keep an eye on some stuff, pretend like he has authority, and then be also aware that if anything should go wrong, you can always hit that alarm. I imagine all of them knew that. I don't mind him being there. I think it's fine.
We went over a lot of very reasonable potential options when we...
Yeah, I think if we had seen him doing really difficult work, I would be like, why? Maybe the old lady cared for the child workers in her own way and saw them all as her kids. I'm not gonna go that far.
I see all children as my children.
Is going to
No,
Trungos...
stop kidnapping children, Rags. You can't just take them.
Yeah, I can. At the orphanage.
I think you need to fill
Really?
out like some paperwork or something.
Nah.
You're saying no, but is that like the kind of no where you don't actually have to, or you just skip that step?
If you abduct them in the middle of the night,
I think you
there
might
is
go
no
to
paperwork.
jail.
I don't think so. I think that's actually their preferred method. If the orphanage just wakes up in the morning collectively and there's just one less orphan, it's like a tooth fairy, but
I think they'd
instead of
be
the
concerned if
tooth
that happened.
taking your tooth, your unwanted and discarded tooth, someone comes in the middle of the night and takes one of your unwanted discarded children. And then they leave you $1, which is often what I do.
That's generous.
Honestly, they should pay me. They should pay me to take the children.
Or maybe if you came in the day, they fucking would.
You know what? That's a risk that I simply can't afford to take.
Is going to Trungos our pilgrimage to Mecca? Yeah, I'd say
Yes.
so. About right, yeah.
Kind of, yeah, the EFAP pilgrimage to Trungos.
An important journey. I understand the parallel, but anyone else find it odd that Jace was so nonchalant about his partner about to off himself? I don't know that either Jace or Victor realized the other was about to do that. Can anyone think of like it being explicit that they're aware?
Yeah,
I don't think it's clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's clear. I think it's totally fine.
Favorite character, there is no wrong answer. Worst character, there is no right answer. Pretty much, nobody wants to see any of the people they like at the bottom, pretty much.
Yeah.
And you all voted for Echo. When Victor goes...
We're racist.
Oh yeah, definitely. When Victor goes to hit the Hex Core starts moving away from him. I think the Hex Core does have an awareness. I think that that's very much implied at this point, especially when it zaps him when he turns around. Don't know what that's going to lead to, though. Be afraid. Sadly, won't be able to catch this part. I've been playing drums for Oklahoma the Musical. Funny how it's mostly a joke, and still better written than most of the mainstream stuff these days. Arcane excluded. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Of course, you say it's better written. You're in it.
Whoa.
Maybe it's terrible.
Wow. You can think
Calm
that you're in
down.
terrible stuff. I think he just thinks it's pretty good. Alright, Jay?
I'm,
Alright.
I'd actually really laugh. He was like, yeah, I'm playing drums for this live show. It's fucking garbage.
We voted for Jericho. Yeah, that was the first poll. There was a second poll. Sadly, won't be able to... Oh, wait, yeah. Piltover is my city. Alright. I guess you could say Silco is leagues above Thanos. Oh.
Oh.
The Virgin... No, I love my daughter, VA. Oh, versus the Chad yeets daughter off cliff without a moment's hesitation.
Nice.
Tasted for like a moment.
Yeah, he was sad about it. He didn't do it instantly. He was doing a cry. Your Chad was doing a cry, and you're saying he just did it instantly.
Wow.
Look at this propaganda.
He was coping and seething.
He was coping and seething. It's true. I was so caught up in the euphoria of having singed.
He was throwing and eating.
I was so caught up in the euphoria of having singed Silco and Jinx that for like a minute I lived in a world where Alice, Kylo Ren, and Daenerys didn't exist. There are better ways to do all of it. That's the truth. When Silco said, "But I still believe in loyalty," he probably was talking to Savika, telling her he was putting his trust in her even as she raised the blade behind his back. If Savika was wavering, that line probably won it back. Yeah, I think so. I think he was talking to her throughout that scene. I don't think he was talking to the fucking lady. I don't think he cares about her at all. It's a good scene. I love the shot with Vander over Silco's mirrors, opening shot with Silco over Vander. Yeah, I guess with the statue versus in the water. Loved all your coverage of Arcane. Glad to get some good rat. Favorite fight scene in the show? Also high rags.
Hello.
We have some
Probably Sevica fighting Vi.
You really like saying Sevica, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. That's just how it comes out.
Maybe, but it's Savika.
There's got to be a reason
that's what
why.
everybody calls her.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There must be some other word that I associate it with in my head that I just say it like that.
Yeah. But I mean, it's something you need to work on, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It makes you a flawed person now.
I don't know. I think it's a special quirk
Well,
that makes
it's
me
just
unique,
wrong.
and it's a special snowflake that I am.
So
No,
you
yeah,
are still
you're not freeing. He's
doing the
right.
cool
He can
thing.
just call himself special. That's fine.
Okay.
I am
yeah.
I am a special, magical individual.
I wasn't gonna say magical, just special. That's fine. That really.
I'm very magical, bitch. I am magical. I'm enchanted.
Name 3 spells that you've cast in the last 10 days.
Prestidigitation.
That's 1.
Yeah, you've only named one.
Ghost noise.
That's not a real spell.
That's a
It
fake
is.
spell.
That's
It
more of an
is.
incantation, really.
No. Ghost Noise is
If
absolutely
you're really
a
magical,
spell.
you'd know the difference between a spell and an incantation.
Now, it's important. You might know it by its alternate name, Ghost Sound.
No, I know both of
Or
those names
some
very,
people even
very
call
well.
it. Some people even call it Audible Glamour. But very well known, very useful.
Not
I
spells,
think that.
though.
Huh?
They're not spells.
Yeah, it is.
They're incantations.
That's not true at all.
You don't know what you're fucking talking about. All right, name the third quote-unquote spell that you cast then.
Mage Hand.
That one's very fucking easy.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd go for any generic ones, but all right.
Yeah.
Well, you said 3, and it's a foundational spell that every magician needs to keep in
Well,
their
it's like,
repertoire.
it's like, I'm a chef. Name 3 meals that you've cooked. Oh, toast.
True.
I love me some toast. What I like to put honey on my toast. That's always fun.
Yeah, I'll make you a fucking chef, though, does it?
Oh, Jay just on fire today.
Well, here's the thing. It can
When?
if it's in France.
Name what French chefs have you experienced that just put fucking honey on toast and that's all they do?
No.
Like that's their chef qualification. That's their final chef
French
exam.
toast.
Oh, I
It's
see.
not about
That's still not really. Doesn't make you a chef, though, does it?
Yeah, it does. It's one of the basics. It's on every test. Every exam for being a chef. French toast. Let's fucking do it.
I think an omelet
It's always
is
the
like
basics.
first starting thing, right? An omelet. That's one of the first things you learn how to make at like culinary school.
Yeah, I bet. Because you could put all
remember.
kinds of different stuff in it. It probably teaches you
like
how
it-
to mix ingredients differently.
It's a good
Like what happens if
base.
you want to put meat in there? Like when should you put this in? Do you want it to cook with the eggs or things like that?
The song is called "When Everything Went Wrong." I
Do
see
they play that when everything goes wrong?
Maybe because I don't know the context for this. But yeah, can't spell violence without Vi. I'm pretty sure that's one of her lines in the game. It's pretty cringe.
Is it actually?
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Man, they made a good show out of that.
Well, to be fair, there's a level of self-awareness in the game. Like they know how that sounds because they're like larger than life in the game because it's all very fightery and just like they're self-aware of it being silly. But then I think
So
they're
we're saying
gradually
it's some
changing.
kind of self-aware cringe.
Well, I've never denied that exists. Like, I talk to you all the time. I must have figured it out by now, right? So they have gradually, I think, wanted to start moving toward actually taking it all seriously. And Arcane will definitely be a big attempt at doing that. By the way, Savika learns from her mistakes. Instead of the shimmer being exposed, like on the last arm, it's now covered in the arm, and it holds 2 vials. I think that's fair. It's a bit of a what one could call a jump, but I think it's fair to say that it's protected further now by being in the arm instead of it pumping from the outside. Sort of like I think you can make a connection like that. It kind of reminds me of the connections people have with like Iron Man 3. Tony is freezing to death. He's so cold, and then he puts a heater in Peter's suit. Like, he was not fast enough to reach Rhodey when he was falling in Civil War, and then we see him with a rocket boot in Infinity War. There's the fall that Rhodey had, and he's got a parachute in Peter's suit. It's like, are these evidences of him redesigning around, errors that happen? It's like, maybe. I like how Vi wins the fight when she finally learns to block. Up until now, she would always tank the hits. Tanking Savika's blade would kill her. Yeah, she does. That move comes from her covering up her face with both the fists. So I think that's probably got to be deliberate, right? Like, that's the winning move.
Feels like it has to be.
I can't believe he didn't like Boba Fett. He saved banthas. He let most of them die. Like, most of them got shot in the background.
I think, if Boba Fett had never become involved, then I think there would be more living banthas.
Maybe, yeah.
A lot of banthas died because of his involvement.
That's never addressed. The Tuskens are wiped out as a result of them overreaching, thanks to Boba Fett's encouragement with the gun train and then getting, protection money.
He just takes no moral accountability for any of that.
And then he kills the wrong people. It doesn't take any moral accountability for that either.
That's true. Yeah,
And
like
also,
he killed a whole
Cad Bane
bunch of people.
didn't kill them. He didn't even
What a
kill.
fucking bad show.
He didn't even kill the people who were responsible. That was
He never
Finnick.
did.
That's
Yeah,
so
Finnick.
incompetent.
In one scene, it just she just kills all of them in one scene with that bizarre music playing, and then she leaves, and that's that. Ties that up in a neat little bow, I guess.
Yeah, he saved banthas. I have a feeling he'd save zebras too. Your critiques are poor. Well, we'd have to see it to believe it. Oh, it ends with kick rags. Oh my god.
Never.
Based
EFAP
rag.
is my city.
Based rag, Jace's best boy. Mula, give this money to the doggo. Very well. And, yeah, I mean, Jace is a good pick. I will defend Jace from... There's a lot of people out there who think he's lame. They're incorrect. It is now the Jinx archetype. Harley sucks and has been supplanted. Well, so... I would just say that they both... rather than that, I would just say Harley represents the bad archetype. Like, if you come across that archetype, it's Harley's, and if you come across Jinx's, then you know what they're saying, you know? Because, like, Jinx is just one of a million ways you could do it, in a sense. Like, Harley is just this horrifically bad thing that is a colorful clown person who's also willing to kill people, and so, like, that's enough that it spreads into other things, and you're like, ew, get away. Like,
Little clown girl.
Yes. Don't cry. You're my hunka. That wouldn't work as well, you know? I think. I'm sure it was a deleted scene because they experimented, but I just don't think it would work as well. I made her a snack. Cupcake is already a snack. Wow. Vander is a father who was willing to become a monster to save Vi. Silka was a monster who was willing to become a father to save Jinx. Best show. An interesting way to say those things, I think. I would like to point out here that Vi is creating bigger and scarier monsters for Powder, just like when they were kids. Oh, I assume they're talking about the finale. Yeah, I think that's deliberate too. It's Vi not understanding how Jinx sees them. Where does everyone stand on whether Silco is a good dad debate? It's one of the big arguments I've seen while interacting with other fans. Best character either way. IMO. Didn't think I'd feel bad at his death from Act 1. So this is a strange conversation, right? Because does a morally upstanding person and then a person who is very good at being a dad, are those two things completely separate? And it's like, probably not. So what are we talking about when we say someone is a good dad? Because are you a good dad if you encourage your daughter to murder people? It's like,
probably not, to be fair.
However, if you split it apart as, well, so the key trait of a father, I guess, is to be supportive and nourishing of your child. And it's like, well, but in a particular direction, right? Or one of several, not the one that he has for Jinx. He doesn't help with her mental health at all, pretty much. I mean, I don't want to say that at all. He does try to keep her stable to some degree, because he doesn't want her flipping out and stuff, but he doesn't get her the help she probably needed. Simultaneously encouraging her to make weapons and to go on missions to kill people. He, as someone just said in chat, like, we can go as simple as saying he raised her to be evil. Does that make him a good dad? It's like, I don't think so. Like, but in the sense that he was invested in looking out for her, he put her life above his own. I can believe all those things about him. So he's got, like, traits in a sense of what make a good father, but it's going to be impossible to consider him a good father when he's a fucking psychopath who will kill children to get his way. That would be my take. Anyone else got anything
As long
to
as you
add, or-
kill children for the right reasons.
Exactly.
I think you covered it pretty
But yeah,
well in one, but
Yeah, it is an odd question. I mean, from his perspective, I think he was doing what he felt would work out best for her, or that like the space that she needed, the encouragement that she needed. He did try to keep her together. Um, I think that in his I certainly think in his mind he thought he was doing what was best. But I don't know. It's tough to say.
I think, he cared for her, made sure she was okay from his POV. Yeah. Silco is easily one of the best antagonists out right now. He was a breath of fresh air for many people who saw that show. Very fun to watch.
Absolutely.
Silco's voice actor said that Silco not only loved Jinx as his daughter, but also as Zorn's ideal, uncontrolled chaos that he could never be. Zorn's ideal, uncontrolled chaos that he could never be. I've never seen him as a character who desires to be free of, like, order.
Yeah, he's not a. Yeah, I mean, he's very keen on loyalty.
And just, I would go as far as saying he's keen on order. I think he likes it when things follow plans and people do what they're told,
Yeah, when things go smoothly and yeah, things. Yeah, I don't unless there's something from the show that is not coming to mind. I do not see it.
I thought the whispers coming in as she stops crying implied Silco became another one of her voices. Might be a reach, though. When you get to stuff of that level, you can really interpret it however you want. There's not really a way to say that that's not true, but also there's no really way to say that that's definitely what they're going for, It's just like, well, that's the kind of thing that works for you? I don't know. Search Arcane. Silco's VA confirms he wasn't lying about not giving up Jinx. For the quote from Silco's VA, this really put Silco up there for me.
I mean, that is still a third-party source.
I mean, this is if someone said yes, but it's a pretty good one, right? This is VA, and I'd just be like, we have all of the references that he is allowed to use, so, like, I agree with him, because I think that's what the show gave us, not because that's what he thinks. But I'm sure it would be neat to talk to him about Silco, I guess.
Like, equivalent thing where like, oh, well, Silco's VA has come out and said that Silco was actually, he was actually a puppet the whole time, and there was some other guy controlling him, sitting behind him, literally, like with his hand up his ass, because he was a literal puppet.
And he was invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah, just everyone remember, right? I think the easy thing to say right now is, of course he's a good source. He's the fucking voice of him. It's like, remember. If he had said something like, Silco didn't care about Jinx at all, he was just trying to manipulate her throughout the whole thing, you guys wouldn't then be saying, of course that's the truth, because that's the guy who voices him. You'd be saying, wow, he's wrong.
Some of them would be saying that, Morley.
You say some?
Some of them would be saying that.
I don't know that anybody would be saying he's right because he's the voice actor at that point.
Well, some people would agree with him anyway, and then they would say that, of course he's right, he's the voice actor.
Because, the recent example that I do love that we have offhand is the James Gunn one about Polka Dot Man. It's a weird fucking thing to have said about that character. It's like, sorry man, I know you wrote it, but like, I don't know what else to say about that. People are saying Joel's VA. I can't remember what he ended up saying about Joel in Last of Us 2, but I remember it being disappointing.
I imagine a lot of actors and things who are part of these big productions, they will say things that are supportive of the material, regardless of how they really feel, for the sake of not wanting to, rock the boat and potentially throw people under the bus.
If you're if you want to get more work and you're not a massive fucking name like off the top of my head, Mark Hamill, then that's the kind of thing you got to do.
Yeah, you don't want to. If you're an up and comer and you want to keep getting jobs and work in the industry, I don't blame you for sort of going with the flow.
Oh fuck yeah, Troy Baker. Yeah, he said that Joel was like the cannibal in The Last of Us. The guy who.
Nah, what?
Oh god, I remember him. Yeah, he was talking about how like he and the cannibal aren't really any different or whatever, and it's just like, oh,
Man, why would you say that?
He's had some crap
Love
takes.
having no
yeah.
context for this.
Don't remind me of that. Yeah. I've heard people say that Jinx made her rocket launcher look like it does because Silco liked those underwater monsters it was made for him. I can easily believe that her rocket launcher look was inspired by the shark thing that lived in the under the water with near their base.
Given how it looks like a shark.
That would be the argument. Jinx, I'm not going to piss on the council. I'm going to go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. If it hit the moon and exploded, I feel like all of us would just be like, what? Why did she blow up the moon? What?
You're gonna blow up the moon.
I'm taking this beyond the council to the highest authority.
The moon. If someone is going to survive, it should be the Techno Union leader.
Well,
I think it should be Victor if any one person should survive.
Yeah.
I can already believe it easily that the Hex Tech shit in him is can sustain him when he's like dramatically injured. God, the potential for storytelling there is so big, and I'm so worried that they're not gonna do anything that I'm looking for. It'll be something else. It'll be like, oh, pretty please.
The worst beginning, I guess not worst because they could still pull this off, right? The most disappointing, I think, beginning for all of us of the next season would be you open in that room and there's just like a ringing sound and like loads of people are getting up and dusting themselves down. Like, oh, what's happened?
Dude, imagine they did that. Everyone survived except Mel because she tanked the explosion with whatever she has as a magical power or something. That would be such a like, oh.
Luckily,
that would be interesting.
It would be, the reason I bring that up is just that I don't think anybody would have picked that as their choice, you know? He would be like, huh, you're gonna let everyone survive except Mel, okay.
But I would be very interested in
I would accept that,
I guess.
and we'd move with it. That's the
thing. There would be a reason for it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Mom wouldn't like that at all.
They're gonna have to tell us stuff pretty quickly, otherwise everyone's gonna be like, you gotta make an explosion powered by a hex crystal thing, make mean stuff, guys, you gotta. I hope Mel doesn't survive. We need hard consequences, but I want Jace to live so he can agonize over his decision for peace and wonder if he should have listened to Vi. I think, yeah, I can see a lot of storytelling potential to keep, well, to be fair, any of them alive, really. But Jace has got a lot you can do, so I don't really want him to die. Victor, there's no fucking way anyone's killing him if they're making that decision for that room. Mel's an interesting one. You could clearly do more with her, but you could also kill her.
Yeah.
The fact that
that's true of everyone, to be fair.
No. So what I'm referring to is like her story is complete if she dies there. But it could also have chapters added on. If you kill Victor there, his story's fucked. It's like, wait, what? What? It's like those are pieces.
We're just not done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jace's, I think it's closer to like you just have to view it as a tragedy, I guess, if he dies there, but it feels like unfulfilled potential. But Mel's is the only one where I'm like, I can see a story ending right there.
If they kill the councilman before he figures out the puzzle, I think that will be his story is also incomplete. So we will.
First scene of season 2 will be him completing the puzzle and then bang.
And then instantly assassinated. And as he lies, maybe he's at the table. He's just about to like find the last little solution.
Oh no!
The bomb goes off, and then as he's bloodied on the ground, with his last moments of life, he reaches over to the puzzle and he turns the last little knob,
Yep.
and it clicks into place. He smiles and then he dies.
Super, super sad.
And
That's
then
the end of season 2.
But that's the whole season.
That's the
That's
whole
the end of season 3. And then we wait 2 more years.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Mel dying would give us a lot of really good stuff for her mum. Because she's
True.
recently lost the son, and so losing a daughter. But like, I'm more than happy for her to become like a main character at that point. To be fair. Gosh, so many
Yeah, they did have
options.
Nox against the Undercity as well.
Yeah, she would want to find who's responsible. Dude, fucking Mel's mum versus Jinx. There's potential there as well.
I like that her character name in our heads though is still Mel's mum.
I
Because
can't
like
quite
that would be
remember
a
her
genuinely
name.
fucking awesome fight to see, but we are describing it as Mel's mum versus Jinx.
It's funny because it works in our heads though, because we're all picturing her and we already know she's a fucking beast. But like, yeah, Mel's
calling her
mum.
fetish.
Hmm?
I'm not gonna call her a fetish because that's what she is. She's some writer. That's their extremely specific fetish.
It's
And then they
just
made a character out of it.
what
So anyway.
she's just got muscles, Rags.
No. Tall, extremely muscular warrior lady who's also concerned about her daughter, so MILF aspect. Black,
Okay, yeah,
exotic.
I think you just view the
seeing-
world differently than everyone else does at this point.
Well, Rags, at that point, everyone is someone's fetish, right?
That's the
I like
spirit.
look at fucking Jace, right? Smart, handsome, blacksmith man, principled, he wields a big weapon, and he fucks Mel a lot.
My specific fetish is someone who fucks Mel a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'm imagining that whichever writer wrote Jace to be their fetish, right? Is Mel is their author insert.
Every writer got to have their fetish put in, and those are all the characters.
Yeah.
I've heard people say that
Hammer
Jinx. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Carry on.
How did Arcane make you feel? Also, hi Rax.
Hello. It made me feel glad that good things are still made.
Yes.
Gave me some level of hope for this world.
Yeah.
Rags, is Mel's mum your fetish? Is that why that keeps being on your
No.
mind?
No, it really isn't. Really isn't my fetish at all.
So you would not have sex with Mel's mum?
I wouldn't want to make her upset. But I would. I would not have any problems having sex with Mel's mom
Why would
Or
you assume
Mel.
that doing that would upset her?
simultaneously. No, I mean,
I
if
assume that
she
if
wanted
you're in a
to have sex,
situation where you're going to have sex with her, that would be the way that she would be made happy.
no, if I wouldn't want to, she doesn't seem like the kind of person who I would want to perturb or upset by not having sex with.
Oh, I see.
However, I would not have any problem having sex with her.
Right.
Or Mel. Or really anyone. Not Victor though. Or Jaime.
Anyone?
Well, I listed off some of the there are examples. Most people I probably would not have sex with. Like I wouldn't have sex with Heimerdinger.
How dare you? What if Heimerdinger took you on a really good date?
So you're just not going to let this tangent die. You just want to keep it going forever.
Heimerdinger would take me on a really nice dates because he's a man of culture.
Keep it going forever.
Remember, well, remember Fringy at the opera, or it wasn't an opera. It was it wasn't a concert. It was just one guy. Unless there was a hidden
Performance.
Yeah, the performance. He was the one enjoying it, so he's cultured, and I really appreciate that. I think that he would take me on some really nice, locations.
I imagine that Heimerdinger would take you on a wonderful date.
Absolutely, he knows good places because he's been alive for 300 something years, so he knows all the, the greatest places in town, and he doesn't leave, the upper city. So he's probably very, very familiar with it.
Probably leaves it sometimes. He just goes to the Undercity.
Yeah, he doesn't leave like the Piltover nice kind of place area.
I imagine he's been like abroad and stuff. He seems like the kind of guy who's been on like holidays and places. And maybe not to relax, but like he's gone to like visit
work.
He's going to like visit other countries to like see what they've got going on over there and like meet their scientists and stuff. And while he's there, he's enjoyed the culture and stuff.
You would think that in all that time he's had in his sort of political relevant position, he would do some traveling, yeah. And with the Hextech gates, being able to travel is easier than ever.
No, I don't think I'd fuck him.
Can you come back through the Hex gate? Can you, or is it just like it sends you out, but it doesn't bring you in? Is that how? Is it a two-way device?
I'm not actually sure. Do they show airships arriving like? How do they show the airships arriving in like the beginning of episode 4?
Because I cannot remember. Guess we'll never know.
That's okay. It's okay for us to never. We don't need to know everything. That's
I think true. It's good
the
to have
conclusion
some.
to our arcs is for us to
It's
accept that we don't need to know everything.
Yeah, it's good to leave some magic in the world that that undiscovered part of the
Yeah,
universe.
your
where there's still
shitty fucking
mystery.
little novice magic.
No, I know Fireball.
That's like literally the first spell they teach you.
It isn't. No, those are your cantrips.
Well, maybe if they start you off real easy, because I don't know. Let's not talk about why they might do that. Maybe they teach you some other stuff before Fireball, but like most people probably just know those spells anyway.
Meteor Swarm.
That one's okay.
It's highest damaging spell in D&D.
What's the next super chat?
I'd never expect you Dumbos to finish it with a third part, yet here we are. Now to EFAP some funny Arcane videos next week. Also play DDLC. We did cover an Arcane video.
We did. It was a strange video that made us wonder if this person watched the show.
I liked it though because it was like one of those videos. It wasn't very good. It didn't make very good arguments, but at the same time, it wasn't one of those that made us question whether it was the worst video that had ever been covered on the show.
Yeah, it was just wrong.
We do get a lot of videos that make us ask that question.
Mm-hmm. Arcane and would it be God of War or Gears of War? GOW. It could be either. The cycle ends here. We must be better. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that.
Have anything to do with the God of War's getting a show on Amazon, right? That's the recent news.
Are they suggesting that Arcane is good and that they hope the God of War one would be good? Or?
Well, then again,
be.
God of War was only announced like yesterday, so I'm guessing that maybe this Super Chat has nothing to do with that.
In that case, I don't know. Oh right, it's a quote. It's a quote from the game, but I still don't get
the context of why it's being asked here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like suggesting that maybe they mean the game was good and Arcane as a show was good, and that those are better than what we've had. I don't know. My first super chat. Thanks for giving the show a chance, Mola. Silco and Jinx go back and forth as my favorite characters, and now one of them is dead. Rip best dad. Oh yeah, I mean,
hey, no one's ever really gone.
They are popular
Sure,
takes
they can bring him back
for favorite characters, and fucking hope we don't see Silco again. Jesus.
I mean, I actually expect we might see him. Like we saw Grayson.
That tease of a fight between Jace and Vi really whetted my appetite. Tell me, would you rather see Vi get hammered by Jace or Jace get fisted by Vi?
What was the first option?
Vi get hammered by Jace.
Get that.
So, that's kind of the interesting thing. I can't remember what we said at the time. But I suppose because of the technology, either one could win.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah.
hard to say which one, because I think the obvious thing to say would be like, well, Vi's more experienced, right? It's like, true, but I mean, so she goes to
That
punch
hammer,
him, he activates the shield, she gets blasted
Yeah.
off into a wall or something, and then he fires the gun at her. Like, maybe she dies, I don't know. Like, it's complicated. Like, I think both could win, but obviously if we're just talking about who's more experienced in fighting, it would be Vi.
Yeah.
Would EFAP movies do Godzilla vs. Kong? Definition of dumb, fun, entertaining, but the moment you start thinking about it, it falls apart. I'm pretty sure that's a movie that the moment you start looking at it, it falls apart. Like, it's not one of those ones you have to think very hard about. I've heard lots of things about what happens in that, and it sounds hilarious.
They scaled up Kong like 3 times from his first movie, hoping that people wouldn't
have
notice
to.
so that he could take on Godzilla.
No, he ate spinach.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
hates
I love
it.
spinach. Now he's big. Da-da-da-da-da.
But yeah, we'll definitely do that at some point. It'll happen. There's a lot of movies that are in that flux place, but there will be a sort of we'll sort it out, definitely. Also, it seems symptomatic of what's wrong with movie fans and audiences these days. What everyone say you should turn your brain off and watch it, and then they actually do,
Yeah,
and everyone's
fun.
sad when they do that.
Yeah.
I realized the concessions that I had to make in order to enjoy this, and it doesn't make me feel better.
Yeah,
Huh.
because being like, oh, come on, it's just some dumb fun. It's just like, well, then stop complaining about anything. Like, it's all dumb fun. It's Boba Fett dumb fun.
You could make anything, like, right, like, okay, like, fun doesn't have to be dumb, and, like, even, like, fun that you appreciate on the level of dumb fun still doesn't have to be dumb. Like, you could watch
Yeah.
Godzilla vs. Kong and have an immaculately crafted film that is excellent in every way and still just be going, haha, big gorilla punching lizard, right?
Yeah, these movies don't have to have a whole ensemble of shitty, worthless human characters that take up 95% of the screen time and a plot that makes no sense whatsoever. You don't actually have to. It's not in like a contract or anything. You can direct the film and create it however you can.
Yeah.
Like, if you'd seen a Godzilla versus Kong film with really fun fights, then also great character work, like, let's say, character work on the level of, like, Guardians, right? That kind of film. Because that's, you can really enjoy that film as, like, dumb fun. But, like, when you dig deeper, it's also got great character writing in it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's been co-opted, because once upon a time, right, if you're trying to sell, like, Dad, I want to watch the giant lizard and the monkey fight, it'd be like, what? That sounds retarded. And it's like, oh, come on, it's some dumb fun. That could be about a really well-written movie. Like, it's just, because the concept is kind of ridiculous. Like, why is there a giant monkey fighting a giant lizard? What's happening? And you're just like, just shut up. Just, that's the premise.
Like, did anyone here watch Guardians of the Galaxy and then come out with that going, that was really fun, but I would have enjoyed it a lot more if the character writing was terrible and the plot made no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what most reviews said. It was like, it was way too not stupid enough.
It was too well written, you see. It could
Yeah,
have benefited from being worse.
You don't hear it said much that this would have been better if it made less sense.
By the way, I like when there are people who are watching the stream but don't, I guess, realize that they're not watching it presently. So, it's at Bowler, yes, it's the wheeled turtle. It's part of the it lore. Like, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad that they
are helping. It's just
that
that they're stuck in the past, They're like
4 hours, they're gonna be like, oh shit!
I thought I was helping. I
said my
guess I
name.
still kind of did.
Maybe he'll never get this far.
That's genuinely the funniest part of that to me. The fact that in 4 hours that person is gonna find out that happened.
Well, I
they're
have fun with it.
slowly working their way towards this part of the stream.
For a bit, compare Jinx to Beth from Batwoman, please. Beth is complete nonsense. There's nothing about her that makes any sense at all. She constantly does horribly horrific things. The show tries to ignore them. And then they try to make her... They retcon her entire history so that she's not as immoral, but then she keeps killing people.
Just awful.
Yeah,
That show is not written well.
She's possibly the worst of the archetype. She's probably worse than Harley.
I would say so.
Yeah, she is the worst of that archetype.
Because if you remember, we were all, like, unhappy with James Gunn's attempt with her, but we were at least like, okay, you got her being sad that she was taken advantage of by the Joker.
It's like the
Yeah.
blueprint of a skeleton of an idea.
Yeah, it's
that's
like you've
sort
got
of being done here.
a sliver. So nice.
It just took 78 times longer than it needed to, and ultimately went nowhere. And we still don't know anything about this character.
Other people got less time and were more developed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Beth is just a garbage fire. There's nothing about that you would consider to be any good.
Nope.
Harley Quinn is just like a writing black hole from which none escape. But people insist on putting her in fucking everything.
Mhm.
He sells tickets.
She does, yeah.
I guess she does, and
Well, she didn't sell the tickets for Birds of Prey, right?
That's true.
No, evidently not.
Fucking emergency movie title change halfway through the cinematic run.
So they changed it from Harley Quinn, aka
No, they changed it from like the Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn or whatever, right?
God, what a
To
name.
Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey.
Yeah, because that first name was really stupid, and no one's gonna remember that.
I
and
couldn't see anything wrong with that name.
Now everyone
That's
just calls
gonna
it
be
Birds
fun
of
to
Prey, though,
promote.
right?
To be fair, that movie title perfectly encapsulates the problems with Harley Quinn as a character. It's like, hey, you like quirky things,
More
right?
words.
And you're like, I mean, you know, some of them are okay, but it's not like a selling point. And they're like, oh no.
Jinx is a well-written, darker version of Zuko's arc. I would question comparing her to Zuko. I would compare her to, in fact, I don't really see how she compares to Zuko at all. I would compare her to Azula. Zuko is not the same archetype as Jinx. Unless you're trying to highlight, like, Jinx was once upon a time a good person and became a bad one, and so it's kind of like a opposite. I don't see how you, yeah, I wouldn't choose Zuko. I would choose Azula. Literally no previous super chatter. What the fuck are you on about? I mean, that's all I got. I don't know what else they had to say about it. So all the deaths in Arcane are on Joel. Yes. It's responsible for every death. I like how we compare Singe to Palpatine and Jinx to Harley, but Arcane made both of these characters superior to the ones they're being compared to. Did we compare Singe to Palpatine?
Yes. Yes, we did.
I can't remember. How did we do it?
In terms of he doesn't get much screen time, but he is characterized in the screen time that he gets. It was in the conversation about whether or not he gets to be considered a main character
Of
the show.
Yeah. Well, so because if someone said like who's better, Singed or Palpatine, I'd be like, that's a weird thing to answer. I mean, Singed is a little more complicated for sure. I don't know. It's hard to say who's better. As for Jinx to Harley, I mean, yeah, okay. Is the inciting incident technically when Vi told Powder to stay home and when they went to save Vanda? I'd have to look exactly how you define an inciting incident, because I would probably call it the explosion in the apartment.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But someone
That's
could
when
say,
the
like,
plot
well,
begins.
why isn't
Yep.
it the war on the
think so.
bridge? It's like, I mean...
Why isn't it the big fucking bang?
Why is... Yeah, at that point.
Muller, you spelled Heimerdinger as Jaime. My Tism brain read it as enemy, and by reflex I instantly voted it as the worst thing. I'm sorry. I just wanted to call him Jaime.
It's funny.
Oh, we're gonna do favorite songs too? My favorite calm song is Goodbye. Favorite fast song is Snakes. And last favorite is whatever the song introduces Echo's group. I like the whole soundtrack, man. I think it's pretty neat. Gave them a good listen, and some of them I think actually get better from the portions you hear in the show as well. But yeah, Goodbye is end of episode 3, and Snakes is the fight with Vi and Jace against the Cam people. Off topic, thoughts on Atlantis, 2001 and Titan AE.
I haven't seen the I don't know if I've seen Titan AE, but Atlantis is a long time.
What's crazy is I'm
I
almost certain I saw Titan AE in the cinema and I don't remember a single thing about it. Literally not a
I
thing.
I remember Titan AE pretty well because I had it as a kid and I watched it fairly often.
I wouldn't mind seeing it again. It's going to be bizarre
I
to watch
would,
a movie I know I've seen before but not know anything that's going to happen at all.
yeah, I'd definitely like to see it again.
My 2 favorite movies from my childhood. Recently rewatched them, and they're still as good as I remember. Sweet. I feel like Heimer was severely underutilized. We see too much of him complaining, not enough of his ingenuity and pure love for his craft. I think it would have been neat to see him in his element, but I think they're literally going to be gushing that out in Season 2. I think that what we got in Season 1 was a Heimerdinger that was almost done. Like, he's pretty on point and on top of everything, and that complacency cost him his whole, like, position. I'm really hoping we get to see a Heimerdinger that's actually having to make harder decisions, forced into more desperate situations, and does actually build things for the, Echo's group of people. Which at that point will be fine with me, because we just don't have the time to do everything with everyone, and if that's where it'll fit in, that's fine with me.
In the game, he's a Piltover character.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, like, the way they're setting him up now, he could end up being a Zorn character.
Sure, I think that there's no restriction from the game at this point. You can the game. It's kind of like the books in for Game of Thrones, where you go, Brienne of Tarth ends up here doing this, and this character does this to her, which, by the way, is a very real reference. The people in chat will know what I'm talking about. It is impossible for that event to happen because of certain things that have happened in the show, and so people are like, wait, so what's going to happen to her? And it's like, I don't know. Don't know. And I think that's how the game relates to the show at this point, is there's stuff where you go, ooh, that could mean that, and that could mean that, right? And it's like, well, that's impossible because of this. And you're like, maybe they do it a little differently then. I don't know. And there's already stuff coming up for that with Season 2. Like, there's a lot of timeline issues with lore in the game, and so at this point it's just going to be, they're just going to be retconning it, or having a separate lore, basically, which seems inevitable. Which will be fine, I imagine. Maybe Jace just seems more like a typical protagonist. I think there's an element of that puts people off from wanting to pick him as their favorite, or even that he's that interesting. You can come across as generic, but it's just like, dig into him and you find plenty of interesting stuff. Mola, he is below her. Fringy, well, only in the sense of below. Now that's some Aussie logic right there.
I can't remember. Is that something I said?
I really can't remember what that's about, unfortunately.
No,
oh well.
Silly.
Victor has become what I imagine a pivotal Sigma. He's got even more to go on that front. You guys should watch Get Jinx, her character reveal vid for League. Jinx was masterfully portrayed, and it made me like her way more than I already did. That video,
I remember that,
was pretty neat when it came out, and I hadn't seen it for like years, and then I was recommended it. I think someone in the Discord posted it, and they were like, "Man, this comes across as a bit different after seeing Arcane," and it genuinely does feel like they had it in mind when. Like there's a couple things in the Get Jinxed cinematic which came out like 7 years ago, by the way, that when you've seen the show, it's like, ooh, the monkey banging its little cymbals comes up quite a bit in that video.
Yes.
And there's some visuals in there, and it's just like, oh man, this is actually a really great companion piece to the show now. But this one just says, what message? Alright. You have the power to transpose a character, e.g. Silco, into any other media while maintaining that character's quality. Where do you put him or her and why?
Oh, probably some sort of Game of Thronesy style thing. Maybe like is there like a mafia? Like if he was in a Guy Ritchie movie?
I would be tempted to move Tywin somewhere. Maybe even into Arcane.
That would be neat.
I went to exist in Noxus or something. That could be really cool. Jack Sparrow is another one. It's just fun to shove him into environments that he's not going to be used to. See what happens.
Yeah.
A lot of just, like Tony Stark's Iron Man, comboing up the abilities of him having the suit, but dropping him into. Imagine like dropping him into BVS.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
put. I want to see what happens if you take a character like Q and you put him into like a Justice League scenario, just to see how he just sort of just takes it all in and what he decides to do as a result, considering his capability of understanding things.
Wouldn't Tywin in Noxus just be Swain? I mean, yeah, but doesn't mean let's do it anyway.
Tywin in anywhere just be great.
Yeah, pretty much. Put him in Pokemon.
Would have been fucking Balamori.
Oh, definitely. The Balmori series villain.
Why he's got to be a villain? I think he'd just chill out in Balamori, to be honest.
No, you'd want to take over. You'd be like, there's a lot of political power in Balmori. There's a lot of exports.
I wonder how much of the chat understand this reference.
There's gonna be one person who's like, yeah, I know that. It's that shitty TV show for kids or whatever, right? You'd be like, how dare you? Any more suggestions, or should I move on? All right, that sounds like silence.
Oh,
to me.
I think we can go ahead and move on. I gave 2. You gave a couple.
Jimmy Neutron ran so Arcane could run. Yes.
There wasn't. Yeah, Jinx needed to say brain blast before she finished all of her projects.
Mm-hmm.
This is after we see a little, like, all of the pieces in her head, where we go inside of the neurons and we see all the little mechanical pieces and all the parts coming together. Then she goes brain blast, and then she actually goes and does it.
What's the story in Balamori? Wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, that's the fucking theme. You guys missed when Mel's mum said that Mel weakened her. It was pretty huge for both their characters. I think I read that one out before, and I said, yeah, it was a shame we didn't point that out because it's a good moment. But to be fair, we missed a decent chunk of things, which is pretty funny considering how long we spent talking about the show. And Savika says at one point Vander had his chance, and we didn't pick up on that at all.
Oh, Zack Snyder did the blueprint.
It's the blueprint.
The blueprint, that's right.
That was always the blueprint.
And with
Zack
that,
Snyder invented feet, you know?
that is that section done.
Oh.
I intended today for us to catch up on the Batman super chats, but instead I've cleared the Arcane ones.
Ooh, that's good.
Too long.
I'll change the title for that when I re-upload. But yeah, since we're at 410, from in future aiming to do 3 to 5 hours for these, whatever ends up lining up better. And so we'll stop there. I will grab all of today's, save them up, and we will keep chipping right in and out and all around. This is gonna get there. That'll be about it. I don't know. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about or say before we die?
Oh, well, everything we say or do is before we die.
True. A meteor could just land on your head right now. It could.
I don't think, actually, isn't like a meteorite strike one of the most preventable catastrophes for us now, in terms of we could just shoot it down?
No, I just meant like that a meteorite that is like big enough to crush you could get through and just hit you.
Or it could be like the one that goes through the house and hits that woman in the hip.
Yeah, that is one that happened.
Guys, there's a whole bunch of space out there, you know.
Nuke is probably more likely than a meteorite, I would assume.
Yeah, what'd you base that on, Jay? Science?
Yeah.
Science. That's what it's called. Science.
I
Look,
guess
it's with an S and a C.
I guess that depends what part of the world you're in, to be fair.
No, it doesn't, isn't it? It's science everywhere.
No, as in how likely you are to be nuked versus how likely you are to be hit by a meteorite.
I thought we were talking about science versus science.
Yeah, some places in the world they call it science.
A science is that
No,
how
but-
they light up the? Is that's how they light up the laboratories, right?
Yeah.
Well, with science, they just say science, and then the
Yeah, they
lights
just
go
they put
on.
the torch on the science.
What do you know, Rex?
No?
Your spells are shitty.
That's not true. They're actually quite good. That was a. Do you know what a sconce is?
No.
Yeah. That was the joke I
does-
was going for. Was a sconce is the thing on like something on a wall that holds a light. That's a sconce.
Oh. How
There are a
about
lot of
that?
those in Lego
that is-
Star Wars.
Yeah,
Ooh,
they're
that's a
all over the
game.
place. Yeah, you see them all the
That
time
is
in
a
like
game.
medieval movies that are just holding torches that are just burning. Those are sconces. Like it's like a wall fixture for a light.
You're a
To either hold the
sconce.
light or
Dude, enough hate crimes for one stream, okay?
the S word, sconce.
But yeah, I don't know if there's
Then
anything
you
else
have any
anybody wants to say
things
about
to share,
anything.
yeah.
We'll just head right out. We're gonna.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything about anything.
All right then. So
All I do is talk.
Fair enough.
So third day will be when we're back talking about a Batman video, completing our
goodness.
The Batman coverage.
How exciting.
Jay, you're gonna be there, loser.
Hey!
Got you.
Haha.
And then the plan is the following week we'll be talking about Elden Ring. So you got plenty of things. Right, everyone in chat, you have to go complete Elden Ring before then, okay? It'll only take you a few
Yep.
hours.
A few?
Is it long?
Yeah, just like
you
1 or
mean?
2, 3 maybe. It's notoriously a short game. It's apparently that's going to be one of the main things we talk about, how short it is. It's like, is it acceptable to sell a game at full price that's like an hour long? I don't know.
Short man bad.
But it's a
Short man
really,
bad.
really good hour. Like, oh, this hour, ooh, this is an hour for the ages, you know?
Is it better than when Obi-Wan shoots General Grievous's brain?
It's so
When he
good.
rips it out, yeah. Was
People-
your favorite
That
part
is
when he
when he
ripped it out or when he shot it?
Jay, people have compared it to that scene so many times that I think it's safe to say it's like that scene, I would say.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Elden Ring is like getting your brain ripped out and shot.
As soon as I saw that scene, I was like, I have to find a way to put this in the Lego Star Wars video.
Oh, definitely. Get it in there. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye,
Goodbye.
bye,
Goodbye.
bye,
Yeah,
bye.
goodbye,
Bye.
everybody.
Have a good
You guys
day.
have a good afternoon,
Or
night,
evening.
evening, and pleasant dreams.